looks remotely credible.
with the 31st pick, the Kansas City Chiefs select.
Let's go!
Xavier Worthy coming to the Chiefs in round 1 makes the absolute most sense one could imagine.
As soon as I saw the body type and the way he moves, I'm like, I've seen this too often. Like, I'm just moving away from it. That's why I prefer the guys like Xavier Worthy, because you know they're going to be open.
How can this team navigate the board to walk away with great value at wide receiver and at tackle? Night 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft here at beautiful Holiday Distillery. Ken Swanson here with Maddie Lane. You're going to hear from some other people here today, but we are so excited to bring you every single pick of the 2025 NFL Draft that continues tonight. And we'll be doing it from a Chiefs lens at all times because that's what we do here at KC Sports Network. Maddie Lane, how we doing? How you feeling after night 1 of the NFL Draft?
Listen, we talk about it every year, right? After the first night, we go back to, we're staying at Airbnb. We sit down and we start watching whoever the Chiefs selected. Yep. That's just kind of the tradition. That's what we do. Well, we went and did that last night. And Josh Simmons, hey, very good football player who the Chiefs took in round 1. Yep. I also fell asleep in the middle of it because I was tired, Kent.
Yes,
so this is how this went, right? It's a good pick. We're ready for day 2, though. Yep. A lot of picks coming today. Chiefs have 3 picks going throughout the day today, which, according to Brett Veach, that's how many they want to take, which is a bonus.
Yeah, Brett Veach makes a comment during the press conference last night. You got 3 picks to make tomorrow, so it sounds like, maybe we'll see what kind of movement that we have here for the Chiefs during the entirety of day 2. But yeah, we like we said, like that's our tradition. We go back and watch. We go watch the tape, and man, it just continued to be excited. I'll say this for me personally, this draft has been. It's been a little difficult to navigate, right? Because if it's not tackle in round 1, things just kind of felt off. Things felt a little bit like, up in the air about how this thing could go. And now that they've got tackle settled, I'll be honest with you, it felt like an all or nothing thing at tackle. It felt like first round or taking a swing in round 7 at the tackle position, taking care of that in the first round without having to surrender any assets, on day 2 or 3. Oh, and by the way, gaining an asset in round 5 of this draft for all of this. I mean, it's such a slam dunk, but I think this makes the rest of the draft more enjoyable. It almost feels a little bit not like house money, but that you can let the value of the board kind of come to you. Shout out Stephen Wilkinson for giving $9 or $10. Here on the live stream. Again, all that's going to go to the Therese Paylor All Juice mentorship program. A lot of people excited today, but anyways, how do you feel? How do you feel heading into round 2?
Listen, I think you preface this well, right? The Chiefs go out and they fill what's their biggest need at left tackle with Josh Simmons in the first round. So now as you go into day 2, they have not all these, but 3 picks, and they don't have to go collect any specific player. There's no position they have to attack. Generally speaking, they can just go out, take the best players available. Yep. They can look for offensive weapons, defensive line help, cornerbacks, whatever they want. And that makes it a pretty exciting second day of this draft. Yes. There's not any gap they're trying to fill. There's nothing specific that they have to come out with. So that makes this draft fun. And then when we go back and look at the consensus board, our rankings in the KCS and draft guide, whatever they may be, there's a lot of good players still left. We did that podcast earlier today that people got to hear that talks about some of the best players left. We went through a lot of different positions. It's just, I think it's pretty fun. I think it's going to be a fun day of the draft. This is my favorite day. I wish we were standing up a little bit. I like to move around and stuff like that, but it's okay. It's going to be a fun day of the draft. And listen, we had a lot of fun leading up to this. We got to do some fun stuff here at Holiday Distillery. We had a lot of fun picking out some more barrels, drinking some bourbon, testing some stuff out. We had a great time, Kent.
Yeah, we actually got to, and I think we talked about this a little bit on Thursday. We got to hang out at Holiday Distillery today. A few barrels are going to the beautiful state of North Carolina, which if you've been following Matty Lane for a while, you know that he lives in North Carolina, and the wonderful people here at Holiday Distillery let us pick the barrels.
Three
barrels that will be winding up in the state of North Carolina. So we got to do that today. It was an absolutely great time. So we've had a lot of fun here already at Holiday Distillery, as we always do. I mean, come on. There's literally no better place to be on draft weekend. You got these beautiful, hills out here. You've got the beautiful
They're good for running.
bonded warehouses, the rick houses out there, a bourbon library at your disposal. It's just been so much fun to be hanging out here at Holiday Distillery. We've had a lot of fun. You're looking through some of these highlights of Josh Simmons here, both from Ohio State and from San Diego State. This is an exceptional talent, and I think everyone's kind of on the same page now, right? They've been able to kind of, get their eyes on Josh Simmons at this point. They see that the kind of talent that this kid possesses, and why I think we're all excited about, except for maybe Tucker, why we're all excited to see Josh Simmons here in Kansas City.
It's also smooth. Everything looks natural for him. Nothing is like he doesn't have to not try, but nothing looks like it's a challenge. He's quick out of his stance. He's very strong. He's able to hold the point of attack and stuff like that. So I think the more you watch Josh Simmons, you just come away thinking like, hey, this guy is very good at what he does. Good technique, has all the athleticism, has all the physical traits you want, but there's not a learning curve. You're not waiting for him to figure something out like you have been with some of these Chiefs' recent offensive tackle swings and on day 2. And so the more you watch, the more you like. I did see one comment that I just want to comment, then I'll go back. You can't. Sugary special. No, there will be no O-line demonstrations today because I'm in fact seated. I can only do hand stuff. Pause.
I do want to shout out a couple people. Shout out Jinx for his generous donation. And also,
Sure, Jinx.
Sly James. Shout out Sly James for the donation as well. Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Sly James.
You got one more.
Appreciate you, Mayor Sly. We appreciate you. I mean, Sly's been out here with us before here at the at the post draft holiday parties, so that's been always great. So we always appreciate your support, sir. That we can also throw out. I think I just saw. Let me grab this. This question from Aaron Kenny.
Yeah.
What do you think it would have taken to come get Luther Burden? And you're saying would have. The Chiefs are still in range if they want to get Luther Burden, the wide receiver out of Missouri. There is a path for them to still do that. It probably requires a team like the New England Patriots being willing to take pick 63 and 66, which is always a big hurdle with all this. You have to have a team willing to take a move like this. But pick 38. Luther Burden would have to be there at pick 38, and a team like the Patriots would be having to be willing to trade back to 63 and 66 to do it. That's probably what it takes, I would imagine. I think Burden probably hears his name called in the first half of round 2, and probably somewhere in the 30s. So that's the path that you're probably looking at if you're going to do that. So there's still a sliver of hope. For the Mizzou fans that really want to get Luther Burden here in Kansas City. But it's going to take 63 and pick 66, and you're going to have a team willing to take a load like that.
Yeah, and kind of related, not necessarily to Burden, but I saw Mr. Proctober ask, how far could 63 and 133 get them? I believe that gets in 55, pick 56. Right. So you can move up. That's not a Luther Burden range, but that would be a range to move up for somebody else because the Chiefs were able to make a trade back with the Eagles and pick up a 5th round draft pick on day 3. Maybe they don't feel as attached to that round 4 pick that they have right now. Maybe they don't feel as attached to pick 133. Maybe they feel more willing to use that to move around. So there is a chance that we see some movement from the Chiefs today, whether it's a pick swap, another trade up, trade down. Would you be surprised if the Chiefs take 3 picks today, all in these slots that they have right now scheduled on this draft?
Absolutely, I would. Yeah. I don't think that there's any chance that the Chiefs don't do some kind of move here. And the funny thing is, they made a move last night. They actually traded back out of the in the first round. They traded back, I think, for the first time in the history of the Brett Veach era, and recouped that extra selection, and actually got a surplus in value too. They were able to get a little bit surplus value. It wasn't just a level trade from a draft chart perspective. They were actually on the plus side, receiving an extra selection. And it'll be fun to see and track what happens with that pick if they are eventually able to make it. But I could see the Chiefs. I could see the Chiefs making some moves here today. Especially I think the one I'm paying attention to a little bit, 63 and 95 could get them into the middle of round 2. So you could low 40s, high 50 range. It's an opportunity for them to kind of move up. Tucker D. Franklin, you got something for us?
I got you on the screen if you want to read it.
Patrick Fee.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. Our guy Patrick. $500 donation. Oh, thank you, man. We really appreciate.
We do appreciate
you,
it, Patrick.
You gonna come in? You gonna jump on a mic now, or you wanna get on a?
He said nope.
He said no. That's our
Yeah,
guy.
we
Patrick.
appreciate Patrick.
He's the best, man. He's always the best. He's so supportive of us here at KC Sports Network, and he's the best partner, man. He's so great to work with, and we always appreciate his support. BJ, we had a $500 donation from Patrick Fee. You ever heard of him? Say, who's that? Right now, we are going to jump to Joshua Briscoe, who is hanging out with us on Friday and Saturday here at Holiday Distillery. Joshua Briscoe, what are you doing here?
I am having a wonderful time here is what I'm doing, step one. Step two is I'm having what I'm calling the diabetic Grinch. I think Maddie Lane may be familiar
we're in here.
with the original version. This is the sugar-free Sprite in here. So we're pancreas-friendly, and it has been an absolute delight to be
Love
here
my
today.
pancreas.
I'm here today and tomorrow, and I got to tell you, if you are considering these super chat donations, I think tomorrow is going to be a very special day. I am here with KCSN, of course, to bring the weird. And I have a whole car full of things for us to do that tomorrow, while today we get to sit here for an amazing day of Chiefs draft picks, hopefully several of them.
And also bourbon.
And, bourbon and lots of other
Lots
things.
of bourbon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm having a great day.
So Josh was a bad influence for me. I said this year I was going to be better than last year, and then Josh came and he's like, hey, Matt, let's do whatever you did last year because that looked like a good time. Yeah. And so here we are.
Well, at least it's Friday and not Thursday this time
right.
around. So
obviously, no one's here for my draft analysis. They're here for my vibes.
That's true.
And my vibes are lifted by the diabetic Grinch.
yeah, your vibes are about 2/3 of the way finished there, is what I see.
This shirt may be off by the end of the evening.
Which one?
Both of them.
I can't tell you how much fun it is to have to partner with Holiday Distillery. They take such great care of us here when we do this every single year at the distillery. They are just so hospitable, and they're just so great to us, and we really appreciate all of them. You also see Patrick Mahomes, or as I call him, Flat Trick Mahomes, hanging out with us back here. He's not falling over tonight, and it's not just because Josh Simmons is now his left tackle. It's also because
You're
the
not
wind is
saving
not
this.
a factor.
You can stop because we got to make fun of what you tried. You can just stop. We have to get on top of this. No, we're not doing Flat Trick Mahomes. Okay, he fell down yesterday, and we were lost at what was happening.
Everyone was so confused.
We were in the chat like,
fun of us.
what happened to Patrick Mahomes?
Patrick
Is he
Mahomes
on the
fell
draft
down.
tripping over himself? Did he tear his?
What do you mean?
Never mind.
Patrick Mahomes
Not even
fell
going to
down?
say it.
Hey,
But
Tom, can we get Joseph Jackson's question put up on the screen? I just want to answer it for him because I saw a super chat from him come in.
Was the offense not a little two-dimensional last year?
Oh,
I think Kent has a
That's
point.
good. See, that's good.
and while he's
That's good. Teach Kent your ways.
There you go, Maddie.
All right, awesome.
Matt,
Joseph,
I've been trying for years.
would you be interested in Hall from the Jets if he's available? Who we think is this? Bryce or
Brees Hall,
Brees Hall.
the former Wichita, Kansas native.
Okay,
Brees Hall.
that's where you're going with that.
Yeah.
I think
What do you think?
Iowa State. I thought you were just messing that up.
No,
Okay.
no, he's literally from Wichita.
Okay.
Brother.
No.
What high school?
Wichita
Whoa.
Heights, of course. I
Nick.
don't know.
What'd you say,
producer
Nick?
Nick was all over it.
You put him on
He's
the
not all
spot,
over
and
it.
it's not working.
He just yelled something at
Hey,
me.
before you answer that, shout out our guy Jay Binkley.
Wichita
We love you, buddy.
Northwest.
Hope you're doing well. Thanks for jumping in, and we see you. Appreciate you, man.
Okay, so anyway,
Love you,
Joseph, if Brees Hall was available, I don't know. I don't know if I would trade assets for a running back who's already lost 2 years of his rookie contract, right? I think that's the big benefit of a rookie running back is you have them very cheap for 2 years. Missing out on 2 years of that, especially for a running back like Brees Hall, who as a rookie showed a high-end ceiling, you probably aren't getting away with getting him for a steal. So I don't know if Brees Hall would be my favorite trade to make for.
Well, it's actually he's through 3 years of his.
Oh,
contract,
okay, so I'm even a
so
year off.
You're trading for a running back that you're getting for 1 season, and then you're having to pay. And by the way,
Oh, with
that
Josh here, I might want to do this actually. Let's see his reaction.
Whoa! We're getting a running back tonight, fellas. I think we can live with this. It's okay. I last night had a panic attack about running back at 32, and they got Josh Simmons, and I'm happy with that, and that's okay.
yeah,
Whatever happens from here is fine.
Josh, let's hear your Josh Simmons takes. What are they?
Ooh, I would say that here's the thing that I think is getting overblown in the conversation. every first round pick outside of the top 10 has risk of some sort.
Agreed.
Obviously, with Simmons, it's an injury risk. With Felix and Udike Uzama, it was a development risk.
Yeah.
With Clyde Edwards-Helaire, it was a position value risk.
Yes.
So I think you're always going to find that at 32. If you're able to
Xavier
do that,
Worthy, it was a cheeseburger risk.
absolutely. Xavier Worthy was a may die on the field risk that I wasn't, was a little bit alarming. I love the Worthy pick. I can't pretend I didn't.
I know.
But with Simmons, I understand it's a little bit of a look. We just saw Bink out here in the comments. I understand the like red shirt year as a rookie first round pick is a little bit disappointing, but Felix was that guy. And I think with Simmons, you see the ceiling, and that's what I'm buying right now. I think it makes a ton of sense at 32. If they would have traded up to 22, I would have been a lot more alarmed by the pick. But you move back, you get a 5th round pick, and you get a guy that has legit like top 15 left tackle sort of ceiling, maybe even higher than that, top 10. I don't know. I'm really cool with that. I would have enjoyed Luther Burton last night. I also enjoyed Josh Simmons. Those were the only 2 guys on the board at that point who I would have been excited about.
So I part of the Josh Simmons evaluation is obviously some of the injury risks associated with him and some of the concerns about the patella injury. Funnily enough, if they had traded up for him, I think that would have, I don't know if it's false confidence or whatever you would say, but it's like, oh, well, they're confident. They feel very good about the evaluation on the medical side of it. So they're not worried, and they're willing to give up extra assets because they know that the evaluation is clean enough for them to be able to go and make the selection. So it's kind of like this weird outside looking in perspective where you go, well, they clearly were super confident. So like, there's almost like if they had traded up, it would have been a little bit of not false confidence necessarily, but just like an added layer to all of the consideration with the pick itself.
Right.
And it's almost like if him falling at 32 makes you at least wonder a little bit, like maybe even a little bit more concerned necessarily, even though I'm not concerned at all.
I get that. And I think even like the Jeremy Fowler thing from last night about it being like more teams were worried about the character concerns.
Mm-hmm.
That was a little bit strange to me. And again, we're like the Chiefs at 32 get to make that decision if that's a player they are willing to take on.
Right.
And we've seen, like, look, to pick people from recent history, the Chiefs did not decide to bring in George Pickens, right? Like that was an option they had, and it was taken off the board for them, I think, because the fit wasn't quite right. I hope every other NFL team was worried about the maturity issues of Josh Simmons because the Chiefs clearly weren't. And so to your point, Kent, I do think that's worthwhile. But for me, you basically get to hedge your bet by moving back one spot for a 5th round pick. You say, look, this is our guy. The Eagles had their guy, and they wanted to make sure they got up. And I think what we I'm reading between the lines here a little bit, but I think what we learned from the Chiefs is that they would have moved back with a number of other teams, potentially moving back further than just 32, which is why the Eagles decided to meet that ask from Brett Veach. Overall, I think it's good process. They brought Josh Simmons in. They met with Josh Simmons at the Combine. They've gone through every step of the way. And look, no draft pick has ever been more closely tied to Rick Burkholder than Josh Simmons has already been. This will be an athletic training staff pick. But if Josh Simmons is the guy that we saw at Ohio State, this is a top 15, top 10 left tackle kind of prospect who the Chiefs never would have seen at 31 or 32 anytime soon.
It's an opportunity for them to get a player that never hits free agency.
Yes.
That never winds up, like you said, even in striking distance of the Chiefs.
Yes.
And so that, from that perspective, it's an amazing selection. And like I think you use the word process, and I think that's exactly right.
Yes.
From a process perspective, if you have a 50, and I saw some stats from, I don't know if it's the most reliable medical source ever, but it's a 54%, return to playing at a capable level from a patellar injury. There's 2 things I want to say about that. One, the Chiefs are drafting him in the middle of that process where, maybe there's the 53% chance for any player that comes out of that injury. The Chiefs are getting to make that decision well beyond that 53% odds.
Yes.
And so when you're talking about it from like that perspective, maybe it's an 80% chance. Maybe it's 85. By all the indications, he's well ahead of the curve there, but they're not having to pay the price of knowing that, or finding that out after they've made the selection. They're getting to make that decision after this injury has even occurred. So I would say the odds are even higher than that.
But I hate to do this,
but I'm right.
No, you don't.
No, even worse. I have to give a little bit of credit to Seth Kaiser, Because as we were talking about this on Tuesday over on Only Weird Games, he kind of made the point that, like, look, there are only so many logical landing spots for Josh Simmons.
Yes.
Where, like, the Texans would make a lot of sense in terms of needing to continue adding to their offensive line.
Yeah.
But they need someone who they know is going to protect TJ Stroud week 1. And Andy Reid and Brett Veach sounded optimistic. Josh Simmons sounded a little bit optimistic, but I don't need him to play in 2025 for this pick to potentially work out. And
Sure.
if he does, I'm willing to take that too if he has the Trey Smith, Creed Humphrey training camp experience. But if he doesn't play till next year, the Chiefs have 2 decent actual starting tackles in the lineup right now. They didn't have last year. They had 1 last year. So I am buying, again, the process of all of that. And again, I think Simmons in part was falling because if you're the Commanders, you want to make sure you're addressing that O-line now. If you're Houston, you want to address that O-line now. The Chiefs addressed it with Jalen Moore in free agency, and now I think you have a guy with an even higher ceiling coming in as a draft pick for the next 5 years.
Well, and let's add another layer.
Shout out Daniel Miller.
Thank you, Daniel. Oh yeah, thank you. It's the Swede, man. It was great seeing you at the golf tournament last year. Appreciate you, man.
$5, and I'll zoom in on whatever you want.
Oh,
Pause.
No
No,
pause. Full
no.
go. No pause.
But Briscoe,
Got the
let me
legs out.
posit something else to you here.
Hit me.
Is the Jalen Moore contract and a 54% chance of getting a NFL starting caliber left tackle at pick 32 worth it?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what I was going to point to with process, right?
Yes.
You know?
Where if you look at what they did last year's process was a trade up in the second round and Wanye Morris. That was the process. This year, the process is a real contract for Jalen Moore and a first round pick with Simmons.
And to be fair, last year that process was, we're back-to-back Super Bowl champs. We can get cute here.
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And look, I was in one of my like bold predictions on Weird Games on Tuesday was the Chiefs would not take an offensive lineman in the first 3 rounds, which was obviously wrong. Because I thought Josh Simmons would probably go. I would have taken the under on 24, maybe, right? Because I thought other teams may have seen the vision, which again is to Seth's point that not every team was in position to take and wait on Simmons.
We were talking. I'll just like when we were doing the stuff last night, we identified like pick 16 was like a big swing for us where we were looking at it. Like if the Cardinals don't draft a tackle here, we felt pretty good about how the board was sitting in the back, and which was terrifying because there was a whole second half of the draft to go.
Yeah.
But you to your point, you look at like all the teams stacking up, and then we even started looking like, okay, so who could trade up? Who could trade up ahead of the Chiefs for this guy? And it wasn't like a ton of great options. You know, it didn't seem like there was a ton of logical leaps to be made. You talk about the Texans, they're looking for culture in their offensive line. They've literally stated culture as a guy with some off-field concerns or whatever. Football
Are you
character
saying that a
concerns.
pure septum is not what they're looking for?
I guess.
I considered offering a Pierce Septum for the fundraising this year. I didn't put it on the board yet.
How
hold
excited
on.
are you that the Chiefs starting left tackle does have a Pierce Septum?
You know what I'm really excited about, Kent, is the fact that we're all agreeing at this point that the best left tackle the Chiefs have had since Eric Fisher was the guy with a foxtail. So that, to me, like I am 2 for 2 on the aesthetics of the left tackle position.
What was
I
the
have
overlap?
been right.
The overlap there is it's close, right?
Wrong.
Right?
Yeah.
And like, don't say that to Kent because he is non-Orlando Brown fan. Like, it's
Why would I want to pay 120% of the contract?
yeah. Why would you
for
want your
a
left tackle
mid-level
position to be
tackle?
fixed?
To be competent
Right,
for a few
why
years?
would you
Why
want
would you
your
want
left?
that?
I don't know why you want your left tackle to be good just because he has a foxtail. But anyhow, no.
I never expected Kent to understand my fashion choices.
I mean, I love your lobster pants.
I appreciate that. I think those might have gotten donated in recent years.
The NFL draft is about to start for day 2. I think we are waiting for the Cleveland Browns to come up on the clock. So we're getting close to starting this. Listen, I wanted to ask a question of both of you while you're still here. Was this the easiest pick for the Chiefs to make? Like just in the grand scheme, since Brett Veach has taken over, was this the easiest, the most obvious pick, the biggest hole, the most important position with the best play? Was this the easiest pick he's had to make since he's taken over?
I think so. I'll let Briscoe, I'll let you give your take first, and then I'll finish.
I sent this out like an hour before the Chiefs were ever on the clock. I said all of my Chiefs draft takes have the asterisk of depending on what the Chiefs think about the medicals of Josh Simmons. Yeah. And if they got a clean bill of health, then yeah, Maddie, I think it was.
I think Worthy's got to be right there just because like Andy sees speed and like he just sees red, right? Like it's just all that happens. So Worthy's maybe a close 2.
Well,
but
I think the fact that they traded up for Worthy also kind of speaks a little bit to like if I'm looking at both, which I think the last 2 are. But if I'm looking at it, I'm saying, well, the Chiefs felt like they had to move up a little bit to go get him.
Yeah.
Letting Josh Simmons fall to them, and also and getting a 5th-round pick out of it
from Howie.
Most logical, easy. I mean, like everyone's like, hey, yeah, you picked Josh Simmons. You thought Josh. That seemed like the most logical addition for this team at this point, right? This felt like the one that made the most sense, especially where things were trending. You weren't starting to see the momentum for Josh Simmons, where you might in other situations start seeing some momentum for a specific player, or heading into the draft. That sizzle never really existed for Simmons, and so the lack of sizzle and the lack of him getting pushed up into some of these mocks kind of made you create or feel a sense that okay, this could legitimately happen. Kind of the same way it happened with Worthy too.
Yep.
You were waiting to see okay, when does Xavier Worthy start flying up into the 19s, 20, low teens, high 20s? Did a little bit, but not enough to say, oh, well, he's definitely making, he's definitely going high. And that's where you kind of started to see a lot of momentum from the perception of Chiefs fans going, oh, maybe there really is a chance at Xavier Worthy. I think it's the same with Simmons. It just started to feel like at some point this was an opportunity for value, an opportunity for need to really perfectly align, especially when you're looking at what was going on in the back half of the first round.
Ooh. Hey, the Cleveland Browns are officially on the board. We're actually a minute or two behind on this one, but the Cleveland Browns are officially on the clock. We are waiting for their picks. I just want to say, hey, day 2 of the NFL draft has officially started.
Let's go.
We're over here just chatting. We're over here being chatty Cathys, and things are going on. The draft has started. We appreciate all of you guys that have tuned in here with us to listen, hang out with us as we talk about the draft. We go through this, talk about, all these picks that are coming off the board. They're not all picks made by the Chiefs. Shocking, I know. But they all have an impact on the Chiefs. So we will clearly angle everything that we are saying based on what it does for the Chiefs, what that means for them. So, while you're being nosy and figuring out what everybody – what's up, Tuck? Get in here.
Oh, hi, Tuck.
Hey, everybody. I can't see a monitor, so we've got an announcement to make.
Oh, hey, we got an announcement to make. Why don't you put the headset on, Tuck?
Yeah, Tuck, put the
headset
on.
Come over here. Yeah, just sit where Maddie is or right there by Maddie. Here, Maddie, get out for a second. Let Tucker sit there.
So this is fun because nobody has any idea what's going on except for me and Nick right now, producer behind the scenes. So this is the first time we've ever done this. We talk a lot about KCSN and what we've been able to build over the last 4 years and everybody being a part of this and making it possible. No more important people to what we've done at KCSN than Tucker Franklin, which is why he is the first ever KCSN Employee of the Year. And it comes with a $1,000 bonus.
Let's go! Go get it.
I play so much Minecraft with that.
Oh,
Tucker,
dude.
put the headset on and give us a speech right now.
Yeah, we need a speech before things get started. What you got
Put
for
the
us?
headset back on.
Let's go, Tuck. What you got to say? You don't even have to sit down.
Yeah, no,
We can see your whole body.
I've been I'm incredibly honored for this massive trophy.
Hell yeah!
This is a phenomenal inscription. Thank you all. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Academy. I'd like to thank God and my family. I would like to thank
Josh Simmons' knee.
Tucker's not jacked enough. Nobody here at this company has more goodwill. Nobody in sports media is more beloved than Tucker D. Franklin.
This is actually
and the G stands for deserving.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What you're seeing is somebody that's not used to a lot of praise and does not know how to handle it. Because
Yeah,
he's such a
that's
good
true.
dude.
That's
That's
true.
exactly what's happening.
Whose
And
fault is that?
all of our fault.
Yes.
Thank you, Tuck. We
What
love
just
you, buddy.
fell?
You're a great Tuck.
Thank you.
Thank
Should
you,
I-
Tucker.
Should I hold it like this?
Can I brag while Tucker's holding a trophy?
Yeah, I'd love for you to brag.
Tucker was an intern on Almost Entirely Sports with Joshua Briscoe.
That's true.
The most cursed radio show that's ever touched the airwaves in Kansas City, the greater Kansas City area. And this dude has been an absolute all-star since he was in college. I did not know BJ was coming out with a trophy and a bonus. There There is no one. I'm telling you, KCSN viewers, no one is more deserving of that than Tucker D. Franklin. I don't know. BJ, you can tell me. I think you just told us with the trophy. I don't know that any of this works without Tucker, but I know for sure I don't work without Tucker.
It does not work.
Dude is a star.
Oh, Kent. Oh,
Josh,
no.
time to shine. I know we're praising Tucker right now, but this is your time to shine.
All right, hey, so our plan is that to push every single pick to Joshua Briscoe to make the announcement.
My
Look
pick
at
is
the
Tucker
TV.
D.
Just look at the TV.
With the 33rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, since the Cleveland Browns select linebacker Carson Swessinger, UCLA.
Hey, there's no surprises for me here. I thought there was a chance that Carson Swessinger could sneak into the first round.
I love Tucker Franklin.
This is I think this is a really easy evaluation when you're looking at the linebacker position. Carson Swessinger was a walk-on at UCLA, worked his way up.
Josh is crying. He's weeping openly.
Carson Swessinger worked his way up into an opportunity to be where he's at today. Finally gets an opportunity on the defensive side of the ball outside of just special teams. He's a special athlete, 242 pounds. And in a class where there's a lot of tiny linebackers, getting a guy with that kind of size that can also move and cover the way that he can, that's a 3-down linebacker in the modern NFL. So this is a tremendous pick by the Cleveland Browns. I'm not surprised that he's getting selected this high. This is somebody. If you told me that the Chiefs traded up to get into the 40s, I'd be absolutely thrilled with. There is Tucker Trophy Cam. Look at that beautiful boy right there.
Is this it's like a producer cam almost a little bit. I gotta peek through some lights.
Yep.
But we're good. We're cooking back here.
Pick is in for the Houston Texans as well.
Do you have it?
So we're keeping an eye on that.
I love the chat. I want them to know that I love the chat.
Well, everyone loves Tucker.
Thank you, guys. I do appreciate everything.
We all love you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Even
when I don't. When
you refuse to watch Iowa versus Josh Simmons.
I just want my football player I drafted in the first round to be able to play football right now. But that's okay. That's fine. That's all right. That's okay. It's a risk,
You're
right?
losing
Right,
all
Maddie?
the
It's a risk.
goodwill right now.
Listen, I've heard about 7 hours worth of convincing.
BJ wasn't there, but Ken has tried ever since I woke up this morning to convince me that this was a good pick. And he's not working. It's not getting there. And that's actually making me not like it more.
I've heard the same conversation for 7 hours straight from Kent to Tucker.
Thank you, Chris, for your super chat. You're
Just
the man.
bend the
Joseph,
knee.
thank you. I'm not going to.
You guys are the best.
I
Ryan, shout out Ryan too. Also got a super chat in there for a Tucker appreciation post.
Hey, Joshua Briscoe, I have the 34th pick if you want to make that announcement. You can check out PFF College.
I can't.
I want to hear the
I don't have the pick yet. Who has the pick yet?
PFF College.
We're at the podium.
Okay, yeah, this is better. This is good.
I'm gonna message you.
With
Why?
The
It's coming up on the
34th pick
TV.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans
Shedeur
select.
Sanders. I messed up. I'm joking. Sorry.
No, go.
The Houston Texans select
Oh gosh.
wide receiver Jaden Higgins, Iowa State.
Yeah.
Guys, this is already moving faster than yesterday. Ticker's going to be hard. I'm going to tell you that right now, Chad. Ticker's going to be tough.
Yeah. So Jaden Higgins goes before Luther Burden.
Ooh, yeah. Tuck's not a fan of that.
We had Burton ranked higher in the KCSN draft guide as a player, but like we were pretty high on Jaden. This is a range that's not surprising, I don't think, to us when we're looking at like how we rank the KCSN draft guide.
Ooh, you think the Texans have a type? Who is Jaden Higgins' most common high in comp?
It's like a Nico Collins.
Nico Collins-esque. Where does he go to the Texans? Now, I don't think
the Magic.
a lot of people. I don't think a lot of people had them as like a major landing spot for him. A lot of people had the Texans as more of a slot wide receiver and underneath separating wide receiver because Tank Nell with this injury, we don't know when he'll come back. They lose Stephon Diggs in the offseason. So you would think they might want somebody with a complementary skill set to a Nico Collins, and Jaden Higgins is more similar. But hey, if it worked once, it might work twice, right? And so like that seems to be what they're going for. I don't think it's a bad pick at all.
No, and I mean maybe they want to just try to depart as much as they can from some of these tiny wide receivers that have hurt them a little bit with Tank Dell's injuries the last couple of years. So maybe they're looking for something else. The Seattle Seahawks have now traded with the Tennessee Titans. The Tennessee Titans are trading back significantly.
Is this?
They're going from 35 to 52.
Yep.
They're also accumulating an extra third-round pick, which they lost because they traded it to the Kansas City Chiefs, and it wound up being one of the best sixth-round picks you could possibly get.
82 overall here. Seattle moved up to 35 in exchange for 52 and 82.
Yes.
Wow, that's a big trade up. Seattle loves who's left.
Seattle loves who's left, and also the Titans are trying to accumulate assets to just try to build.
Is this
that
a
roster.
Will Johnson move?
Yeah,
I know
that's
there's a lot of talk about his injuries and stuff like that. I'm just trying to think of like the best players available that might be left that would be worthy of this move. We're talking about Mike McDonald, who came from the Baltimore system, and how did they make their team? They just drafted the best values at every single spot.
Yep.
Talk about a team that I don't know if Seattle needs another cornerback, but they could obviously use one with McDonald. I wonder if this is a Will Johnson or a Mike Green spot. I would say two guys that are highest up left on the consensus board that are available. Seattle could use help at both corner or defensive end. So I'm intrigued to see where this goes. Mind-blowing would be Luther Burden to add to the all-slot wide receiver room. The Seattle Seahawks have more slot wide receivers than the Chiefs do right now.
Hey, Maddie, I think if that's the move, you're just going to have to start getting over it, too.
Over what?
That everyone wants just a bunch of slot receivers.
I don't know if Seattle is the barometer for what everybody wants.
Well,
I feel like Seattle in everything is definitely the outlier.
The Bucs just did it, too, though. So now you're gonna have to cope. I mean, maybe this is where
Tampa and Seattle control the world, is what you're telling me.
I'm fascinated. I know we're one step or one pick away, but like Cleveland's back on the clock again. Like I'm fascinated to see what they do.
You're asking me to
there.
do too much thinking right now.
I know. This is just where my brain goes. This is just where my brain goes, but. We'll see what the Seattle Seahawks are up to. I do think you're probably right. This is them willing to move up aggressively for one of those top tier players that they didn't think was going to be there. Mike Green.
Since we've been live, we haven't reset the consensus board. So let me do that here real quick. Right, the best available. Oh, never mind.
Oh, there is a pick. Hold on. It's a safety, but I don't know what safety.
Okay, well I'm going to read the best available players. This is helpful. Will Johnson,
great dropping.
Cornerback from Michigan. Mike Green, edge rusher from Marshall.
It's not him.
Shador Sanders, a quarterback from Colorado, is available. Luther Burden, wide receiver from Missouri. Donovan Izaraku, Boston College edge. Do you have the pick finally?
I just saw it.
Do you have the actual player, or do you just have the position?
No, it's the player now.
A time zone.
This one's going to be a challenge for Josh Briscoe. I can't wait.
No.
Yeah. Come on.
I don't have it yet, Kent. I don't know where it is. I got a couple of picks open. I got my whole
PFF College. Go to PFF
Kent's
College.
Looking at Slick Rick.
PFF College is the account tipping picks this year.
Kent's looking at like at NFL draft picks 1, 2, 3 on Twitter for his draft
Uncle
league.
Rico 69-420.
They took Kyle Hamilton?
No,
are you
they
sure?
got their
Are
Kyle
you
Hamilton.
sure about that?
They got their Kyle Hamilton. You want me
With
to
the 35th, God. With the 35th overall pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, according to PFF_college, the Seattle Seahawks select South Carolina defensive back Nick Emanwari.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Ooh, he crushed that one.
Thank
An
you.
aggressive move up for Nick Emanwari.
Egg on your face, Kent.
That sucks for you.
The Seahawks.
Embarrassing.
Hey, I don't think these guys play entirely the same, but the Seahawks.
Yikes.
The Seahawks saw Cam Chancellor, a big, giant, massive, safety in the secondary in Seattle, and now they get a big, giant safety in the secondary again that maybe isn't quite the same.
Yeah, that's what they got.
They don't play the same. They don't play the same, but they're both big.
Can I ask you guys a quarterback
Golly,
question just to fill some time here?
I
Because I
guess.
can feel Kent flailing.
I can't.
Yeah, you gotta let him swim.
He was
That
flustered because
happens.
I zoomed all the way in on his face.
If you guys didn't know, we're at Holiday Distillery.
Yeah,
He
we
kept
are.
pausing after saying big, and it was just.
Here's a shot of caffeine to the conversation. Jordan Schultz tweeted, there's a growing belief that Louisville quarterback Tyler Shuck has a legitimate chance to be the first quarterback selected tonight ahead of Colorado Shedeur Sanders, if you're confused as to who Shedeur Sanders was. What do you guys think about that?
Well, it might be at Cleveland right here because there has been some buzz connecting Tyler Shuck to Cleveland.
There's some big voices supporting Shedeur Sanders, though. So.
Sandals.
Chat,
I want to know about Shadeur's
Chat
sandals.
says Judkins is gone. Chat is saying Judkins.
Whoa, what?
Yeah,
All right, hold
you
on.
just go to Jordan Schultz to find the pick, Josh.
I'm on his timeline, man. I'm a little sleepy. I'm sorry.
Man, the chat is all over this shit. Holy
The
cow.
chat's pretty quick. They were quick last night.
I
too.
guess I'll just let the chat give me
PFF
the
college
picks.
is on fire if you're not following.
According to Jordan
The first
Schultz
time
and-
I've ever complimented PFF.
According to Jordan Schultz, PFF College and the KCSN comment feed with the number 36th overall pick, the Cleveland Browns have selected Ohio State running back Quinshon Judkins.
This has been a debate that's been going on between us, Maddie and myself, Travion versus Quinshon Judkins. This is actually the range that we've had both of these guys. It's 36 and 38, I believe. I think we had Quinshon Judkins at the 36th ranked player in the KCSN draft guide. He goes 36 to the Cleveland Browns.
If I was Petty and you, I would call you up for saying Judkins instead of Judkins every
It's
single time.
Judkins. I didn't say Judd.
Okay.
No Jun.
I said
no
was.
junk.
I think this is. I mean, it's a good pick. I think Quinshon Judkins is a good back that can. I think he can be your 3-down back, right? So I think this makes a lot of sense for the Cleveland Browns, who are looking to find the replacement for Nick Chubb going forward. They aren't looking for just a dynamic rotational back. And I know a lot of Chiefs fans are going to be upset with me because I think I'm the black sheep on this one. I'm the outlier on this. I think Trayvon Hill is very good. I just think he's a dynamic 3rd-down type of running back that you don't want to hand the ball off 20 times to in a game. You don't want to have him be your down 1, down 2 running back. And so this makes sense to me for the Browns. You get one of the most explosive running backs if you're going to look at combine testing or even some on-field metrics. You get him in round 2. Pick makes sense. I think it's a good pick for them. Unfortunate for the Chiefs because I like him. I wish that he would have fallen all the way to the end of round 2. Obviously did not happen. And so here we are, Josh is over there wiping sweat off his brow, and we have one running back off the board as we get through round 2.
Yeah, there's like one. Well, actually, maybe there isn't one running back left that we think could go in the 2nd round because if they fly off quickly, then Damian Martinez might just wind up being pick 63 for the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll see what happens here. Quinshon Judkins. Judkins goes pick
This
36
time.
to the Cleveland Browns. I got it right the first
You can
time.
misspeak once in a
No,
while. It's
I
okay.
didn't
It's
do it.
allowed.
I didn't do it.
Craig does it, and he's great.
Okay, Scourton.
Yeah, that was bad. That one was bad.
I'm sorry I let you guys go the whole podcast by saying Scourton, and at the end of it be like, oh, and by the way.
You let him taint my thought of score. I knew what it was, and you let him convince me that it was wrong.
Just because he said the word taint doesn't mean we have to pause.
It's a real word, Kent.
Taint is a real word. It's not just the area.
What area?
The area.
Well,
The area of the country.
Appreciate everybody hanging out with us
St. Louis.
tonight.
This is a Saturday podcast already.
We appreciate
I'm going to say right now, if you watch any of the TV broadcasts on Saturday, you're a bum.
look.
clip it. So, Chad, clip
You
that.
don't
Chad,
know
clip
what
that.
you're doing if you are
Chad, clip
watching.
that.
Look, there's been a lot of attempts to try to spice up day 3 of the NFL draft by the big broadcasts. We are not going to have zoo animals announcing picks here on KCSN. But what I can
swear
tell
to
you,
heaven, if I can catch an opossum, I'm going to do it.
We're no nonsense.
that's not a zoo animal. That is a live feral animal.
I don't think there's a single zoo that has an opossum.
I've seen a raccoon in a zoo.
There is not going to be a
Eating
better.
the trash doesn't count.
Really?
There will not be a better place for Chiefs fans to watch day 3 of the NFL draft than what we have going at KC Sports Network, and Josh Briscoe is ensuring that.
I think day
I
2
believe
is
that.
going to be great. I think day 2
Day
is
2 is already off
great
to a
start.
tremendous start thanks to our lovely friends at Holiday Distillery.
Yeah, you guys made me be serious yesterday.
Yeah,
I didn't play
I'm really glad Briscoe wasn't here yesterday.
Me too. There would have been no use for me yesterday. I'm here for a little bit of today and all of tomorrow, and that's the point.
You say a little bit, but like I have a feeling you might be standing there for a while.
Well,
But
no,
that-
I mean, I'm here. Like, I'm staying here tonight. BJ, is it okay for me to announce the Friday night activity that we discussed earlier in the week? I was announcing it to the guys earlier, and they were confused. Tonight, I'm watching Draft Day for the first time. Maddie Lane has never seen Draft Day.
Correct.
Did you know that, BJ Kissel? Get in here.
You've never seen it either?
Absolutely not. I would not taint something so sorry, Kent. I would not taint something so sacred to me and spoil the draft with that
I
movie.
think I explained to Josh that it's not a bad movie if you know
BJ.
nothing about football. Or
Yeah.
how
Oh,
anything
yeah.
works.
Yeah.
I think it's just a fine,
Hey,
it's a movie.
I'm going to ask you a question, and this won't spoil anything, but do you think that Brant Tillis knows Andy Reid's terminology from a playbook perspective?
Yes.
You think he would be able to reel off a play call? You think the cap guy would be able to reel off a play call and know what it
He
means?
sits in all those meetings. Like he's sitting in all those
This is a
meetings.
crazy
standing
conversation.
on the sideline during practices. Just,
But what do you
just
know what
by
it
immersed-
means?
immersing himself. Anybody would be able to pick up the language from being around the way that those guys talk.
There's a difference
I
between
can hear
language
much
and
better.
actually knowing what's going on. Do you
I
think
don't
Brant
know.
Tillis would be like, okay, so this is a
He answered that.
You can ask me like 9 different ways. I think
This
he
was
could.
him with Josh Simmons.
7
today.
hours of this.
I mean, this was him just like
Yeah.
rattling, like just berating me with Josh Simmons, just rephrasing
Tucker,
it
let
over
me
and
be
over.
honest with you real quick. Let me just explain it this way.
But like once you're on that staff, like you're on the football side at training camp, like you're standing on the sidelines during practice talking with.
well,
About whatever.
maybe draft day is more realistic because the cat person on the Cleveland Browns staff just knew all the terminology. Like
We have draft news.
yeah.
The Raiders have traded up to pick 37 with are trading pick 37 to the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins have traded up to pick 37 with the Las Vegas Raiders.
I have a feeling PFF College is probably going to be on this pick.
I can hear. That's good. I don't even remember why I came over here.
I don't really
Draft
know
day,
why.
the
Friday
draft
night.
day.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were gonna. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, well, originally we were gonna do the teaser for the live shows, and you were gonna do the Rich Eisen spiel. Like that was the whole idea, and it was like, hey, have you ever seen Draft Day?
Albert Breer has the pick.
The over the top.
Okay.
Hey, Kent, nobody cares. Stick to the bit, Kent.
Tell your way.
Oh
Move
my
on, Kent.
gosh.
First
That's,
year?
that's very Kent-like.
I do.
That's very Kent.
Okay, Hollywood.
Yeah, it is.
Chop, chop.
If the Dolphins are taking Luther Burden, that was worth it. If not, shut up.
Oh, if they are, I'm gonna be so pissed.
It's not.
This whole thing's gonna melt down.
Dude, you just want to say the pick so we can move on with the bit?
Jonas Savayanea.
Oh my gosh, you interrupted us for that?
Good job, Kent. Anyway, BJ, where were you at?
I just want to put this out there so everybody knows that Saturday, the plans that this gentleman next to me that I think is going to come up with for the stream tomorrow, already different. and I'm not going to be here.
So
I
this
told some friends of mine that watch the stream who text me when things go on, do not text me about what's going on Saturday because I have no idea what's going on.
My
what's
favorite
gonna
thing.
happen.
My favorite thing was me and BJ were on the phone probably like 2 weeks ago, and we were talking about Saturday of the draft, and it was like, we need more. BJ's like, you know what? We need more weird. I don't get it.
We do.
He's like, I don't get it, but we need more weird. So let's just do some weird stuff on Saturday. I was like, yes,
We
let's
got
go.
some weird ideas. I went to a leadership. Tucker and I went, and Jillian went.
Awesome.
And so
Awesome
it was a
event, yeah.
leader cast event that Jesse Cole from the Savannah Bananas was there speaking, and it just
See how much stuff I've
think
typed?
completely different about the way that people do things and are entertained and just So I was like, let's get weird. We need to get
Absolutely.
weird.
Let's party.
Let's have some fun.
Let Maddie wear a
It's not my
cutoff.
personality, but that doesn't mean that it can't be entertained.
No, I mean, I think for the draft show, especially on Saturday, that's what we need. I think we're off to a great start today, honestly.
The vibes are immaculate right now.
I mean, I think this is what we need.
Josh just took his shirt off.
Okay.
We good?
Yeah, we're great.
We're better now.
This is exactly what. Okay, well, we need a single cam now. Oh, he's running.
That lasted. Oh no!
Keep it up. Keep it up.
For those that think it was staged to talk about the show getting weird, and then Josh comes on with his shirt off, that was not planned.
Woo! Okay, so that was one of your guys that just went off the board, Kent. I'll be the savior here. You were okay with the Chiefs maybe taking Savanea at the end of round 2 as an interior offensive lineman because the Chiefs didn't have enough of them.
Well, I think if you're looking at him going pick 37, I think the talent and the ability warrants just considering him pick 63 and making him a best 5 eventually down the road, because a lot of people want to kick him outside or kick him inside rather. But like he's got decent arm length, so maybe he's a right tackle solution for you down the road. Maybe he's a best 5 for you down the road. Jawan Taylor is going to be, probably done in Kansas City after 2025. So like if you're talking about an option to insulate yourself on the offensive line, like I would have taken him. Now you don't really even get close to the opportunity. He goes pick 37 because he's a really good football player. I think he would have been fine as a right tackle, and he still might be fine as a right tackle at the next level. But Jonas Savayanea moves on. I'm kind of curious about one thing. We kind of glossed it over. Houston took Jaden Higgins, right?
That's true.
So we focused on Houston as an option on the offensive line, trying to address the offensive line. They don't even go offensive line with their first pick.
Yeah, I so remember who the Houston Texans took in the first round of this draft.
This was the first pick. They
Oh, so
traded
they
out.
traded back, didn't they?
They traded out with I was just updating it with
The Jackson Dart pick, right?
The Giants, yeah.
Mhm.
So they got 34 from the Giants where they picked Jaden Higgins.
So they don't
That's the
even
first pick.
they don't even take offensive
So they
line,
just don't care about CJ Stroud's life.
I guess, or they feel
Good.
like they have a they feel like they have
don't.
options
They
down
don't.
down the board.
False.
They pick again at 58, so maybe they're looking to try to make a move on the offensive line at some point. And if they're going to go interior,
I mean,
like they can
Wide
probably hold it
receiver
on.
made a lot of sense for them. They needed somebody else to come in and help. Like, right, it's just Nico Collins. Tank Dell had one of the most devastating knee injuries that you can have. A lot worse than Josh Simmons that Tucker already hated. And Tank Dell's was worse than that, right? It was more, I mean, it was more gruesome. And we saw it, and it was late in the season. So you don't know when he's coming back. They needed help at wide receiver as well. So I don't mean that in any way negative. It's just they didn't have, I think everyone focused on offensive line because they lost Laramie Tunsil, right, into a trade, but they needed help elsewhere. And so they went out and did that. They did get CJ Stroud still some help, but yeah, we'll see what they come back with the interior offensive line or offensive line in general later.
I find it a little bit interesting that the Raiders traded out to allow the Dolphins to trade up for Jonas Savaianea, just because they're one of the teams that are so closely connected to Shedeur Sanders. And if they don't feel like there's a strong market for someone else to select them, maybe they just move back a little bit and they're just able to select them sometime later in the second round.
I have the trade comp, and it's kind of interesting.
Okay.
The Raiders that traded picks 37 and 143 to the Dolphins for 48, 98, and 135.
Mhm.
So it was a pick swap. The Raiders ended up getting three for two. They got a 3 for 2, but I mean they picked up 48 and 98. They picked up 2 top 100 picks for only 37. That tells me right there, Raiders aren't going quarterback. That tells me they don't have a strong interest in a Shedeur Sanders or a Tyler Shuck, right?
Or are they just not worried about it? Are they just not worried that
I don't think you trade back that far. I don't think you go back 11 picks.
The only pushback I'll say is like there's really two teams.
Have you checked PFF_college, Josh?
I'm working on it. Took me a second to get my shirt back on. I can't believe that happened on day 2.
Follow them for once.
It's very quick.
Shout we did get a super chat again for a second from somewhere that I saw. We had a couple of them for Briscoe and Charity from Wyoder. Shout out Joseph. Hey, I will do a lot of pass sets against farm animals. I just got to get back home.
Yes,
those farm animals are not
if somebody donates $150, I will tweet out the picture of Maddie and I at the gym this morning.
Oh, love
Will do that.
Love that.
Is it allowed?
$150.
Yeah, no, I had to keep my shirt on. That kicked me out.
Yeah,
Planet Fitness
we
doesn't
were at
like
Planet
it.
Fitness, so they
Planet Fitness
got
doesn't
some,
like
got
if you
some
go
strict
nips
rules.
out.
Doesn't Planet Fitness give like pizzas out on Fridays for people
Yes.
going to the gym?
They've never given me pizza when I went.
Have you asked?
Okay, so
I guess
I do have the pick for the New England
I'm on
Patriots.
PFF College and I don't have the pick yet.
Albert Breer.
All right. Okay, so there were 500 accounts. If you follow one of them, I might have the pick right.
Have you not
Refresh
followed
it.
Draft Leaks for 2069 yet, Josh?
I have. They have not given me any good information
That's
yet.
just Dirk.
With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots have selected Travion Henderson.
Okay, so pick 38 is actually perfectly aligned with what the Chiefs could give up 63 and 66 for. So I don't know if the Patriots were even willing to do this. Like, it always takes 2 to tango, but they had the draft capital. The Chiefs did have the draft capital with their first 2 selections to move up. That first tier of running backs is gone. So that first kind of like, depending on how you feel about Caleb Johnson, some people are higher on him than others. That first tier of running backs gone in the first 38 selections. And so now you kind of got to go from there, right? So
Can I ask you a running back question?
maybe.
Is that actually the end of the second tier of running backs? Do you have Genty on his own level, or is this actually was it a 3-man first tier?
That's
a good question.
That's a great question.
I'm a host.
You are a very good host.
Pro host.
Thank you.
Pro.
You're probably the best. Honestly, like, I'd say at KCSN, you might be the best one.
Josh Briscoe is the
considering
one.
my competition, it's either me or Tucker.
That's true.
I guess technically I do host a show.
Yeah.
It's really Verderam show, and I just kind of let him.
Or Nick, I guess. He's got a reigning Kevin.
That's true too.
That is true. He's gonna.
Well, there's a loaded list here. It's you versus like 3 or 4 other people.
There's a really good battle at the top.
I think you've named them all though.
I think so.
I think you have too.
No other hosts.
Josh Briscoe is the one person that would read my articles before I go on the radio show with them. So
That's
shout
true.
out to him for being the one viewer of my articles.
I loved it when you used to write.
Yeah.
Well, we've hit a lull here in this conversation. Yeah, so the Patriots, okay, that's
a ticker up.
That is probably the last running back that I think we, as a collective, and I'm gonna lump Josh in here with us because he helped us out with the draft guide. Very,
Briscoe wrote the running backs up, which is why they're all ranked 369.
I'll do punters next year.
Yeah,
perfect.
We need it.
They didn't have
Craig's out.
I think this but that kind of like with Judkins and Travion Henderson off the board, that kind of like ends the running backs I think we would be kind of happy for in round 2. We talked a lot about Damian Martinez. I know some people like Caleb Johnson, but I don't know if those are picks that we're excited for in round 2. So if you're the Chiefs should go running back early, like really early in this draft, you're probably tapped out now to feel good about it. And that's fine. Like if there was one position to get tapped out on early in this draft, it'd be running back, right, Josh?
That
your mic's off.
I feel like the like 133 as the floor for kind of the next pocket of running back. I turned it off. I'm sorry. I was taking a drink.
Bad. I threw it to you.
It's okay.
Why would you need to turn off that
I'm not a
mic
good host. This is why I'm not good at this.
You did great, Maddie. I was just fiddling with the flip here.
Don't fiddle with anything.
I think that the next couple of days are going to be the sweet spot, ideally. I really was afraid that it was going to be a running back last night. I think Simmons ends up being a completely logical answer at 32. I am totally on board with, honestly, either of the local running backs who have gotten a lot of hype to the Chiefs. I think either of those guys could be a really good answer for the Chiefs' problems right now. I do think, I know I'm mean, okay? I do think the Chiefs should take a running back either late in the third with their own third-round pick or tomorrow.
That's gross.
That feels to me like the right range for all of this. That's running through mock drafts. If there's a run on the running backs earlier, I wouldn't absolutely loathe, again, the Chiefs with their own pick at the end of the third round. The Titans pick would be a little rich for my blood, but we'll see what the board looks like. Then that's the benefit of a show like this.
I feel like, here's the thing. I think that if they want Damian Martinez, they probably have to get him at 66 or move back a little bit. I think somewhere between 66 and 95 is where Damian Martinez winds up. One thing about Travion Henderson going to the New England Patriots, there was a lot of buzz that Ashton Jeanty was in play for them at pick number 4, probably more than has been reported. There was some interest. Mike Vrabel apparently really liked Ashton Jeanty. So I think it is interesting, at least a little bit, that the very next pick after they grab Will Campbell, they say, let's just grab Travion Henderson. It's that game there. We play it all the time on the show. It's like, would you rather have this guy and this guy round 1 and 2, or would you rather have, the inverse of that, essentially round 1 or 2? That's kind of a conversation we've had a lot on the show. It's the same kind of thing that they're doing here. If they felt good intel that they were going to be able to get Travion Henderson at pick 38, then go take Will Campbell at pick 4. And that's the game you're navigating, because the options at tackle at pick 38 aren't great.
All right, let's play a game. You mentioned game. I stopped listening as soon as you said game.
Wait.
Josh, are you familiar with games?
I
love games.
Before we start a game, can I just say thank you for everybody watching, and we'll be live for every single pick. And we appreciate everybody who's new watching as well.
Thanks to the 1,000+ people watching right now.
Were you asking for permission to say that, or did you just want to say that?
And this is the trophy that Tucker D. Franklin earned.
Well,
just in
that's
case you're
really
new.
in focus. Now we nailed it.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to name a player that is listed on the consensus board that is still available, and you are going to tell me why they're still available.
Okay. Unless we get the Bears pick.
Will Johnson, cornerback from Michigan.
Medicals. It's purely medicals right now.
Savone Ravel, cornerback out of East Carolina.
Age and medicals.
Who else want to go? Ooh, Nick Scorton, defensive end out of Texas A&M.
Murky evaluation because he played 30 pounds lighter than he did, or he weighed in 30 pounds lighter than he played at Texas A&M reportedly.
Donovan Ezeruku, defensive end from Boston College.
Honestly, don't know.
Okay.
Scheme fit maybe. Just best player available within a scheme, because I think he checks a lot of boxes there.
I got 3 more. Trey Amos, cornerback out of Ole Miss.
Age,
maybe. Right, that's not a great one. Yeah. Benjamin Morrison, cornerback out of Notre Dame. One more after
medicals.
Him. Mike Green, defensive end out of Marshall.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, now I just named a bunch of defensive ends, a bunch of pass rushers and cornerbacks, right? Like, I see you, Josh. I see you. We just named a bunch of pass rushers and cornerbacks, right? Like,
did Josh get the pick before we did?
I sure did. I believe.
Bring it in.
With the 39th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, according to Kevin Fishbane on Twitter, the Chicago Bears have taken Missouri wide receiver Luther Burden.
Oh, congratulations, Tucker! I don't know what he is. Is he crying? Are you happy? Are you happy for your
Good
guy?
for Caleb Williams.
I
Good for
hate the
Chicago.
Bears.
No, don't anymore. You don't anymore. You're a Bears fan now. That's okay.
So they go Colston Loveland
Easy
and
to root
Luther
for.
Burden.
That offense is ridiculous.
Yeah, they're
But
just loading
maybe
up
they
on.
get somebody to block. That'd be nice.
Well, they're loading up. They have a
They'll have
good.
Joe Tooney.
Here's the okay. They're I think
No knee injuries.
Oh man, he looks emotional on the phone over there, Tuck. I don't know if you saw that or not, but he looked like he was choking him back.
They paid three interior offensive linemen.
Do you
They
think
drafted-
people from St. Louis will like that? Probably not. He's going to Chicago. St. Louis hates Chicago.
Well, St. Louis. Never mind.
Look at that. Don't say
Man,
it.
good for him. I hope I genuinely
Slot
I'm not the
fade.
Mizzou guy. I hope that works out really, really well for him. I think he's a
Same.
dynamic football player. And honestly, could be a dynamic offense.
This is a great spot for him because, like, I think his high end upside is DJ Moore.
DJ
If you
Moore,
think
yeah.
he can play on the outside, DJ Moore is like what the kind of player you're looking at for him. So going to the team that has DJ Moore is probably a pretty good spot. So
Well, and if you look, okay, so I love what the Bears have done. If you look at their offensive line, they've addressed the interior of the offensive line with veterans. They still have Braxton Jones out at left tackle, who's played capably, and then they have Darnell Wright at right tackle. They've insulated Caleb Williams extremely well with pass catchers. So now you've got Loveland and Komet, you've got Burden, you've got DJ Moore, you've got Roma Dunze. They've given Ben Johnson all of the recipe or all the ingredients they need. He needs to make a really good offense, and I really appreciate what they've done to this point, investing in skill guys, and they still got some picks to be able to make here. But like that's a great group of skill players that they've kind of secured here.
right now they're on the screen. DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Luther Burden, Colston Loveland. Rank them 1 to 4 and how many catches they each have next year.
You did the thing with the game where it was too complicated. I do have a.
How's that
Give me a
complicated?
second. I do have a question for Briscoe.
Dunze, Burden, and Dunze,
DJ Moore,
Moore,
Colston Loveland, Burden.
Burden, Loveland.
Moore,
I'm just here to play Maddie's game since can't retain all
like-
those names.
Moore,
Yeah.
it'd be Mora Dunze.
It feels like a good fit for Burden. I'm kind of happy for him,
Well,
honestly.
no, this is what I was going to ask you, Briscoe, because like just even like the last probably hour and a half we've been hanging out, is only weird games. I'm assuming is a very, especially like reading the article we had with Tyler Brown. You guys are a very pro Luther Burden to the Chiefs podcast.
Yeah, Seth got swept up on
Okay.
Tuesday in the
Okay.
film
He got
review.
Sethed up.
Where he got Sethed up, where
Okay.
he went, hold on a second. This is the same football player we said we would have taken with last year's first round draft pick, right? Which
Well,
is
Tucker
where we
did.
were all at. I mean, I was there too.
No, I
Like,
think we all would have signed up for that. I think.
I didn't think that guy would be available at 32 the year after, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's a really nice pick for the Bears. I honestly like Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, all those weapons. Like, it feels like a pretty healthy environment for Burden to step into. I hope he gets the ball. I hope he has success there. I'm not a Mizzou guy explicitly, but I really did think the Burden Chiefs fit was kind of fun. Obviously, Rashee Rice is already here, but I hope Luther Burden has a lot of success in Chicago.
Yeah, going back to my game since Kent won't answer.
I tried.
No, you did. You did a fantastic job. Obviously, DJ Moore, I think he's still the stud there. He's got to be at the top of the list for me. I think Roma Dunze, we're putting it 2 because he's got the success there. I think Colston Loveland might get a few more targets than Luther Burden in year 1. This is just year 1, though, right?
Sure.
Because I think Luther Burden's going to have to work into a position a little bit more. We talked about it yesterday. Colston Loveland, I think you just drop into that team and say, hey, go play tight end. And if you have to be the third option on every single play, that's fine. You're good at this. I think it might be a year or 2 for Luther Burden to like really step into that role. But they have the future replacement for a DJ Moore if they can't pay him and get another contract. So I like the fit too. They threw it up on the board or on the TV here. We have a lot of time to kill today. I thought it would be a fun game, Kent. Sorry for trying to have fun.
Do better next time.
Okay,
is all I gotta
I'll
say.
include more math.
With the pick is Joshua Briscoe. He has the selection.
With the 40th overall pick.
It's better be Tyler Shuck.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints have selected Louisville quarterback
Let's go!
Tyler Shuck.
So Shuck goes off the board before Shador's.
Oh, Shuck!
Oh, shucks.
Shuck me,
Don't
man.
steal my bits.
I was taking Shadur.
That's a Saturday
I'll
comment.
go shuck myself.
You and some other famous people in this country would have taken Shadur. Yeah, I mean,
in an upset.
Yeah, shocking. We agree.
No,
Shucking, some would say.
Shocking upset.
Listen, there was rumors going about that the Saints were not a Shedeur Sanders team. So if they were looking for a quarterback, Tyler Shuck made sense. If you look at where their head coach and Kellen Moore, who's going to run their offense, came from with the Eagles, and even going back to the Chargers and Herbert, the Cowboys and Dak Prescott, I would say Tyler Shuck kind of fits that mold maybe a little bit better than Shedeur Sanders does.
First bit of info I can add, Tyler Shuck is the first draft pick I've seen who had a dog prominently involved in his draft party.
And
Tyreek Williams
married.
had a cat that he held up to the Zoom camera. So
That's
it's not a
pretty
dog.
good.
It's
And
not
his
a
name
dog.
is Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
even
good.
joking.
That's good. No, he's up my board. Shuck is up my board. Good pick by the Saints.
I mean, yeah, that's the like
Did
one
Shedeur have a dog?
criteria.
Well, he has a dog. I'm pretty sure he's not
no.
a team cat. That's
Can
what
you-
his
can
patch
you be a
says on
dog?
his
Never mind.
jersey.
Pick 41, Chicago Bears back on the clock again.
How did that happen?
Is this where Caleb Johnson goes?
Caleb Johnson. Okay.
Just like I think he would fit well. Just continue to grab skill players for Ben Johnson.
I don't think Ben Johnson. This is where it gets tricky, right? You look at an offensive coordinator. The Lions did not run a ton of outside zone, which is obviously what Caleb Johnson ran a bunch at Iowa or anything like that. They ran a lot more gap, a lot more versatile run scheme. So I don't know if that is what they'd be looking for, but we don't know. No,
the Bears have traded the pick to
Okay.
the Buffalo Bills.
Ooh, Buffalo's moving up. Maybe we'll get a good corner this time.
Yeah.
Who do they want that's left? Let's consult the board.
Mike Green. So then we can. Never mind.
No. Continue that thought.
There's been a lot of comments from Bills fans about this like moral high ground, and they took some players that had more. They've already taken a player that has.
What do you have
more
against Joey Bosa?
Off field concerns. Then So
this is
Which is
actually honestly,
interesting.
this seems like a very safe Donovan Azaraku pick. Trade up for him here. I don't care about the moral high ground aspect. You just think of what they need, right? You think of what they need. This feels like a good pick for him.
the Bills, I'll just tell you, the Bills traded 56, 62, 109
They want this pick.
for 41, 72, and 240. So they got decent value.
There's some trades flying. Some multi-pick trades here too.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Bills are on the clock. We will see what happens with this. I'm trying to dig through my horizontal board here, see what's available. I really think Donovan Azaraku is going to come off the board soon. I think Mike Green should, but okay, look, there's off-field questions for him that are impacting his draft stock. If he doesn't go in round 2, he might not get drafted. Mike Green might be sitting there as the second best player on the consensus board for the entire draft. Him and Will Johnson, there's clear off-field stuff impacting them. I think if we go back to the consensus board from here on out, I will avoid those two players because there's obvious reasons for both of them that they are not getting picked right now. So we'll see what happens with them. But if I'm looking down this list, they could also go Savon Ravel. I've seen a lot of Bills fans really want him.
Just double down on cornerback.
He fits what they like. They like big, long corners that play a lot more zone than man coverage. I think that is what Ravel does. So, like, there's some options for them.
Well, there really hasn't been a run on cornerbacks yet either. And that's been good for the Chiefs. I think, for you, you're probably not as excited. There's just this feels like a really good pocket to play in from a Chiefs perspective, but Josh Briscoe has the pick.
I don't have the pick. I have the trade terms. Ari Marov says the Bills are trading 56, 62, and 109 to Chicago in exchange for 41, 72, and 240.
Thank you for reeling those off a second time for us on this broadcast.
56, 62, 109
Yeah.
for 41, 72, and 240.
But I didn't catch that.
You're welcome, Kent. I was talking to BJ.
Okay.
It's in real life.
Trying to make sure people knew what it cost to move up if they wanted a running back or whatever.
We call that Kenting, by the way.
I did
Just so you
Kent
know.
all over. I'm serving
Kented.
Kent right now.
Kented. You can't say that.
That was a strong Kenting.
I can. Sure I can.
It's
Can I-
powerful.
Hey, can we get a one shot of him for a minute?
You got to piss.
Yeah, do you?
Thank you to the over 1,000 people hanging out with us.
Can you
right
tell
now.
the over 1,000 people if you got to go to the bathroom? That's why you need a one shot of me.
Yeah, I do have to use
Okay.
the restroom.
That's all right.
I love how you're gonna have to walk behind Matt
Can I-
anyway. But...
Matt, can I come sit in Kent's chair
Oh,
while he's gone?
Oh yeah, you could.
Sure, you could.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank God.
And then
Thank
make
God.
Kent stand. Serving Kent is Serving Kent is now going off in the chat. This is perfect. Okay, so
We
the
need
Bills.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
We need a monitor over here.
All right.
There's things that we're figuring out. We need that for the future.
Yeah,
This is
no,
what
that's
I'm
true.
here for.
There's one at the office. It's on my desk.
So, Maddie, what do you think here? Wide receiver?
That's true.
It wouldn't be a bad pick, but it's mostly slot wide receivers, I think, that are the top of the board that are left right now. I'm like, who are you going to throw? Jalen Noel in there? You're going to throw Kyle Williams in there?
Who is your guy remaining on the board right now? Like, who's tempting you?
This takes so much research right now. If the Bills come out and take Darius Alexander, a defensive tackle out of Toledo, he's a little bit older, but I think he's a really good football player that's going to help them right here and right now. That would be unfortunate for me. I think he's a little bit of a problem playing next to Ed Oliver. I would not enjoy that pick by the Buffalo Bills. Whatever they pick, they wanted, though. They traded up for. So, right. I'm curious, because they really like this player. So I'm trying to see the value that's here that they have going on.
I do think it is fair to mention the fact that, with the excitement of Josh Simmons last night, the Chiefs do still have a pretty big need. I think kind of short-term and certainly long-term at defensive tackle. So that's kind of where I'm holding my breath today.
I actually have the pick.
I'd love to hear it. I'd love for BJ to give it to
Oh, yeah, BJ, you got to go to – no, I'm kidding.
I have no idea what's going on.
The Buffalo Bills have selected defensive tackle TJ Sanders out of South Carolina in a pretty decent trade up.
We watched him today.
We did watch him today, Talk. What were your thoughts on TJ Sanders before I give mine?
Well, my thoughts are he has a really weird stance.
Does the frog stance. He does the frog stance.
He does the frog stance, and it's really weird, and he's kind of slow. Caden Green was his daddy. That was it. That's my takeaways.
I feel like he got the better of the Caden Green matchup.
Don't talk about it.
Okay. Listen, I think it's a little early for TJ Sanders, but he is an athletic 3-tech. He's an athletic interior pass rusher, which is something the Bills said. I said I didn't want them to take Darius Alexander. TJ Sanders is a similar player, not as good in my opinion, but similar type of player. So he makes sense to go to the Bills, who are looking for more pass rush to go along with Oliver. They signed Joey Bosa out there. They got Gregory Rousseau. So he makes sense for them. I think this is a pretty crazy trade up though for that guy. I mean, I just really do.
I'll ask you this as I hand the headset back to Kent. Do you have any confidence right now in the Chiefs being able to hit that next tier of defensive linemen, or are you afraid right now that we're far enough away that it's probably going to be before we see KC on the ticker down there? It's probably going to be a while before they take a defensive lineman.
How much wiggle room do we think Steve Spagnuolo is going to have in his type?
None.
Okay. If he's going to have none, that rules out Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Nick Scott, and that rules out all the good defensive ends. So then that gives me a little bit less hope. But overall, I actually think the defensive line talent still available isn't terrible. So I do think they're sitting in a pretty good spot right now as we keep going through this. I mean, we're still quite a few picks away, honestly. What you got?
Yeah. So, hey, while they're switching around, trying to get Maddie's attention off his points.
Good luck.
Maddie was lost.
It's going to take 12 minutes while I show the Therese graphic. Just so everybody knows, for the 4th year in a row, we are raising money for the Therese Paylor All Juice Draft Season Workshop. What this is, it's a little different than what we've done in the past. I know Kent's talked about it the last couple of days. That we've been promoting this last couple of weeks. We've been promoting this, whereas in the past, the money had gone to Howard University and the University of Missouri scholarships in the name of Therese Paylor, with the blessing of Ebony Reed. And both of those scholarships have gone over $100,000. They are endowed. They are guaranteed forever, which is absolutely amazing. And when we were at the combine this year, had this idea that we wanted to do something a little bit different. And if you get into this business, one of the things that we know is that networking and going to these events where everybody gets together, places like the East-West Shrine Bowl, places like the NFL Scouting Combine, that's where you network. That's where you really move up in this business. And so we are raising money to pay the way for young journalists and for, students, whoever ends up being the best candidates in the spirit of what we know Therese would have wanted, to pay the way for them to go to these events and use the networking and use the people that we know in this business that cared about Therese and want to get involved with this to mentor and show these people around. So we are raising money for this right now, and that's for the items that you see up on the graphic. You can have a chance to win those items. All the money is be going towards paving the way for the next wave of journalists, again, in the spirit of what Therese would have wanted to come through. So that's what we're raising the money for. You can give via Venmo or on our Give Butter page. Both those links are in the description. We got all the stuff. We're going to announce the winners on Sunday. We had a goal of $10,000. I think we're going to soar past that based on raising $6,200 yesterday. Absolutely amazing. But thank you so much. Continue to give and know that the money's going to a great place.
And it continued, like a thank you to Patrick Fee, who donated $500 and is a tremendous partner here at Holiday Distillery for supporting us as well today as well. I have a pick that I will announce here.
Okay.
The New York Jets are taking LSU tight end Mason Taylor at pick 42. That's it's a good pick. It's a good value. Some people thought he might even be able to sneak into the first round here, and like he goes in the top 45. Another good player off the board.
For a team that was continuously mocked Tyler Warren in the first round, they come back, and get Mason Taylor in the second round. I don't know if he's quite the same dynamic player, but he is good and a good all-around tight end. He makes a lot of sense. He fits the same kind of profile. He's the player that I would love the Chiefs to have had a chance to draft at the end of round 2, but I don't think I ever expected it, right? So it's unfortunate that the Chiefs won't get a chance to get him, but also if like running back, if you want to pick a position you would like to see a run on, if you're the Chiefs, if Chiefs fans right now, you might pick tight end, might be kind of high up on that board.
You deal with it. I think you would deal with it. And I did want to say, I want to thank everyone that's watching the live stream right now. We've got about 1,100 people watching our live stream right now. So thank you all so much. And I also want to thank anybody that watched yesterday I don't even know if BJ knows this, for making yesterday the highest watched draft show that we've ever done at KC Sports Network. So thank you all so much for watching that yesterday.
Thank you guys.
We really appreciate your support. Please continue to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're catching everything that's going on at KC Sports Network.
Dynamite dropping.
You've got the lab here. You've got Only Weird Games over here today as well, and we've got a lot of great content going in. And that football show is also here as well behind the camera right now. 2 shows a week for all 3 of those shows.
That's a different way
make
to
sure
phrase
you're checking everything out that we've got going at KC Sports Network. We have you covered every single day.
I did get a statement from Matt Verderame after the pick was made last night. Let me tell you, I think next week's show is going to be a doozy.
Are you guys power ranking times you lost your credibility?
We might have to.
Or just times you staked it.
Look, to be fair, it was just Matt that did it. I didn't do it. I just said I didn't like it.
Yeah.
I just said, ew.
All right, so we are currently waiting. The Jets have selected Mason Graham. We are up here. We are waiting. Who's up next? The Dallas. No,
did you hear it, Briscoe?
Breaking news, guys, from Connor Hughes. The Jets are taking Mason Taylor.
Yeah, we already did that.
Oh, okay.
Did you guys
While
wait?
you were peeing.
I was in the bathroom.
Did you guys see that the Jets are taking Mason Taylor?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said the Jets are on the clock taking
Josh-
Mason Taylor.
Josh, have we done enough Josh or Kenting to call it joshing?
No,
Oh,
absolutely not.
No, are you
You
kidding
are
me?
trying to. What are we doing?
That one was a bit, Kent. The first one may have been accidental. The second one, a bit.
I'll go to get a water.
Mhm. I don't buy it.
So we're waiting for the 49ers, who are now on the clock. We are just, I think we started out the day kind of clicking, and we've got 10 picks in, so we're not going slow by any means, but it feels like we've hit a little bit of a slower run now as teams have come off of the night of restacking their boards. They're ready to go a little faster. Now we've seen some trades. Things have shuffled around a little bit. So we're trying to figure out what is happening. I like to read the consensus board, the best available players from time to time. We already mentioned it. We're going to skip over some of the top guys, the Greens, the Will Johnsons, the Shador Sanderses, Donovan Ezeraku, defensive end, Boston College. Savone Ravel, cornerback out of East Carolina. Nick Scorton, defensive end out of Texas A&M. Trey Amos, cornerback out of Ole Miss. Benjamin Morrison, cornerback out of Notre Dame. Quite a few defensive backs left. You mentioned it, right? There's a lot of corners left. I think you're going to probably hit a corner run before the Chiefs come up the draft. But, it'll just be interesting because that's some of the best players that are left on the board. So you think quality drafting, the way everybody sees it, you think those guys might start flying off here pretty soon?
You would anticipate that, yes. But also, there are little warts with all these players that are at least, leaving them available right now. And that's good for the Chiefs. I think there's little mini question marks that maybe one of these players is able to fall to you. You look at Will Johnson, like we've talked about, elite tape in 2023, top 5 type talent. When you were looking at what he did in 2023, it was what the anticipation was for him, and there's been a lot of medical concerns. You go to Savone Ravel, he's 24 years old, and there's also, he's coming off an ACL injury, but go watch his tape at Eastern Carolina, and it's exceptional. Trey Amos, I don't really know if there's a ton known about Trey Amos, but
he's a safe player. It's just I think people are wondering maybe what the upside is.
Benjamin Morrison, I think 2 hip injuries. And then Azariah Thomas is an exceptional 20-year-old high character individual, good measurables. If you're talking about a Steve Spagnuolo cornerback, that's a player that I'd like to see the Chiefs take. Ran a 4.6 40. So there's some concern there. Waiting on the 49ers pick, and we shouldn't be waiting too long. In fact, I think Joshua Briscoe has it immediately right now.
With the 43rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers have taken defensive tackle Alfred Collins, Texas.
So another, a massive defensive tackle out of Texas, a guy with desirable length, frame, size, a really good early down run defender, run stopper that also has a little bit of juice as a pass rusher. This is a guy that was getting some late round one buzz yesterday as someone that might be able to sneak into the first round and goes into the top 45 picks. Not all that surprising. Pretty clean evaluation when you're talking about just like what the tape has shown and the size and the frame. A little bit on the older side, but like a lot to like about Alfred Collins.
Well, you know what he is? He's going to stop the run. He's coming in. He's going to come in to play two gaps. He is going to try to stop the run. He's not going to offer a ton in terms of pass rush. I think he's a kind of a 2-down player. And so keeping him out of round 1, but pushing him into early to mid round 2, I think is the right spot for him.
Yeah.
If you're a Chiefs fan that says, wow, I don't love our run defense, I don't like our nose tackle room, you're probably not disappointed, but he was probably a guy that you were hoping falls a little bit later than this, especially with Tyleik Williams already off the board. But this makes sense for the range he was going to go in. It looks like the Cowboys pick is already coming too, so they were pretty ready for that. I'm going to let you and Josh handle that as I run to the restroom, and I'm not afraid to say that on the mic like Kent was.
There was some Darius Alexander buzz to the Dallas Cowboys, but that is not the pick. I do see the pick.
Kent, are you familiar with Luka Doncic, the NBA superstar?
Yes, I am. No longer in Dallas.
According to Ben Standig on Twitter, Tyler Shuck is 7 months younger than Luka Doncic.
Yeah, he's old. Josh,
Tucker
might be younger than Tyler Shuck.
That seems possible.
I'm going to send you the pick, by the way,
I'm
Josh.
27.
How many accounts are you on? I've got several tabs open. None of them have it
Josh,
yet.
I'm built different, buddy.
No, I've known that for ages. I've known that you are fundamentally built different.
That is true.
But I wish I had your hashtag sources.
Yeah, the sources are.
The Jets took Mason Taylor.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Troy Taylor's nephew.
Did you guys talk about that yet?
Never mind.
I'm waiting on the Cowboys. I have several accounts open. I do not yet have the Cowboys pick. I want it for you.
I sent it to you.
Where's it from?
Probably PFF_.
Sent to me on Twitter.
_.
It's a different level.
Draft diamonds.
Draft diamonds is what we're going to use.
Kent, according to @DraftDiamonds on Twitter, the Dallas Cowboys have selected defensive end Donovan Ezeraku.
There's been some Darius Alexander buzz to the Cowboys, a defensive tackle with some pass rush ability. But I think with Ezeraku being on the board at this point, someone that some people thought might wind up being a first-round pick. I think this makes a ton of sense. I think this is a really good football player and a high-character football player. This is one of the leaders for the Boston College team. And a guy that is a pretty clean evaluation. I'm kind of surprised that he came off the board so quickly.
I'm also going to give not a draft pick, but a big shout out to Scott Emmerich and Danny Fierro, who are big supporters over on the KCSN Give Butter, where you can enter for the raffle over there, supporting the Therese Paylor internship that KCSN's running this year.
Really appreciate
big shout out to Scott and Danny.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Hey guys, the Cowboys took Donovan Ezeraku, defensive end out of Boston College.
Thanks, Matt.
Yep. Thank you. I think the Indianapolis Colts are sad that Carson Schweschinger is not available for them to be picked.
Think so?
Look at him. He's sad.
Who's the best interior offensive lineman left? Let's put him tentatively with
Tate Ratledge? Some people
Wyatt Millam?
Wyatt Millam would be a good Millam. Some people.
Jared Wilson, athletic center. I don't know if they need a center directly, but okay. I'm just curious.
At this point, it kind of feels like the board's falling okay for the Chiefs. If you're looking halfway-ish through the first round or second round.
I'm not saying yay or nay about it. I think it's fine. There's no, the way this draft sets up, I think everybody talked about how everything was equal from like pick 15 to 50. And maybe that's kind of true, but I think truly round 2s and 3s is a lot of players that are about the same that are graded. So yeah, I think it's a good board. I think it's just because is there really a big difference from whoever your highest rated player is right now and whoever your 30th highest rated player is right now? I don't think so. So like this is the day where it's just kind of preference. And I think you've already seen that, right? We've had guys fly off the board that are pure run stoppers. We've had guys that are more just straight up, pass rushers. We've had running back. I feel like we are at the point now where any potential player can come off the board that's kind of ranked in the top 100. We'll just kind of see what happens from here. But it's not a bad spot for the Chiefs.
I'm going to ask you a question here because we're about 20 picks away from the Chiefs making a
That's
selection.
a long way.
It's a long way to go. But we're at pick 44.
Mm-hmm.
There's no Mike Green off the board. There's no Will
Wood?
Johnson off
Oh.
the board. How do you feel if the pick is? I'll start with Will Johnson. How do you feel if the pick's Will Johnson at 63?
I mean, pretty good. I'm similar. Well, similar to Josh Simmons, right? I'm going to trust the medical staff of the Kansas City Chiefs to say, hey, they had a chance overnight to go out, figure out everything they need to know about his medicals if they hadn't met with him or anything like that, and say, hey, we are passing him or we're not. So if they take him, they're passing him. And while I have some reservations about Will Johnson's overall athleticism, I don't know if he can run particularly well. I think him not running a 40 time at his pro day matters. His shuttle times weren't great, but that's a really talented corner that if you get in that pick, that's okay. So yeah, I feel pretty good.
Joshua Briscoe has the next pick.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't. Can't. You
Yes,
got to
you
stop
do.
doing that. Like, I just know what account you're reading.
No, I send it to you. I've been sending it to the entire time.
You have. That is simply inaccurate. Kent.
I'm looking at what I sent you.
With the next pick of the draft that Kent didn't want to pronounce, the Indianapolis Colts have selected TJ
Tuimoloau.
Close enough.
Or as
Could have pronounced it yourself.
Or as Todd McShay pronounces it, TJ Tuimoloau.
TJJ.
JTT.
JTT.
TJJ.
TJT.
MIZJTT.
I told you, the more you made me say names, the more risky it was going to get as the night went on.
JT Tuimoloau is just a straight hit down the
That's a
fairway.
rock.
I think he's a safe pick. He's a high effort, high energy, high character player. That's going to give you a lot of energy. He's going to give you a lot of physicality. He's going to play through your tackle. He's going to stop the run. He's going to help you finish plays, I think, as an edge rusher. Maybe not a guy that's going to win quick all the time. A little bit more juice than some of those type of guys. But this was a player that I was really hoping would be available to the Chiefs at pick 63. Isn't, maybe it was a trade up type option for them. But JT Tuimoloau going to the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, I think he was one of the final Spags-esque defensive ends, edge rushers that were left that you would really expect in this range of the draft. So I'm not saying defensive end is entirely off the board because of this. You're kind of down to Landon Jackson is about the final, top 75 consensus top 75 player that you think fits what Spags likes. So we'll see if they even look hard at the defensive end position here. But good pick for the Colts. We'll see what that brings for the Chiefs. I think if you're the Chiefs fans right now, what you're hoping is this hasn't lately been a little bit of like the tipping point, the tip of the iceberg for a bunch of defensive linemen coming off the board. If you're a Chiefs fan, you still want a defensive lineman above all else right now. Maybe an offensive weapon, which we haven't seen a significant run on since the two Ohio State backs came off the board. So there's still some options for the Chiefs. We're still also far enough away. We're not playing the pick game yet. We're not putting names to picks and counting anything out right now. But the defensive linemen are starting to come off the board. I think for me personally, I want to see more defensive backs. I don't necessarily want a defensive back to be the best player available. Take it if that's what it is, but I don't want that to be the best player available. So let's start getting some of these corners and safeties off the board and give me a player in the trenches or a player to catch the football or run the football to help this offense score more than 12 points a game.
The Chiefs are getting very much into what the price of 63 and 95 would net them. So you're looking at this is starting to get into trade up territory. If the Chiefs are really passionate about one of the players that is still on the board, 63 and 95 probably gets you to about where that Cardinals, where that Vegas Raiders pick now is. I don't know if the Raiders are going to be willing to trade out. Maybe the Cardinals are. But in the next couple picks, I think you should be paying attention because this is a spot that the Chiefs could trade up with those two selections. I just don't know who it would be for.
I was going to ask you guys if there are D linemen right now who you would make that move for.
There is one talent that is that is still available that, from a talent perspective, should not be on the board.
Right.
Is Mike Green, Adam Marshall.
Good football player, maybe not a great off-field player.
And
right.
I'll be honest with you. At this point, you say maybe. Every team, if after the Rams make this selection, every single team in the NFL has passed on him. So the pick is in for the Los Angeles Rams. So after the Rams, if the Rams don't pick Mike Green here, every team, and I do have the pick. I'm going to send it
I
to you.
also have the pick,
Okay,
Kent.
let's go.
With the 46th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams have taken tight end Terrence Ferguson.
Woo! Whoa! Hey, yo! Wow, that's early. That's Bearcats guy off camera. Bearcats sad.
The worst kept secret in social media, Chief Bearcat. And if you are watching him, let's get in a wide view out here so we can just watch him walk out here, so you can see his face a
You're
little
gonna
bit.
make him do that?
No.
Okay.
Every team has passed on Mike Green at this point now.
Yeah, and there's a chance he's just off teams' boards. There's a chance he doesn't get drafted. If you get to the end of round 2 and he's not taken, I think he is completely off teams' boards for the accusations against him both in high school and while he was at Virginia before transferring to Marshall. So we don't need to talk about that a whole lot more unless the Chiefs draft him. Then we'll have to obviously unpack that. So we can just leave that one alone. We don't even need to harp too much on Will Johnson anymore. There's medicals there that have been big flagged by the NFL. Like teams apparently don't want to touch him either. Now every team has also passed on Will Johnson, right?
Yeah, every team's passed on Will Johnson.
And that's a medical thing. Yep. So, we'll just have to see what happens to those two guys. Josh asked if we would trade up for any pass rushers, defensive linemen. I agree that Mike Green would have been one. I mentioned him earlier, Darius Alexander. I don't know if I'm trading up quite this far, but I'm alerted. I'm watching him. I'm seeing what it takes. If I can only use, pick 63 and then a day 3.
Yeah.
No, and a day 3 pick. I'm monitoring. If he gets to the point where I can maybe trade off our 4th at 133 to move up for Alexander, I might consider it because I do think he's going to give you some rush juice. He can play next to Chris Jones a little bit. He's a little older, but he's ready to hit the ground running. If you tell me he's off the board right now, I'm going to slap you.
We're about 8 picks away from that. So if you're looking at giving up pick 133 to move up, you're talking about that Green Bay territory at pick 54. You're talking about the Chargers, which probably aren't going to trade up with you. You're talking about Buffalo, which maybe they would trade up with you, but that means that player probably becomes a Hall of Famer. That's the range that you're kind of starting to look at, though. So, I mean, they're getting closer and closer to that range, too. So, just worth monitoring.
Hey, we haven't talked about it a lot. There's some offensive weapons that are still available that I think we kind of like this range of wide receivers for the Chiefs, who we don't think need they don't need another speed guy. They don't need another slot player. We want them to find an outside wide receiver. So you're looking at a Trey Harris from Ole Miss, Alec Aomanor from Stanford, Jack Besh from TCU. I know people have really liked Kyle Williams out of Washington State, who's a little undersized, but he played predominantly as an X wide receiver and outside for them. So there's a handful of pass catchers that are also available. So I'm with you in what you said earlier, that this board's shaping up relatively well for the Chiefs and what we're looking at. I think we're too early to make a definitive statement on that, but we're trending the right direction as we're now working through a commercial to come back to the NFL draft here and see, what's shaking.
I think when you look at last night, we were talking about the board, and if you're looking from the scope and the scope of offensive tackle, it was looking very good for the Chiefs. Those paths start to narrow the same way that they did last night in round 2, where it's there is going to be a path where something makes sense for them. Right now at cornerback makes some sense. There's a path narrowing to cornerback because there's not a lot of cornerbacks that are flying off the board right now, and the value could line up very well for them at 63. And maybe not, and I think that's where the conversation goes back and forth, is maybe that's not the best path for the Chiefs, but that is one path that is very fruitful right now as it sits here at pick 46.
I do have the Cardinals pick for you if you'd like to know.
Oh, I would love to know.
The Arizona Cardinals have reportedly selected cornerback Will Johnson.
So the Arizona Cardinals have taken 2 quote-unquote risks now.
Yeah.
Because they go Walter Nolan in round 1. Now he's getting mentored by Calais Campbell, so there's that.
That's huge.
He's older than I am.
Let us know this a few times now.
He's like Craig's age.
That's so old.
Super old. Some of us have gray hair and gray beards.
Couldn't be me.
Yeah.
I got red.
You do have some red. But yeah, they're taking a couple swings here.
Yeah,
Will Johnson at pick 47.
Take the talent.
Take the talent. Give him some time, see what happens, and you've given yourself some really high ceiling players with your first 2 picks.
You guys want to go eat?
Sure.
Yeah.
BJ and I will hop on. BJ and I will replace, and we'll talk with Josh. You guys can go eat.
I'd
and
come
then
take
back.
Tucker's headset. I'm good with that. Whatever.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
You can stay right there, Josh, if you want to.
I'm happy to stay right here. I had some late lunch. I feel like Maddie and Kent probably are at more of a calorie deficit than
Let me
I
tell
am
you about
right
the
now.
sandwich I had
Be a
today
dick
at
move. It'd be
Fetterman's
a
in
dick
Platte
move.
City. Yeah, let me tell you
Oh,
about it.
I'd love to know
I'll
what
get to the
kind of
mic.
sandwich you got. What kind of food are the guys eating? Oh, there's pizza over there. That's exciting.
Even
I
like
gotta-
streaming and working hard. I'm like, it'd be kind of a dick move. I just sat over there and ate.
No,
It's
this
like,
this
I'll
going in
eat, you guys
shifts.
can wait. I know you
Oh,
guys
I
are
left my tag
starving.
on.
Going in shifts seems right.
They're new.
I don't know where you guys are at. I haven't talked to either of you about Josh
Do you want to know
Simmons.
the backstory? I've had those things for like 2 months.
Really?
Yeah, I got those at the Osage Beach Outlet Mall.
Oh, that's
Wow.
I love that.
I remember I told you the story about how sad it was.
That's right.
I'm sorry, we're going a little
Hey,
off
listen,
draft
man,
here.
it's pick 46. Chiefs aren't on the ticker yet.
Okay.
Oh no, we've been recording for an hour.
Holy bleep, is that true?
Yeah, on the card we have been.
Oh, I was like, what do you mean?
It's been
Well,
good
we've
for
It
the
says an
pod.
hour
we've been
40
live.
up there.
Pod feed's gonna love this.
No, for spring break,
Podfeed is gonna love that.
the wife, kids, and I, we found an Airbnb like 2 hours away at the Ozarks, a place like Gravois Mills, I think is what it's called.
that's great.
I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Chat will let me know how wrong I am.
Watch this.
But we went there and no,
I got
we have
presets.
we have new equipment for
Yeah.
everybody. It's not that's followed our streams is noticing we're doing things that we haven't done in the past.
I can't see what you guys are looking at, but I have a special camera on me, which is exciting.
That is true.
We should get you a monitor tomorrow.
That's okay. It doesn't really matter. I took my shirt off earlier. Who cares?
But anyway, went to spring break, took the fam, went to the old outlet malls. I used to go to as a kid, and they used to be packed. There was ice cream. It was like a cool place to go. And now they're like ghost towns. There's like one store inside of all the like 4 vacant spots, and it's just sad. There's an Osage Beach, and there was a Under Armour outlet. They had those jackets on sale. I'm like, yes, I know where to take those to get. Yep,
Yeah, they're great.
Been
It's good-
blessed.
It's good
they
because
became the yearly gift.
it's a bit chilly here right now. It's just getting a little bit colder as the sun's going down here in beautiful Weston, Missouri. Beautiful holiday
This is.
distillery.
I know we talk about it on the stream, and obviously they're a partner of ours. They've been a partner from the beginning.
Yep.
But this really is, Josh. And you've been up here before, I believe.
Yes.
But like this is my favorite play. If I'm throwing any kind of like shameless plug, throwing any kind of an event or party. If I have any, I threw my 40th birthday party here because it's just a cool place. It's far enough away from Kansas City that you feel like you're away from it, but it's close enough that you can get there easily. But it's just cool, secluded. The vibes, it's awesome. I love
Vibes
this
are
place.
immaculate. I got here nice and early today, and I do not regret the choices I made. Got to help on a little bourbon barrel pick, and
We've got
and
pictures of that. We'll post those.
get in on the vibes of day 2 of the
Did you
draft.
help the state of North Carolina as well?
I think I did. I like to think that I think I was on the right side of history.
The Texans are on the clock, by the way. The Texans trade 58 and 99 to the
Ooh.
Raiders for pick number 48.
Yeah, and Tucker's a better producer and host than I am.
Well,
which
I was on
does-
Twitter looking at my DMs when Jordan Foote said not enough people are talking about Tuck winning Employee of the Year before the year is even halfway over.
Let's
Listen, there was a lot of decision that was put into the 24, 25. And it's like, you know what? It's 2025.
If anything, it's overdue. It's like Mahomes won another MVP. It's like, listen, I know you get bored, everybody, but sometimes the most valuable player is an obvious choice.
Listen, I did call Joel and I told him I liked his chances next year. See, Joel doesn't even be finding out you're employee of the year
It's true. It's tough.
because everybody
for
else
Joel.
is.
Sorry, Joel.
As you dropped to Kent earlier, 1099.
It's true. Kent can't win.
God.
Kent can't win the award.
You give him his Texans pick yet? Is this out yet?
I'll
No,
give it.
I haven't seen it.
I got it
I
for
gotta
from Connor
find another
Hughes.
trophy that's as cool as that one.
Connor Hughes.
Local kid from Connor Hughes here. The Texans are reportedly taking Ariante Ursay. Ursary. Sorry, everybody. I skipped a syllable. It's according
I feel
to
like
Connor Hughes.
that's a good thing based on what I've gathered from the chat. I'm getting nods. Yeah.
Good for them. Good for
I
him.
had
Good for the
takes on like 10
Texans.
players. There's only like 2 left. So
Good. Got a nice clear path to playing time over there in Houston, I believe. As an offensive
I do
lineman.
have this just in here on my Twitter timeline. Randy Orton tells John Cena that he needs to have some damn kids.
Sounds like Seth Kaiser.
It does sound like so.
Also from Connor Hughes here saying the Raiders on the clock here. They've obviously have Geno Smith, but nothing for the long-term future. Shadur Sanders talked a ton during pre-draft about his relationship with Tom Brady. The Raiders pick. No, they're back now because of that Texans trade up. So that was not a landing spot for
Whoa,
sure.
did
So
you
we're in the trade up. Is there anybody Chiefs? I know you guys have been talking about this for a while,
I
but
do see the Chiefs at the end of the ticker.
yeah, I know. We just popped into it. Do we have anybody that we like well enough, Maddie, that they can move up for?
Feels like a little.
Maddie's all of a sudden it's like Chiefs on the clock. You're going to scramble to put the pizza down.
Maddie's holding pizza on his way back. It does feel like we're in a little bit of a lull here. I don't know. I'm no KCSN draft expert. Maddie Lane.
Listen, is Damian Martinez still available?
I like Damian Martinez.
He's just around that area. He's one of the guys I watched. So
yeah, taking him at the end of round 2 would
fun.
be great. I don't know if you want to trade up for him necessarily. We've mentioned Darius Alexander. Landon Jackson, defensive end out of Arkansas, very much fits what Steve Spagnuolo likes.
Is there somebody in the group chat that does not like Landon Jackson?
I don't think so. I think his production's a little lower. It's just the biggest thing, right? I think at this point in time, you start to like him. You didn't like him as much in round 1 because he's just not a polished player at this point in time. But taking him at the end of round 2 or a small trade up, I think would make a lot of sense. Still, the cornerback position is the most loaded group that's left right now. Trey Amos, AZ Thomas out of Florida State. There's a lot of talent at the cornerback spot. So, that's probably your best players available right now.
All right. I watched Damian Martinez, so I have a take there.
What's your take?
He'd be good to be fun. I don't know if he's an every down running back. Is more of above a good third down back that could get some other carries at times, but not necessarily somebody you're going to lean on. It's like a featured guy. He's got explosion.
The Texans pick is in. I'm seeing if I've got it anywhere across social media right now. I do feel like the defensive line is like a pretty obvious remaining need at this point, but
Landon Jackson seems like a very safe pick. And I remember him. I know he was a stud in college. He had production in a big school. So even if the ceiling doesn't hit, he's in your 5-man rotation of dudes that just you run out there every other series.
Also,
and
just
feel
for a little
pretty good about it.
A little market check on the trade up here again. The Texans gave up 50, or they got 58 and 99 in exchange for 48 overall. So the 99th overall pick was the cost of moving up 10 spots.
What does Landon Jackson weigh?
Let me check the KCSN draft guide.
You know off the top of your head. Landon Jackson, what does he weigh?
He's a big player. 6'6",
KCSN draft guide has him at 6'6", 264.
Was he all Spags? All Spags stuff?
Yeah.
High team fit. Yeah.
High Spags fit.
Could he move around? Move around?
Yeah, he played a lot of 4
He's a good football player. Like that's the worry. I don't think the worry is that he's a bad football player. That's not the worry. He's really good.
Yeah, I just meant physically. Where did he fit?
Are we clicking? Am I on?
Enough.
Am I here?
You're live, baby.
Oh, let's go. Yeah, Landon Jackson. He played at Arkansas. He transferred there from LSU. Big, long, very Charles Omenihu body type is kind of what he looks like, and that's kind of how he played at Arkansas. So it was a lot of stand-up edge despite being a big guy, but he lined as like a 4-eye, so more head up over the tackle, and didn't really get to rush the passer straight up a ton. It was a lot more play the run, then rush the passer. So people think that there's more upside for the NFL than what he showed in college. He's just such a perfect Spags fit that I think a lot of people have made that connection, and he blew up the combine. I think he had the highest vertical jump, ran really fast. So trending player upwards as we get towards the draft. And he's one of the last defensive ends, I think, that checks all the Spags boxes that we traditionally see.
Gotcha. I like it.
I had to pull the chat. I don't like not seeing the chat.
Well, I can take a look at the chat too if you'd like.
I know. I don't like not having the chat.
That's especially the spam. You're quick on those, by the way.
Yeah, I'll mess around.
I'm a little bit torn because at this point, I don't know if I'd be excited about them making a move up for Jackson here, but I would be unexcited by a lack of defensive line reinforcement.
It's a lack of patience.
Yeah, that's true. I have a lack of that at all times.
They take the equity they got, and they're like, you know what? I was patient last night. I can't do this again.
The Texans' Ursary pick just became official, so we're lagging behind a little bit here.
Yeah, we've hit a little bit of a lull.
Yeah, Bengals on the clock right now.
Grayson says, I think we should look at Bo Penix and Hugh Jazz.
Okay, Seth.
Sounds extremely familiar to me.
Bo Penix might actually be the best one he ever said.
It's going to be impossible, I think, to dethrone Bo Penix.
Bo Penix was so genuine too,
Yes.
because he legitimately thought that his name was Bo Penix.
And again, look, I think if you could have combined those quarterbacks, I think that'd probably be a pretty all pro.
Pretty damn good quarterback.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, Bo Penix.
That was one of my favorite moments of Only Weird Games.
Check in on Tuesday for Only Weird Games. We're going to talk about Josh Simmons and whoever the Chiefs do draft, who I believe that Seth Kaiser will have good analysis for because he will know their names by then. The KCSN draft guide gets you to today, right? Like or yesterday, today, and tomorrow. That's what the draft guide is here for. Seth rolls into action on Tuesday.
My favorite thing about the Saturday is how weird it's going to get.
Yeah.
They're also going to know every
What
player
you want
that's
over
picked.
here? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, you want to make a pick? Oh yeah, Bengals pick us in. Here's
Uh-oh.
Ken Swanson.
This is going to be good.
With the 49th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Fraudigals of no rings and nothing to really show for anything.
Awesome.
Take a guy that I think is actually older than Tucker Franklin, linebacker Demetrius Knight out of South Carolina.
I wish I got the joke.
Maddie's calm, cool, and collected. He said, okay. According to the chat, Greg says defensive end Ben Dover is still available on the board.
I can tell why you wanted back in the chat.
I love the Froggles. I mean, the chat. I read someone that said Froggles.
If you want a good joke, we'll call McKenna back.
She does have a good joke.
She talked about that for like 3 days.
It's a good
By the
joke. I mean, look, you can't. I understand when you got a good joke, you can't wait to tell it. Oh, hey, Maddie, I didn't realize that you're over there. What's
I'm
up?
just hanging out, I was just, I was over here hanging out off camera, ready to talk when I needed to talk.
So I'm good. Landon Jackson,
So-
Damian Martinez
so
coming up. Like,
Here, for Claude in the chat. Shout out Claude. Thank you, Claude, for tuning in. Thank you for all you do, Claude.
Just hit
Number
the
one,
chat up
Claude
and-
Thompson.
yeah, shout out Claude. We need to shout out Claude more.
Yeah, we should.
All the cool stuff you see on social.
That's Claude.
That's Claude.
Demetrius Knight, for reference, is linebacker 14 in the KCSN draft guide.
That's Kent's fault. Kent didn't like him. He's better than that. He's just old, and so therefore Kent deducted 2 rounds off his grade.
Can I tell you why I laughed as soon as you guys made that joke? And I was like, I wish I got the inside joke, because the only reason I know, I'm very familiar with that name, because the other night when I crammed before crammed the test, did all that studying, and I did like 5 mock drafts. Somehow I always ended up needing a linebacker around the middle rounds, and it was always Demetrius Knight.
Yep.
So I didn't realize he was going to get on his second contract when he's 33.
96. He's an older player, but he was very good for South Carolina, and so
32.
We'll see how he we'll need to see how that goes. It's a very
I
it's
do
an
see
interesting
that wide receiver Harry Johnson's still available. Same thing with Mike Hawk. He's on the board as well.
Yeah. Okay. That's
Gonna
good.
go eat. Ken's taking his sweet time.
Ken is kind of being.
Yeah, I can come over there if you want and step into the camera.
That's
all right.
true. You could make it full screen. I got the presets. I was showing you what I didn't. What I was trying to tell you is it's preset. So if I hit 2, it just goes and it zooms in
Oh,
Well, how about that?
on you, and then if I hit 3, it comes on over here to me. But this is Kent was sitting like this. I'll
how
do it
about that?
And then if
Look
I
at
hit,
us.
Then if I hit 1,
We're figuring it out live.
look at you go. Oh
Let's go.
Man,
yeah, that's pretty sick, isn't it?
that's pretty good. Hey, now we need to zoom in on one of those signs. We got to figure that out.
Oh, I did do this. Hang on, watch this.
You could have music. I hope Patrick is watching.
Oh wow, this is this is just like an ad.
That's crisp, isn't it? Look how crispy that is.
Don't show my drink.
Have you already done this on the stream earlier?
Yeah, Nick and I
What was
actually
I
we did do this
doing?
earlier.
Just playing around.
Yeah, it is. Look at that. Look at this, guys. Let me know in the chat if you like it because I think it's pretty sick.
It's a very crisp picture.
How much does it
I like
mess
the
up
new
when I start
cameras.
moving stuff?
Alex
So
Ziegler
obviously,
says
for everybody watching, we have PTZ cameras now. They can pan, tilt, and zoom, and they can auto track. Although we're still working on that one.
What? Alex Ziegler says Tucker has completely quit after the Burden pick. I have not.
With the
You're not on camera.
50th pick in the
Just
2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks have selected tight end Elijah Arroyo out
Okay.
of Miami.
All right. Good tight end. I like that tight end. He's good.
I love that
Rip.
Kent put down his food, walked over here, kicked me off of not being on camera to announce that in his sultry ASMR voice. That was good. That was good.
He thought he was on camera. The only thing that was actually on camera was your pizza. That's the only thing you could see.
Yeah, that accomplished
the-
very well.
The bottle of delicious Ben
This is great
Holiday
because you
bourbon.
got in real tight to this microphone and talked to like this, like you were doing something crazy. It's fun.
Watch this.
Okay.
You know there are people watching this for the first time like, what the
Yeah,
hell?
Tuck's
going
having a
on?
lot
This
of
is
fun.
what
Just,
it is,
Tuck's
okay?
just lounging, playing with the cameras via a remote control.
We brought these up to these cameras. Was it 2 weeks ago to like play through all this and figure it all out? It's like,
Mhm.
let's just do
It
it on
wasn't
day
enough.
2.
Yeah.
Let's just do it hour and a half in on day 2.
So this is gonna be really insane because if someone's watching right now, you're like, oh, that's probably like really close to where you guys are. Like, oh yeah, that's probably like really close.
Sure.
That does look cool with the lighting.
That looks really. It does look super sick. It's like, oh yeah, that's probably really close to where you guys are sitting. Oh yeah, guess what? Think again. It's so far away.
It's a 20x optic zoom.
It's so far away, and we just zoomed all the way into it.
There's
But-
another one of those helmets. The Blue Wire Studio.
Yeah, it was in the video. Oh gosh, who was it?
What
Who
was,
was it that
uh,
was in the Blue Wire
This is
Studio?
chaos.
Who's from Detroit? What's the
Eminem.
Jack Harlow?
He's not from Detroit. He's from Kentucky, and he ain't from Louisville. But
No, who's anyway? No, somebody was in the background. I sent you the screenshot
yeah,
of
somebody
their
like,
post, and I was like,
somebody super famous.
I was like, we got a branded post from such and such.
Yeah.
You could almost see the KCSN helmet in the back.
Feels like I'm watching a Best Buy commercial. Corey, I've not had any drinks. I've only had water today. The other
Just
guys,
talk
on the
like
other
normal,
hand,
please. Normal.
With the 51st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers have selected defensive end Nick Scorton of Texas A&M.
so the Panthers and the Broncos did swap 4 picks each in that. Four
Yes,
picks.
that is
Yeah.
what happened.
4 picks each. They swapped them. Panthers trade
weird.
up. Denver traded down.
Day 2 of the actual draft is even weirder than this coverage right now.
This is not. Yeah, there's been a lot of
And this is-
trades.
Yeah,
But
this
weird
is not a
trades.
sponsored commercial from those cameras. We don't know if we like them yet. We'll
Yeah,
see
it's
if
up in the air.
we'll see if the tracking thing works.
I
We're
think
gonna put it on
is.
Briscoe, let him walk around.
Ooh. I guess I got Briscoe's computer up right now as I'm standing over here. There's like 8 different Twitter tabs up. It's blowing my mind. I don't know why we don't just have one. I don't know what's going on here. It's Ken's fault.
It
so.
is probably Ken's fault, actually.
So yeah,
Kent, are you ready?
Shout out Nick Springer for helping behind the
Yeah.
scenes.
Spring Dog's got this on lock right now while Tucker's just playing with the cameras.
Nick, did you get food?
If I know one thing
Every
about Nick,
time-
he's not
he did
gonna,
it
he's
again.
not
He
gonna
did.
skip a meal.
When I was walking over there, he looked at me. He's like, "When's the ETA on the food?" I'm like 6 minutes. Like, okay, good.
He's not gonna skip a meal, man. I tell you what.
Well, in fairness, we went to the combine, and we'll just go like 12 hours without eating.
That's
Yeah,
wild.
so going like
Everything.
12 hours without eating is not good for you.
Yeah.
He's trying to be nice about it. After about 7 hours, he's like, "So are we gonna eat? Is anybody hungry?"
Maddie, your computer's locked over here, and I just keep seeing like screenshots you've taken on your computer.
Oh yeah,
come
there's
across,
some
There's a lot
wild
and
of
it's
pictures.
just it's like screenshots of plays you've drawn up.
Yeah, that's some of that. There's like a random picture of Aiden Hutchinson working out and his very homemade gyms in there because I sent it as a joke sometime. There's some crazy pictures.
a
Box
screenshot
score
of
of
box-
Georgia, Cincinnati.
Yeah. There's some crazy pictures showing up on there sometimes.
You got any good chats over there, Nick? You can put the headset on if you want.
No, he said
any
no
good,
thanks.
Any good chats? Any good chats over there?
Somebody asked how Tucker is drunk off of water.
I'm not. I'm just
He's
vibing.
vibing. Yeah.
I'm just, yeah.
He's
it's
the employee of the year.
Forgot
Just
that
how
the
it
headset
is.
was here.
He's
That
the
I
employee of the year.
talk to you guys. That's
This
my
has
bad.
been a great pod. Thank you, Chief Kelsey. Appreciate you. Hey, thank you for everyone who's watching this. This is not like the normal draft coverage. I know that you guys
We're
are probably
filling
tuned
in while the host
to
eats.
I'm
I'm just hanging out.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
Ken has a Topo Chico. Holy cow! There could not be nothing more Hollywood than
Those things are gross.
it's a glass bottle.
The only positive thing to ever come from Topo Chico is I'm pretty sure that's what we all chugged
Their seltzers
2 years
are pretty
ago
good, I
at
think.
No Other Pub for Therese. We raised like $1,500 in like 2 minutes.
Did you rate? Did you
That was
rate
a
their
Topo
seltzers?
Chico that we all
Yeah, I
chugged,
have.
right?
Yeah. it's
What
Topo
was
Chico.
the rating?
Yeah.
Remember?
I don't
Like
know.
a
I
two.
have a Google sheet on my phone. I don't know what to find.
I have a Google sheet on my phone.
That's diabolical.
We're getting closer, and Landon Jackson, Damian Martinez still available.
Corey Peters says that he thinks that this is better than the draft guy coverage show. Sorry.
In the what?
In the draft coverage. Sorry, guys.
Darker,
look.
the scroll wheel on your mouse is so sensitive.
Well, fine. I mean, if this is
You
better,
could
it's
want
all YouTube for the rest of the time.
No.
At some point, they're going to want something about the players.
Yeah, look, they could select Damian Martinez and be like, that's pretty cool.
But
No,
in
no,
fairness,
that's
if these are
fine.
guys, diehards that have been listening to you, they know the takes that you have on these players.
Right,
We've talked
we're
about a
like
lot of these guys.
we're like 50 more picks away from us really having to dig in the weeds right now. People still know these players, and like if it's Damian Martinez, BJ's got notes ready, or Trey Harris.
And in fairness, and I talk about this, and I know you guys don't like tooting your own horn, but you were talking about players like this at the Shrine Bowl, which for everyone listening is the week of the AFC Championship. When
Right.
Chiefs fans, you're not into the draft. Like, look at the number. Like, you're not into the draft at that time because we're getting ready for the AFC Championship. They're nerding out every night about the players having the same conversations they're having right now. So you guys have been talking about this for a while, and then the podcast for the draft started right after that. So,
Thanks, Zach, complimenting my knees. I appreciate that. I have healthy knees, unlike never mind.
Wow.
Who? By the way, I got a text from Matt Verderam. Be very interesting to have him come on and give his takes because he's the other side. I asked him. He's
I don't
busy.
know. Who
But
cares?
we'll see.
Oh, we got
if
the
he comes
Titans
on,
selection.
it's going to be hot
The-
and it's going to be short.
The Tennessee Titans for pick 52 of the 2025 NFL draft have drafted Femi Oladejo, defensive end out of UCLA. He converted to defensive end from off-ball linebacker as they show linebacker highlights on NFL Network right now. As he stepped up, yeah. So they moved him down to defensive end this past year. Athletic, good size for a defensive end, but he is still figuring out the position. So pick 52 is, a little surprising for him.
This is
All right.
and this is only the Titans. Is this the first Titans pick that we've had since Cam Ward too? I think.
You're asking me what in our history together over the last 9 months makes you think I can answer a question like that?
Well, he jumped off too. I was just really enjoying the
What's
fact
going
that
on?
we had the KCSM postgame show vibe for a second. Even
Oh,
the
yeah.
same spots where we
The
sit.
good old. I was looking through pictures of us. Like,
Do you remember the
there's going to be a
postgame show?
badass video that we put out, maybe at like the 5-year mark of like the stuff when we first got started.
Are we going to show them the robot?
I talked about that on a
the
panel at
iPad on
Arrowhead.
wheels.
I talked about that on a panel at Arrowhead. I was at a podcasting panel with the Kansas Association of Broadcasters this week. And I was talking about where we started. I'm like, I actually thought this was a great idea. I really did.
Thank you, Scott.
Awful. So
you.
anybody that's watching right now that knows what we're talking about when we were doing post game shows at the bullpen bar, shout out to you.
I don't
So,
squat
thank
that
you.
much, Josh, but I appreciate
You're a
it.
real one.
All right, real quick before I let Matty take his spot back. Thank you for everybody for supporting the Therese Paler draft season workshop deal. I'll go check the numbers. I know it's been a little slower than it was yesterday. There's less people watching the first round. Everybody's super excited, but please continue to donate. A lot of cool items actually behind us with the raffle with signed memorabilia for the Chiefs. But yeah, it's going to be cool. And one thing I want to note that is very important to know about the workshop, whoever gets it, it's not a content deal. This person is not coming working for any platform to do content. They're going to network and see how things work and learn and not have the pressure of being at those events and feel like you have to create all this content while you're there. So that's one of the things I think that's really cool for anybody who's been at that and been in that. I have to create a bunch of content. It's not what this is about. So super cool.
Yeah, no, we're really excited to do that, and I think BJ's alluded to this too. I was the beneficiary of an opportunity like that. I was going out to do a little bit of content, but not in the same vein as some other people. And BJ's the guy that took me out to dinner and let me kind of follow him and hang around, and that's where I actually got to meet Therese for the first time.
All right, high velocity.
High
We talk about
velocity.
this every year, but
We'll tell the
talk
story.
about it now.
We got time. We got time
Sorry,
tomorrow
Maddie.
too. But he took me around.
I might not be here tomorrow.
I don't know if I've
He
told my
Carter's got-
Therese story.
He
though.
introduces me to introduces me to people like
We can
Eric
do it now.
Galco. He takes me to High Velocity. He says we're gonna meet up with Therese. I was like, this is amazing. I'm just excited to meet Therese because a generation of people and content creators and writers and journalists, we all have that reverence for Therese. And so getting to meet him, he well, go.
And I don't, sorry, I mean, for anyone that doesn't know why people talk about Therese like that, because there were a lot of people know him, a lot of people that he was close with. He talked about like that because he was a beat writer who could be a columnist, who understood football at a level that very few
beat writers,
analysts, like he was at that level of like the people you could trust with anything football related at any level of football, because coached football, knew football, was that he's a football guy who was a beat writer who could break news, who had the relationships with the agents and the players. He was cool with everyone, and he knew how to operate throughout the NFL circles. And it's a hard thing unless you're in it to understand how difficult it is to maneuver through all of those things and be respected on every account by everyone throughout the process. That's why it was so special. And that's why people who know him, and even all these years later, when I'm reaching out to people saying, hey, this is what we're doing, this is what we're trying to do, it takes less than a second for them to be like, I'm in. This is that easy. That's why you're doing it. Yep. 100%.
The most gracious person I think I've ever seen in this space, where, if he identified you as someone that was, putting in the work, that was, doing those things, he was going to go above and beyond to support you and help you. Right. And so that was one of the things that kind of came out. His words early on for me as were such a huge sign, huge piece of encouragement. Like he, like just acknowledging that like he'd read my stuff and that he had to stop reading his stuff was like something that he said to a lot of. I know that was a line that he kind of helped use to try to encourage. Like if he respected what you were doing, he was going to avoid even reading your stuff, because it was something that he wanted to keep fresh eyes. He wanted to keep his own perspective. And if you were doing,
he didn't read anybody or listen to anybody's stuff.
If you were doing the work, and if he respected the work you were doing, he was going to avoid it.
Oh.
And so like that was like for a 28-year-old kid that was just learning how to blog. And I was I was working at Arrowhead Pride. I was, it meant everything. It literally meant everything that like he showed some level of respect for someone in a space that was still emerging. And as a writer that was still emerging, like for him to show that kind of respect and support, it meant the world to me, and like I think that was just an indication of who he was, as far as like how he supported, how he encouraged. It meant the world. It meant the absolute world to me.
And he was gracious with that time. Tucker said that he had a story as well. But I think with Therese, I think it's just he made himself available at those. I mean, for me, Herbie Teope was one of those people, and a lot of people don't know the history. And obviously, he works with us now, which is awesome. Which is super cool for him to be back. Hope he'll be back out there tomorrow. He's last day of IR. He's coming off tomorrow.
Good.
He's doing better on the men, but excited to have him back up there at Arrowhead every day, covering stuff for KCSN. It's going to be great. But yeah, I mean, for me, it wasn't necessarily I didn't know him at the time, but there are certain people. Talked about this during this panel the other day. Is like you can get into sports media and you can build your penthouse higher, or you can build your table longer. You get two options when you get into this. You either are in this to climb on top and go as far as you can. And not saying you're stepping on people, because that's a bad way of looking at it, but you could put blinders on and you can climb as high as you can climb. I don't know how else to put it. You're not all bad people. Just that's what they're there for. And there are people that are like, you know what? I got helped by somebody along the way, so I'm going to help the next person. And there are two different ways that people can approach this. And Therese was a building table longer, and so was I. That's why we got along. And it was how big can your table get? How long can your table get? And that's what he was about. And Cecil Lammy was that person for me. When I went to the Senior Bowl for the first time, he was the one that did not know me, saw me wandering around, and had no reason other than just empathy of seeing like a lost person. It's like, hey, do you need some help? Do you know what you're doing? I was like, no. He's like, hang out with us for the week. I'm Cecil. And he does radio in Denver. Always give him a shout out when I can, because that's the best part of sports media, telling the stories of the people that are doing it the right way, because you hear a lot of the other stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, and BJ, you paid it forward to me. We were at Kilroy's.
It's a great way. This is paying it forward, is what this is.
Paying it forward. And Therese always paid it forward. He was always very supportive and respectful, and it was amazing. It was amazing to know that that he was so supportive of so many different people. And I think you saw that after his untimely passing, is how many people he impacted.
Yeah.
Right. And like that's why we do what we do. That's why we do what we do.
I drove to Detroit with Herbie.
Yeah. Herbie's
Out.
another guy that's the same way. So
Yeah.
Herbie gave me his phone
Herbie goes
number
out of his way to try to help people.
First time I ever met him, I met him at the NFL Combine. We were in the hallway, and I said, "Hey, Herbie," gave me his phone number immediately. It's like, "Hey, you have my phone number." I still have it. I still got it.
Tell Herbie stories. We got a couple months for that. He's gonna disappear to play poker though.
We have a couple of picks that have come in. Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Also have a couple of
Sorry,
super
I know
chats.
you wanted to
and super chats. Yeah,
jump in as well.
I'll tell my story tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. So we left off with the Titans taking Femi
Oladejo. Femi Oladejo.
Femio. And then the Bucks selected cornerback Benjamin Morrison at pick number 53, and the Packers just selected tackle Anthony Belton out of NC State.
There's an alternate universe where Anthony Belton, maybe the Chiefs are trading up for Anthony Belton at pick 60, 54, 53 right now. But
it's fun for me. The first time, like 17 years. And
I'm going to get pizza.
Anybody who's known me for a long time, like I would follow the draft. Like I knew everybody, like you guys did. Like I give you opinions on 7th round. You just named 3 players that never heard of any of them. So I don't know if that's good, bad, whatever. But I know there's 2 guys that I like in this draft that are both available that could be drafted: Landon Jackson and Damian Martinez.
Oh,
so
buddy.
hold on to
Damn, we
those.
got a couple of super chats here, including this one.
Christian Muley, thank you so much. How about Jack Besh or Jalen Royals at 63? Yeah. I think if you ask Matty Lane, he'd probably tell you Jack Besh.
We'll bring the
good news is-
experts back on. Thanks for letting me
Matty
know,
Lane's
everybody. I'm gonna go eat pizza now.
Hey, they got the pickle pizza. Do you know that? You get that? Hanging out here. Thank you, Josh Brown, for your support as well.
Shout out Josh.
Love you too, Josh. Thank you for your
Let's see what
support,
we
man.
got
We really
going on
appreciate
here.
you.
People have been asking about Josh Briscoe. He is alive.
Yeah.
Josh is just
he's
slamming whatever
He's
he's
slamming
allowed
wings
to
and
eat.
pizza,
Swings
yeah.
and za right over there.
Don't
He,
say
he
that,
is
please.
he is alive though.
The picks in for the Los Angeles Chargers. And look, I mean, we are this is about the range that 133 gets you up to. So if the Chiefs want to make a move up here, the Chiefs are very well in striking distance of pick 133. In 133 and 63. They could also, the other thing is I think all of these, kind of picks are in play because if you look at 133 combined with pick 76, that's also going to line up okay with, the Panthers or Houston as well. So you could see some movement here in the next few picks from the Chiefs if they're looking to move up. Trey Harris is the pick for the Los Angeles Chargers.
Okay, that's an unfortunate one.
So I think that's one of the big ones. I think that was a player that we were all hoping might be available to the Chiefs at pick 63.
for sure.
An outside receiver, an X receiver. That one hurts a little bit.
Yeah, I was just talking with Chief Bearcat off camera here. We're just kind of going through this. Like I said earlier, I don't know if in day 2 you can really have a bad necessarily run because it's a lot of players that are all very
Right.
good. So there's still plenty of players available that I like. So this isn't by any stretch of the imagination like a bad board for the Chiefs. But Trey Harris, if you were looking for somebody that offered a dynamic play, especially on the offensive side of the ball, somebody that maybe could align on the outside, he was that guy that was still available. So him coming off the board to a division rival, it's unfortunate. That's a little bit unfortunate if you think the Chiefs really wanted or needed an X wide receiver. So that's the first pick in a while where I'm like, that one really stinks from the Chiefs' perspective. I don't know how much you guys talked about it. The Packers took Anthony Belton in the middle of round 2.
Herbie!
Oh, shout out Herbie.
Herbie's in
Hey.
the chat, baby.
Man, hey, appreciate you, Herbie. You've always been so welcome and kind to us, and we appreciate you. And we're always trying to support. Our guy Therese as well. So he was the absolute best. And man, I mean, he lasting impact on everybody's life. And he just brought it. BJ just brought it up. You guys driving up there together. To honor him. It's it's been a weird couple of years, but we're trying to help support our guy Therese, and I know you're in the same boat as well. But we appreciate you. We appreciate everybody that's been hanging out with us today. We really do. Chiefs are getting close to being on the clock. The Chicago Bears are on at pick 56. like I said, I think you start paying attention now to where the Chiefs could potentially be moving up.
Okay, yeah, we do. Listen, we haven't talked about it a lot, right? So let's do it. Shador Sanders is still available.
Yeah.
Late in this draft class. This is the first time he's really coming up on this show. So, what do we think's going on here?
I think there's still a chance the Las Vegas Raiders take him in 2
You
selections.
really think the Raiders are the
Why would the Raiders trade back twice if they think they're in a good range to just take their quarterback because no one else is interested?
I don't think you trade away from a quarterback you like. No teams traded away from quarterbacks that they like.
Unless you know the market for him.
Mm.
I think it's very suspicious that they've traded back twice.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I think it's just not funny as in a ha-ha way. Just like it's odd he's still there for a guy that was constantly up until like 2 weeks ago champion as a top 5 pick, as a top 2 pick in this draft, right? So he's still available. As a Chiefs fan, I would love him to come off the board before they go,
Absolutely.
like before they pick here, right?
Yeah.
I just don't know if I have a belief that they do. Jalen Milroe, I mean, obviously also still out there, and that's kind of a big one. He's at the draft. He had to know he wasn't going in round 1 the way things have played out right now, right?
Yeah.
So, like, there's 2 quarterbacks that I would love to see come off the board before the Chiefs come up at pick 63. So that's just something to monitor. We won't talk too much more about quarterbacks specifically because the Chiefs aren't probably looking at one at this point in time in the draft or anything like that.
Right. No, and I would be stunned if they're looking at all. We'll see. The Bears. Oh yeah, we have the pick for the
Perfect.
Chicago Bears, and they are taking Ozzie Trapillo, the offensive tackle out of Boston College. That helps the Chiefs, moving another offensive lineman out of range here. So just another one of those going off the board instead of some of the positions that that we've kind of targeted here. So just kind of looking at some of the best available players. Mike Green, Marshall. I don't even know if we need to be talking about him at this point. Every team has passed on him, and I just don't know where that range is for him. Shador Sanders. You still got Savone Ravel, the cornerback out of Eastern Carolina. You still got Trey Amos out of Ole Miss.
I think I have the Lions pick.
Who's the Lions pick?
Tate Ratledge, offensive guard out of Georgia.
Things are looking good for the Kansas City Chiefs if that's
an interior offensive lineman.
And the Lions,
they traded up.
The Lions traded up with the Broncos to get him. So the Broncos trade back 3 spots. The Lions trade up ahead of the Raiders and Baltimore to make sure that they get their offensive linemen.
Okay.
Does that mean that maybe the Raiders and Baltimore might have been interested in an offensive lineman too? I don't know. But Tate Ratledge off the board as well.
2 more picks and we do the numbers game, Kent.
Yeah.
Wait, 2 more picks and we run some numbers here. We start talking about some players that are still available, how we'd feel about them, because I think we're getting close enough that, like, hey, the Chiefs once again will be looking at least at a player that that we think at KCSN here especially like with looking at the draft guide, we think it'd be pretty good value. So we're coming up on a pretty good spot here.
We're also getting pretty close to territory where pick 164 is a trade up possibility. So the next couple picks here, if a team wants to recoup another asset, that pick that they just got from the Philadelphia Eagles, this could be an opportunity for them to move up here as well, unless they just simply want the board to fall. Positions that I think the board's sitting well for them, it feels like cornerback's sitting okay right now.
Very much so.
Which I think that's the best player available. Darius Alexander's still not still not.
Shamar Turner, CJ West. There's some defensive tackles we kind of like.
Yep. You're talking about edge rushers. Landon Jackson's still sitting out there, and that's a player that I would love to see the Chiefs target
for sure.
Here, I think that's one of the best Spags fits at the defensive end position. I think you're continuing to hope for a interior offensive lineman to start flying off the board here. And I mean, with this trade up from the Lions, I think maybe one of these teams ahead of the Chiefs is looking to address the interior of their offensive line. I don't think there's a linebacker that I'd be excited about the Chiefs taking at 66.
No, probably not.
And then I think you're hoping for tackles flying off the board and hopefully a quarterback here or there. Running back, no Caleb Johnson.
Wouldn't mind him going off the board.
Wouldn't mind. I think I'd be willing to sacrifice Caleb Johnson. Xavier Watts, also
still available. Yeah.
Still available. Same with Kevin Winston Jr. Tight end
Andrew
position.
Makuba. Don't you dare leave my safety out of that group.
Tight end, yeah. Well, yeah.
Not my fault that he's not graded there. It's somebody else's.
Yeah. Tight end.
I think you're kind of burnt out there. I mean,
Yeah.
you got Harold Fannin. Right?
Harold Fannin, Gunnar
he's
Helm.
still very much. I don't think Gunnar Helm is in the range here, but I mean, I didn't think Terrence Ferguson was either. right? So maybe somebody loves Gunnar Helm's film. They like what he can do after the catch, and they want to take this risk, or not risk, but like this shot on him here.
Mhm.
But I think, again, you were talking about a guy that I think you are more than willing to say comes off the board to leave you the best possible board for the Chiefs. He's the one that you're okay with.
The Raiders are on the clock.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay.
Who do you think the lowest player ranked on the consensus board that has been drafted so far is?
Let me think here.
If it helps you, he is ranked 91st overall.
Is it Anthony Belton?
It is by one spot over Tyler Shuck.
It helps when I have the spreadsheet in front of me.
Okay.
Feels
Josh.
less like guessing and more like reading the spreadsheet, Kent.
Yeah.
Josh is back.
The
He's
folks in the chat were very concerned about your well-being earlier.
I'm sorry. I was eating pizza and having a wonderful conversation.
Hey, how was the pickle pizza?
Delightful. I like pickle things. I like pickle pizza. I like pickle bourbon. I like pickle shots. I like pickle whatever. I like pickles.
And it does sound wild, but we have had pickle whiskey
Today.
Literally today. I have the next pick if you want to announce it from our podium. I sent it to you, Joshua.
Fantastic. I can't wait to find out
Darn.
who the Chicago Bears have. Is it the Chicago Bears?
No, we're already on
moved
to the
on
Las
past the
Vegas
Bears?
Raiders. And by the way, the Las Vegas Raiders do not take a quarterback. So there is that announcement.
Oh, Tuck, we missed Seth Rollins announcing the Bears pick.
Oh man.
Seth freaking Rollins.
Burn it down.
With the 58th overall pickle in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders have selected TCU wide receiver Jack Beck.
Besh.
I'm going hard.
Well,
Unfortunate again. Kind of like the Trey Harris thing. If you were hoping for a wide receiver, that's not the greatest 1-2 off the board in the last couple picks. If you're a Chiefs fan, I think Harris more than Besh here provides like that outside typical X wide receiver we think the Chiefs are missing. But Besh still can do that. That's what he did at TCU. But he has some, how do I say this, very Cooper Kupp qualities to his game. And that's kind of how he plays. Very good route runner. Very, solid hands, very physical, willing to work over the middle of the field, and maybe lacks a little bit of long speed. But I think you could easily see how he would fit in with the Chiefs if he were to be available. So that's another one that I think is a little unfortunate that we see come off the board before the Chiefs come up on the clock.
so small little run on receiver.
Yeah.
Wonder, I think if you're looking at like ideal fits for the Chiefs at the receiver spot, Elika Yomanor out of Stanford. As an X-type player. Jalen Royals.
No.
Not the best X-type, even though he did play some X out there, but doesn't count.
Pretty sure Matty Lane gave me a real dookie grade for taking Royals in the KCSN mock draft.
You took him?
I did, yeah, man.
In the second round, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's true. I was the GM of the Arizona Cardinals. I needed somebody to play off of Harrison.
I think you made that pick live on Only Wear Games.
And it's totally possible. I took Bo on good games. I've been all over the place.
Dwayne
Matty
Why'd you
didn't.
check Dwayne Bowe?
No, Purdue Bo.
Oh.
Matty didn't like my drafts. It's okay. I'm over
That's
it.
what happens.
Who'd
It
you take run?
happens.
Who'd you take run one?
Stewart, I think. Shamar Stewart. I think Matty liked my first round pick and then nothing after that, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that sounds very, very likely.
Yeah, that's okay. I can live with it.
Matty is a generational hater.
NFC West champion Arizona Cardinals. If I was the GM.
If he was the GM.
Honestly, I'm so glad I made it through all the KCSN mock without doing anything embarrassing, like objectively embarrassing. That felt like a win for me.
I'm really
Arizona
proud of you.
Cardinals. The Cardinals didn't have a ton of draft capital to work with, but didn't come away with my favorite crop either. Shamar Stewart was a fantastic swing in the opening round, and pairing him with Darius Robinson from last year gives them some crazy, strong, athletic edges across from one another, but it's a little bit of a slow burn to develop. The round two selections, this is great because I don't have all the names in here because I had a sheet up when I did this.
Yeah.
Kind of follow the same suit as Royals is moving from a very college air raid style offense versus lower level of competition, and Marcus Bowe is likely having to change positions in the interior. There may not be a huge impact early on from this draft for the Cardinals, but in time, maybe these guys pan out or maybe they don't, and it's time for a reset.
He gave me a C, Kent.
Give him a C. Favorite pick was Caleb Rogers, an interior offensive lineman from Texas Tech, though. I think that's a really good pick.
Just building the trenches, Matty. You know how I am at day 3. Just building the trenches.
That's one of the most athletic offensive linemen in this class, too. It was a great pick. Least favorite was Jalen Royals.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. I need it. Listen, Matty, you wouldn't know this, but I was working the phone lines for a little Chris Olave action before the draft. Didn't come together. It's okay. I decided to go ahead and take the rookie contract.
Tuck's got some heat.
Ooh,
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Scott Mahurin. For their donation to the KCSN Therese Baylor
Ooh,
All
Scott.
Jewish Raffle.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. I know you put your phonetic pronunciation in there, and I really hope I still got it, even though you put the phonetic pronunciation in there. Thank you.
Would you like a phonetic pronunciation of the word phonetic?
Oh, wow. So
Please.
I would love a phonetic pronunciation of the next pick.
I do have I
Frenetic.
have the next pick for the Baltimore Ravens.
I
I
wish you just
hate it.
tell me what account I'm supposed to be reading. There's a lot of accounts here. Why don't you just read it?
Baltimore
I sent it to you.
Why don't you just? Why am I over here at the podium? You want to take my shirt off again?
We decided it was a bit.
I didn't
so-
realize that until the time. With the 59th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens, with every possible bit of expectation, with every bit of hyperbole, with every bit of Baltimore Raven within them all, the Baltimore Ravens select Mike Green.
Top 20 player in the class from a talent perspective. So there's that part of it.
Very Raven.
Yeah, that's the most Ravens pick
Especially-
you could. That's the absolute most Ravens pick you can get. By far the best value you're going to probably find in this entire draft, and they take him at the end of round 2 or towards the end of round 2. Understand the off-field stuff, but this is the most Raven. This is why teams like the Ravens and the Eagles constantly get praised in national media, because as long as he stays on the football field for the next few years based on the off-field stuff, he's going to far outproduce what this draft slot is, right? So it's a great pick for them.
This is a very difficult line to try to toe, right? There are 2 sexual assault accusations against Mike Green, especially within the context of what's happened to their kicker over the last year. That is a very fascinating selection that has been made by the Ravens. So
Mercifully, I'm happy that we don't have to have this conversation for like the 8th time in 10 years for the Chiefs.
agreed.
That's where I'm at.
So it's nice that we don't have to have that conversation in Kansas City. The Baltimore Ravens are going to go try to, a top 20 player in this draft. A very good pass rusher. One of the better pass rushers in the class. Pick, let's see, Denver's on the board at 60. So we'll see what the Broncos are taking. But that's the selection. Mike Green finally goes off the board.
By the way, you guys are going to do one podcast for both these picks.
I was going to ask that question, actually.
Yeah, but one podcast for both picks.
Huh?
Just because there's, 66 and
63.
63.
We won't be
66,
done with,
yeah.
we will not be done with,
With 63 before you get to 66.
correct.
If
So-
you missed their breakdown of Josh Simmons last night, that's available on the KCSN podcast feed, and it's a great listen.
And on YouTube. I clipped it and
Wow.
put it on YouTube
Is
as
it
well.
really?
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah. I did.
Employee of the year.
Some are saying.
And if you missed Tucker Franklin's breakdown of Josh Simmons at the Airbnb last night, you also missed out.
Yeah, that might need to be behind a paywall, actually.
Patreon
Yeah,
subscriber.
my OnlyFans subscribers get Josh Simmons breakdown of me just swearing at the TV.
Tucker's OnlyFans subscribers get Tucker's completely nude Josh Simmons breakdown.
Who's nude in the situation? Me or Josh Simmons?
Up to you.
I need to see the knee, so
We've moved on from foot things to knee things.
welcome, Josh. Welcome to Kansas City, Joshua. I appreciate
This is going great.
excited for your career.
Waiting to see who the Denver Broncos have taken.
Hmm.
And we are officially in the 60s, which is where the Kansas City Chiefs have 2 selections
Yeah.
coming up. So we're going to kind of keep an eye on that.
Richard Nixon be like.
What is happening?
What?
I couldn't think of a president that was in the 60s. Was Nixon in the 60s?
I'm not a crook.
Hey, kid, you were alive then.
Was Nixon in the 60s?
That was the oldest president I could think of off the top of my head. That was
the oldest president you could think of was Richard Nixon.
No, I could think of George Washington, but I was like, he's not alive
Tucker,
in
I can think of
1960s.
2 guys named John Adams.
I'm just saying
Like a couple
around that time
Roosevelts?
period. Like Clinton was definitely 90s. I wasn't.
Yeah.
alive. Do you have,
so
you have a
Richard Nixon,
timeline?
Abraham Lincoln,
1969 through 1974. Good work.
I was right on the 60s for Nixon.
Late 60s, early 70s.
So John F.
Yes.
Kennedy,
Who's
Lyndon
before
B.
Nixon?
Johnson, Richard Nixon.
Lyndon B. Johnson.
LBJ.
Call me Lyndon the way that
This is the most Saturday, the Friday edition of this show.
I'm gonna let the chat finish that joke.
It's a very funny
I'm
one,
gonna let
though.
the chat finish that joke.
Oh man, the Denver Broncos are on the clock.
Alex Ziegler says day 3 will be Briscoe's Vietnam. I want to go back to.
Woo! It's actually Gerald Ford next. After
Just gonna be me trying to think of presidents when they were presidents.
Oh my gosh.
Call me Abraham.
The way she.
Oh,
No, stop.
all right.
Man, I hope the Chiefs take a defensive lineman.
The Chiefs are 4 picks away. Here's the 4 highest-ranked players that don't play quarterback left on the consensus board. Savon Ravel, yay or nay, Kent?
Yay,
Trey Amos, cornerback, Ole Miss, yay or nay?
big yay,
Azare Thomas, cornerback, Florida State, yay or nay?
big yay,
Xavier Watts, safety, Notre Dame.
yay,
Here's 2 bonus players. Landon Jackson, defensive end, Arkansas.
big yay,
Darius Alexander, defensive tackle, Toledo.
big yay.
There's a lot of guys available that we kind of like here. So are you ready for them not to take any of those guys?
Yeah, it's gonna
No, I'm
be-
kidding. They're going to do one of those.
Call like a give me like an off the beaten path pick that would just be like, oh,
Jack Sawyer, offense or defensive end, Ohio State.
okay,
You guys are both saying no reason to trade up, though, right? Like, you've got more than enough players from this
Well,
point.
they
You're
should have
happy
traded
with.
up for Mike Green if you're
Well.
going to be willing to take the rest. But if you weren't willing to trade up for that one, yeah, I don't think you trade up at this point in time. Nobody
Yeah.
stands out to me as significantly better than the rest.
it's gonna be Caleb Johnson.
Oh boy.
Do you guys have one running back that stand? Are there any running backs for either of the two of you who are like, hey, if they're the pick up here, I'm cool with it?
If they take Damian Martinez out of Miami, I'm okay with it. It's not my favorite pick right now, looking at the trench players on the defensive side of the ball that are available, or even some of the cornerbacks. But I would get over it being Damian Martinez pretty quick, because come tomorrow, it doesn't matter where you drafted him. You just got a running back that is probably going to play the most snaps for your team this year.
Kent?
I wish I could have that mentality where like the pick doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're also up again so soon after this pick.
I think if I was
Right.
looking at how the board's falling and then looking at how few of running backs have already gone off the board, I don't know if I'd be super thrilled about any running back at this point.
Yeah.
But I could be talked out of it very quickly, because I do think that they're like Caleb Johnson. Like, I don't know if he's the perfect fit, but he is a super talented
I got
back.
the Broncos pick.
Well, let's give us the pick.
Give it to us,
Are
Maddie. I
you
don't have it
ready
yet.
for this?
Yes.
boy.
Is it Shador?
No. The
Imagine.
Broncos have selected running back RJ Harvey
What?
Ooh.
from UCF.
The smartest man in the room, Sean Payton, continues to be the smartest man in the room.
They were gonna go.
24-year-old running
They were
back.
gonna go Travion Henderson in round 1. They did not expect Zadeh Barron to be available. So when he was, I think it threw off their draft plans. They were planning on Travion Henderson in round 1.
Maddie
Yeah.
Lane, is that RJ Harvey of UCF with a 5th round grade in the KCSN draft guide?
Listen, yeah, that is RJ Harvey with a 5th round grade in the KCSN draft guide, brought to you by Josh Briscoe grading running back. So bring all your heat at him for that grade.
Not mine.
No, that's my grade.
I'm going to look here. I'm going to see nobody's guy is what I see for RJ Harvey.
Yeah, I don't dislike the player. I just didn't know if I thought that he would be anything besides a change of pace back. And I think a lot of people have bought in on the hype for RJ Harvey. I don't know if I'm there yet. So, hey, out of all the running backs that have been added to AFC West teams so far, he is by far my favorite one to come to the division.
Yeah, like that's right. That's 3 teams that have taken a running back.
They're all 4 going to take a running back.
Oh yeah, they're all 4 taking one. I just
Just
think
win.
it's just wild. It's just wild that where we're at this point. Oh, God.
Now, I do also 100% got to make sure that was, not from the Jordan Schultzes of the world where that pick came from. So we'll have to, make sure
No, it is RJ
I
Harvey.
trust where I saw it. It's just
It is RJ Harvey.
Okay.
So
Maddie, I'm going to ask you the question that I would ask you if I currently had a radio show that you were being interviewed on, and ask how many of these running backs do you think are like difference makers right now? Like, how many of these guys move the needle for you?
move the needle. So for the Chiefs, I think what moving the needle is convincing at least one team to have their linebackers play the run and not the pass every single play. I don't think an RJ Harvey changes that for the Chiefs. I think there is a chance that a Damian Martinez or a Dylan Sampson, even possibly a Caleb Johnson. I know the Chiefs might have to change their scheme a little bit. Those guys might be able to provide a consistent enough rushing attack that you at least convince a couple linebackers to have to respect the run. So I do think needle moving for the Chiefs might be different. It's not a big move, but if for just once you can have a linebacker take a read step forward instead of immediately retreating back, that's going to matter for Patrick Mahomes trying to find some more space over the field. So it might not be significant, but I do think there's a couple running backs that can earn respect with more time that Mr. Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco have not quite earned so far when they're out there.
Are there any guys with like 3 down potential that you see from this point on, like realistically?
Yeah. I think Dylan Sampson is probably my highest guy that would have 3 down potential. Damian Martinez is a very good runner, but his pass protection is still a work in progress, and he's more of a check down kind of receiver right now. Dylan Sampson doesn't have a ton of experience. He's the youngest player in this draft class. He's like the youngest 20-year-old in this draft class, 1 year of playing. I think he does have the potential to grow into that by the end of the first year, though. Tucker, you're up.
Yeah, talking about the Broncos in their running back room, their depth chart, RJ Harvey, Audric Estime, Jaleel McLaughlin, Tyler Bade is what he wants to be called now, and Blake Watson. So that doesn't necessarily strike fear into opposing defenses, I do not believe.
Javonte Williams is a Cowboy. I completely missed that.
I have a bummer of a pick here.
Ooh.
I think we've had a lot of bummer of a picks in the past like 7 for me here.
RJ Harvey wasn't. The Washington Commanders have selected Ole Miss cornerback Trey Amos.
Yeah, that is a bummer.
I will say, like, yeah, I mean, if the Chiefs were real, I think at this point the Chiefs were hot to trot about him. I think they would have moved up.
I mean, same thing. I'm disappointed the Chiefs do not get a Mike Green, but if they really wanted him, they easily could have jumped the Ravens to snag him at this point in time. So I think it's easy to fall back on, hey, if they liked any of these guys right here, they could have gone up and got them. And I do think that there's enough talent pooled here together. For me, it was Mike Green was the one that was clearly better than the rest, right? I mean, you look at everyone's rankings of where he was clearly higher than the rest. Trey Amos would have been my preferred corner that's left, but Savon Ravel still available. AZ Thomas still available. These guys are all kind of in that same bucket. So I would understand not going up to get one specific guy.
Yeah, I would too if you are targeting cornerback, right? And that's only an if.
It's an if.
It does really feel like this is such a good pocket for them to potentially address it if they are going to do it. Like that's the thing that like it is a good pocket of players that I would be very excited, and I think it's the best value on the board. It is interesting that there hasn't been a ton off the board yet. But yeah, 63 and 66. It's wild that the Chiefs haven't moved up at all. And,
yeah,
and they didn't want to. Maybe they didn't have it. Maybe they wasn't anybody they wanted.
I just find it, going. Brett Veach is traded back in this draft, which is wild enough as it is.
It was a one pick, but yes,
doesn't matter.
Technically,
man.
Yes, you did.
Trading back is just something. The Bears are on the clock at pick 62, which means the Kansas City Chiefs are on deck. They are warming up here. They are getting that phone ready.
I mean, there's pull the tracker off screen. It's so far behind.
There is definitely players available that we still like right now, right?
Oh, for sure. Landon Jackson's still on the board.
Be a very good pick here.
He'd be a slam dunk, and you still might be able to get another cornerback.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing the numbers right now, right, you would definitely go that route, I think.
I'm asking you guys to cram in a really big picture take here, but where are you guys at on the like long-term contract extension for George Karlaftis right now? Like, how much does that matter to you guys? Obviously, 1-year deal for Charles Minna, basically 1 year left for Mike Dana. They have a long-term need at defensive end regardless.
So I don't know if I correlate like need and defensive end position in this class with George because you can never have too many of these guys.
Yes.
But I think my willingness to pay George Karlaftis might be lower than what George Karlaftis market would be.
I feel that.
And so that's where it's a little tricky for me. I think if George Karlaftis hits the open market, he's going to get paid more than the Chiefs probably should be willing to pay him. Tricky eval. That's a tricky eval right there.
He's got production numbers that get paid. I mean, it's just call it what it is. Like his production in the regular season and the playoffs are going to get him paid at the next level. And I'm not saying that the Chiefs should or shouldn't do it. It's just the numbers that go onto a stat sheet that are what determines how much you get paid. I do think maybe will overvalue him compared to what I think the direct impact is on the field. Now, the Chiefs, when you look at this defensive line, as Chris Jones ages, who else are you building this defensive line around? there's nothing left. Karlaftis has like all the leverage in that situation. So you kind of have to, unless you get somebody else to add in there, which is, I'm not trying to be a dead horse here, but that's why Landon Jackson would make a lot of sense. Maybe you want to start trying to add him to that mix. If you would have gotten a Mike Green, if you would have had some of these other defensive ends that have gone off the board so far, it's just finding other building blocks along the defensive line seems paramount unless you want George Karlaftis to be able to hold your team's feet to the fire.
It's so fascinating because George Karlaftis, I feel like, has earned every single bit of what he will get on a free agent market, if it's from the Chiefs or from somebody else. George Karlaftis has overachieved his draft slot. He has overachieved in the playoffs. He has done everything the Chiefs have asked him to do. He's just right in that range of a guy who's a little bit hard to figure out, like, where he falls on that line of elite edge rusher who you pay like an elite guy to very, very good edge rusher who provides some consistent pressure in the playoffs, which is really valuable. It just puts the Chiefs in a tough spot.
I do think it's important for what you just said. I think is important for people to identify and recognize, though, is that George Karlaftis overplayed his draft slot.
Yeah, he's been fantastic.
He's
an absolute A from that
slam
spot.
dunk pick.
Yes,
for Brett Veach.
Yeah.
You're gonna like this one. I do have the pick for the Chicago Bears.
Okay, I'm glad I'm gonna like it.
Well, you're gonna like it in the sense. Well, you're gonna like the player. The Bears are choosing Texas A&M defensive tackle Shamar Turner.
I don't like that. I actually quite a much don't like that he went off the board before the Chiefs
I just
selected.
mean like you like the player, you've been high on him, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the Bears do it again. First it was big Gervon Dexter, and now they're coming with Shamar Turner. They're taking some of my favorite day 2 defensive tackles.
Luther Burden.
Do you think Shamar Turner was on the short list if we were going to be on the air immediately, or you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I think that there's a reason that Joe Colin went to the Texas A&M Pro Day, and all the Texas A&M defensive linemen are now off the board, and I think Turner was one that I do actually think made a little bit of sense for them.
Well, the Chiefs are on the clock.
They are officially on the clock right now.
Yeah, hang on. They are officially.
We got hang on.
The Kansas City Chiefs are officially on the clock at pick 63. And then shortly after that, pick 66. What's up, everybody? Kent Swanson here with Matthew Lane and also Joshua Briscoe hanging out with us today. We are awaiting the announcement of the Kansas City Chiefs selection at pick 63. They don't make a move up. They don't go, they don't get aggressive and try to go, target somebody. They sit back. They're keeping their assets. They're holding their picks. And now they've got 2 picks in the next 4 selections to help make this team better. And Matty Lane, I really like how this board is sitting.
Yeah, I like some of the players. I think some players right before the Chiefs came on the board in the past like 5 to 7 picks. I was a little disappointing that they came off the board, but when we're still looking at it here, we have players that are valued in this general area that we think are great fits for the Chiefs. There's players at various positions across the board, whether you want defensive help, offensive help. So I think it's sitting in a pretty good spot. I guess we can just run through some of our favorite fits here. If I'm looking through kind of our boards, let's start with Alec Ailmaner, Stanford wide receiver, right? We think he kind of fits what the Chiefs might want on that side of the ball if they're looking for an outside X wide receiver. How would you feel of a pick like him coming in at this spot?
Yeah, I think that would be you've talked about like the prototype player that the Chiefs prefer at the X receiver, and I think Alec Ailmaner from a physical standpoint would make some sense over there at the receiver spot. I point to like the cornerback position. I think there's still some intriguing talents there at the corner spot too, right? You've got Savone Ravel out of Eastern Carolina University, tremendous ball skills, a playmaker at the outside corner position. At one point was considered a top 20 selection, but there's some concerns about the medical. That's another position that I think I would be interested in. Like, we've been paying attention to the cornerback spot as this has been going, and there's a couple of other interesting targets there. Edge as well, like defensive line, Matty.
Yeah, there's even beyond edge, like Landon Jackson, a defensive end out of Arkansas. Probably my favorite pick right now, if I had to throw him, would be Darius Alexander, defensive tackle out of Toledo. I know we're dealing with a little bit of an age gap here, but that's fine. You're late second round. I don't care if my 24-year-old defensive tackle who can play on day 1 because he's physically mature. Like, that doesn't bother me anymore at this point in time in the NFL. We've seen the Rams build their entire team off of just that and have success, right? So he might be my favorite pick that's still available right now. If you want to take a Savone Ravel that you mentioned, because the talent is just so high there. There's a lot of guys that I think make a lot of sense for the Chiefs here. So I'm hoping one of the names that we've mentioned are what they say, so I don't have to be sad on the inside, Kent.
Yeah, I think there's there's several routes I think I would be comfortable with the Chiefs taking. I think there's some talent at multiple positions. It's just a matter of how they want to try to navigate this board, right?
Yeah.
And they've got 2 selections in the next 4. Joshua Briscoe, quick question for you out of curiosity. What direction, like positionally, would you like the Chiefs to go?
I think defensive line here. Defensive line was kind of my hope in the first round. I like Walter Nolan. I like Derek Harmon. Obviously, they went well before the Chiefs could have been on the clock, and it would have been a big trade up for Harmon. So I'm happy with the Simmons pick. The trenches on the defensive side right now are my preference. And man, I'd love to give you good news here, but the Chiefs are taking some time right now in the war room.
I've seen a couple people saying that there's a name out there that I've been paying attention to. I am not sure I am not going there.
There are a bunch. I have all three of the accounts you've been looking at tonight. None of them have it yet officially. So yeah, I'm not ready to pull the trigger just yet.
I'm not ready to get there yet either. And candidly, if it was the selection, Maddie, I'll tell you what it is later. And
oh boy.
What?
I hope it's not.
Oh,
that.
I think I've seen the one you saw, and that's going to be a very unfortunate follow-up to this.
If that is the case.
Yeah, it is. I think I just based on how you're acting, I'm pretty sure. If that's it, that'll be very sad.
Yeah, we'll wait to see. We'll wait to see if that's actually real. I think some people are saying it, but I'm not sure if that is the selection. It would be a defensive tackle, and I think there's some other defensive tackles I would prefer outside of that.
A lot of defensive tackles.
There's a lot of defensive tackles that I would prefer outside of that. But that's okay.
What's the D-line board look like for you guys right now? Is there a defensive tackle who you're holding your breath for?
Darius Alexander.
I want Darius Alexander.
The Toledo defensive tackle would be tremendous.
Yeah. CJ West would be next on my list out of Indiana. We saw him absolutely dominant at the East-West Shrine game, so that was a fun one. I know the Chiefs have had some interest, like with some virtual meetings with Joshua Farmer out of Florida State. Not my favorite defensive tackle, but I would understand it because there's a lot of physical ability there. It's like those would probably be like my top three right now if I had to guess on them. And the name that Ken is talking about is not one of those three.
So we'll find out. Like there's been some circulation here of a selection, and I've not seen a credible source have it yet.
The main I would say three accounts who have been tipping the picks before they've landed have not made any statements yet regarding the Chiefs pick. It doesn't say the pick is in yet on TV, so I am treading water over here. I'll let you know as soon as I got it.
There is several players that, like, if you told me the Chiefs selected, I'd be thrilled with. There really is. Like, I really like how this board is sitting for the Chiefs. It's just a matter of what they think, and they're going to have more intel on several of these, some of the criteria outside of just what we're kind of paying attention to a little bit, just from the outside looking in. There's the film evaluation piece of it, but then there's also, there's the medical, there's the character, there's those kind of things that you have to tap into that's going to change how these boards are going to sit for other teams.
They're also presumably not moving up and picking again after the Eagles and Giants.
Listen, I guess at this point in time, we kind of like tease it a little bit. The name that I think Kent is seeing circulate, and it makes sense because the Chiefs have had this guy on a top 30 visit, is Omar Norman-Lott, a defensive tackle from Tennessee. I think a lot of people really like him. I just don't think he's our favorite defensive tackle. I think it would be unfair of us to mention all these other players and not mention his name, because that is the one that is, we've seen the pick is officially in on the tracker right now. So we are now just waiting for it to be confirmed from one of the accounts that we have been pulling from, or for it to show up on the TV either way.
Yep.
Is there a position that you guys would not like to see here? Not a player, but a position?
Interior offensive line.
Punter.
Yeah, punter would be bad.
I think interior offensive line would still be something I would not want to see the Chiefs select.
Here,
yeah.
Guard would make me mad. Running back would make me question the process. I would be curious about why that had to be that guy just here.
Yeah. Oh, hey, they're about to announce it. They're just going to announce
it.
Okay.
I don't have it anywhere else. Is that Dante Hall up there?
So we're just going to watch it with you guys on the selection of the TV.
With the 63rd overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chiefs select defensive tackle Omar Norman-Lott, Tennessee.
So this is a player that the Chiefs had in for a top 30 visit. This is interior rusher, a guy that kind of played in a rotational role for Tennessee.
Kind of.
He played in a rotational role. He wasn't a full-time player for them. But he's an interior rusher that's going to give you some juice, in the pass rush from that perspective. I think if you're pointing to why the Chiefs might be looking to grab a player like Omar Norman-Lott, you're looking at what they've had previously with Tershawn Wharton over the last few seasons. They want a guy that can rush from the interior, that might be a more of a sub rush type player. This is what Omar Norman-Lott is. And what he was a part-time player for the Tennessee Volunteers.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the good for Omar Norman Lott. He had one of the best pass rush win rates according to Pro Football Focus. He almost set records for them in terms of how effective he was as a pass rusher. He was constantly beating blocks. He was, he had 27 pressures on the year on a very limited amount, only 139 pass rush reps. He was a pass rush specialist. He didn't play against the run at all. He came on. He was a pass rusher for a good Tennessee Volunteers defense, and he did it a lot from the interior. I think you see the athleticism, the lateral agility kind of pops off the field for him a little bit. I just, when I watched him, I wasn't quite as high on him as a lot of other people. Even looking for the flashes and stuff like that, it looked more to me like a guy that was fresh because he played such a limited amount of snaps, more so than a guy that was overly skilled or athletic. But it's hard to argue with the production. It's hard to argue with the numbers. And this is a guy, he transferred to Tennessee from Arizona State after 3 years where he was similar, a pass rush specialist for them, goes to Tennessee, continues that role for the Volunteers, and he's a guy that the Chiefs brought in. They have this 30 visit. I know there was some injury concerns because he wasn't able to do a full workout, I believe, at the combine. They must have cleared him medically. They bring him in to kind of replace Tershawn Wharton and play as this interior pass rush specialist, presumably for them over the next couple seasons.
That it seems like a direct replacement to Tershawn Wharton is really what it kind of feels like. This is they really appreciated what they've had at Tershawn Wharton, which is a player that kind of exceeded what they normally do with their interior defensive linemen. He was just an undeniable player for them, as a quick win, speedy interior rusher, and they just said we really like what we've had with him over the last few years, and we feel like we want to continue to get that type of player here into the mix. And so they go grab one of those interior defensive linemen that is kind of a sub package player, but they're hoping to just continue to add juice along that defensive line.
Our guy Zach Eisen had the interior defensive line over in the KCSN draft guide. Why a 4th round grade here? Is he picking up where Tershawn Wharton left off? Is this a developmental process going to look like Wharton's, who is an undrafted free agent and obviously made his money this offseason?
Well, I think when we're looking at guys like Omar, just the defensive linemen in general, I think you're wanting to see them check a lot of boxes, to warrant being, for us, probably a little bit outside of a top 100 pick. But when you're looking for, what you're looking for with some of these guys is, okay, how many downs are they going to play? Are you going to be a 3-down? Are you going to be a 3-down player? Are you going to be a 2-down player? Those are things that when you're basing your initial evaluations off of, stuff, how are you going to play against the run? Some of those kind of questions, those weren't answered for us as consistently when you put on Norman Lott's tape. And that's pretty prevalent with, what he was asked to do at Tennessee. Candidly, he wasn't really asked to be an early down run defender or an early down or every down defender. They kind of kept him limited to a small sample size of snaps.
And he was good. And he was good when he was asked to play. And I think that's what we got to keep falling back on, right? The upside is it's in the production profile. I've seen a lot of people they put out the highlights and stuff of him as a pass rusher. You show his best plays. And I think defensive coaching staffs, defensive line coaches can see it and be like, oh, I think I can get this consistently. Or even if I only get this for 40% of the plays, this matters. And it's just, I do struggle. I struggle to see where he definitely wins. I don't see the trump card as much with him. I understand the production is there, but is he the most athletic interior defensive lineman you watch, the most flexible, the most powerful? It seems like he's got a combination of quality-ish traits as a pass rusher, but we haven't seen him play the run for 2 different stops now, and he just wasn't even just on the field all the time. So we'll see how it plays out for the Chiefs. I think there's an upside there, and I think Joe Colin saw something he likes, or he wouldn't be the pick here. The Chiefs scouting department saw something they like, or he wouldn't have been the pick where they took him. It's just a matter of how do you get him from where he is now as a rotational player to a guy that can be more consistently impactful and, replace what Tershawn Wharton developed into over 4 years.
There's a lot of, they tout his character. There's a lot of people that tout the high character of Omar Norman Lott. So this is a guy that has, that has some high character as well. Right. So that is something that, that he's being touted for, when you're looking at, when you're looking at some people that, are talking about the background and some of those kind of things for Omar Norman Lott. So there's that piece of it too. Taking him in for a top 30, it's very obvious. The Chiefs, the Chiefs have done extensive work on him. They've done an extensive amount of work on him. He's one of the few guys that that we have visibility on for the 30 visits. You don't get the full reveal. There's always 6 or 7 that you never hear about. Omar Norman Lott is one of those guys that you hear about, and I do think it is. It's speaking to a craving and a desire to make sure that they can continue to keep their Their sub rush dynamic, and they feel like what they had with Tershawn Wharton is something that they desperately need to continue to maintain the way that they operate this defense. And if you are going to be, looking from that perspective, Omar Norman Lott makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Omar Norman Lott. He looks to fill the shoes. And if you want to see like the upside, say, hey, Tershawn Wharton, you saw his progress over the time with the Chiefs. He got better and better year over year and stuff like that. So maybe you bank on that kind of development for Norman Lott. It's tricky when you're dealing with a fifth-year guy who I think still needs some work. That's where I start to have my hesitations about older players, is when I think that they aren't ready to hit the ground running. I guess we haven't broken this down. Omar Norman Lott, 6'2", 291 pounds, so a little bit undersized. Clearly and we're talking about it, he hasn't played on the field for the run. He's clearly a 3-tech, but almost 34-inch long arms, so very long arms. He kind of has the prototypical build that people like out of 3 techniques moving forward. We will see how he develops. I think he is an upside swing, a little bit older of a player, but an upside swing for an interior pass rusher that maybe provides some juice that the Chiefs didn't have before. And we'll see what they do. And they got another pick coming up here in just a second. I think they're almost back on the clock.
They are on the clock.
They are. I'll also tell you, 65 overall, Toledo defensive tackle Darius Alexander goes to the Giants.
He did, and Andrew Makuba went to the Eagles right after, so that's 2 picks that I would have loved, there. But we'll see what they do. If the Chiefs have a chance here at 66 to come back from this.
With the Chiefs on the clock, real quick, what does a 3-tech pass rusher who's not named Chris Jones do in 2025?
What Tershawn Wharton did in 2024?
Yeah. I think that's the response. And this is a potential 3-tech replacement type player for Chris Jones in 2026 if you are moving on from him when you have more contractual flexibility to do so.
Well, if he's Chris Jones, it's a good pick.
Yeah. Absolutely. I don't know if he'll ever get to that point, but this is like, hey, look, you're investing in the defensive line. You're continuing to invest in that defensive line. And ladies and gentlemen, the Chiefs are back on the clock at pick 63 or 66. They've already selected Omar Norman Lott here. We're going to continue to discuss the next selection for the Kansas City Chiefs. And we just talked about Andrew Makuba going off the board, the safety out of Texas. Darius Alexander, I think the defensive tackle that we spent some time talking about, a little bit on the older side, a year or two older, actually. Will be 25 in his rookie year, so maybe that scares the Chiefs off a little bit. The talent's really good as one of those kind of disruptive interior players. He goes off the board as well. So another defensive tackle is off the board. You're sitting here at pick 66. You still got some really good corners. You got some good receivers. You've got some good edge rushers. Like, you're just going to continue and invest on on the defensive line. I think that would make some sense too. So I'm fascinated to see what the Chiefs do at pick 66 here.
A guy that we haven't mentioned yet, when we were talking about pick 63, Kyle Williams, everyone's favorite wide receiver out of Washington State, still available. He doesn't fit the big body aspect that we like for Chiefs wide receivers, but if I'm to put my mind in the Andy Reid tree and say, hey, we love guys with the ability to separate and create yards after the catch, Kyle Williams makes sense, and he did play X wide receiver almost exclusively. He played X like 70% of the snaps at Washington State, so he does have the outside-inside flexibility if you wanted to go with more of a pass catcher that's not the X body type and A.O. Manor that we already mentioned. So there's other offensive weapons out there that would be a lot of fun. You mentioned it. There's still plenty of cornerbacks out there that we all still kind of like, and we will see how that plays out. It's still a pretty good board for the Chiefs. They went with Omar Norman Lott just a couple picks ago. You have Makuba, who I would have loved to come off the board. Darius Alexander's off the board. They still have Landon Jackson, who we've all been kind of asking for a while. So there's still some players here.
It'd be interesting to see if the Chiefs just invest in the trenches with their first 3 picks. I think just seeing a theme there would be kind of fascinating. I think Landon Jackson would make a ton of sense. Pause. My bad, but that would be one that makes I think that would probably be one of my favorite selections here, is if the Chiefs were going to go take a Landon Jackson on the defensive line as well.
Is there an obvious reason he's still available, or is this the weird one of day 2 for you now?
This feels about where, I think maybe you could make a case for Landon Jackson to be up a little bit higher than this. But, I don't know if it's too absurd that he's still on the clock.
Pick 66 is in.
The pick is in for the Kansas City Chiefs, so they are making the selection. They're not moving up. They're not, they're not moving back. They are locking. They're sticking and picking. Which credit Brett Veach to this point. We are into round 3, and Brett Veach has not traded up once yet. In fact, he's traded back once and got an extra selection. And that's the extent of what he's done to this point. So credit to Brett Veach for not moving up here. Looks like we're going to get the selection live again as well.
Unbelievable. Nobody else has it. Again, worth remembering, this is the L'Jarius Sneed pick here, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, I have the selection.
All right, I'm about to get it live.
You gave me a smile and an ooh. So.
Yes, with the 66th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Louisville edged Ashton Gillett. The trenches continue, and this is a very Steve Spagnuolo defensive end selection, one of Maddie Lane's favorite players. Maybe not every single threshold met for him, but if you're looking at a play style for Steve Spagnuolo, Ashton Gillett is one of the most Steve Spagnuolo defensive end types when you talk about what you do when you put on the tape.
I love the player here. Is it Gillett for sure?
Gillett.
We got to figure out. Okay, we'll call it Gillett for now. If it changes to something else later, we'll figure that out. But I actually really like this player.
Dan Brugler says Gelote.
I'm gonna go with Dane Brugler and go
Gelati.
and go with Gelati.
Gelati.
We'll go with Gelati and say Kent's wrong. I love the football player here. He was a lot more productive last year for Louisville than he was this year, but I don't think it was any fault of his own. I mean, he plays with his hair on fire. There is just true raw power in his hands through his lower body. This guy is like tuned up Mike Dana. That's exactly what he is. And he's kind of built like him. That's got the same body type. He's a little bit sawed off, a little bit shorter, but very dense, very muscular. Love the player. I'm a little surprised the Chiefs liked him. I'm going to be honest. Steve Spagnuolo has been big on his longer, bigger defensive ends. Guys like Landon Jackson we talked about are available, but I can draw a very direct comparison straight back to a Dana and say, hey, he looks just like him on the field, and then he plays with more juice and more energy. So I really like the pick. My surprise face when they did it was kind of like when they took Trent McDuffie a couple years ago. It's just against their trend, so it takes a second to process it despite really liking the player.
I think the funny thing is, though, like as we've had these conversations over the course of the offseason, we've at least like acknowledged that maybe he doesn't check every threshold of a Steve Spagnuolo defensive end, but when you watch how he plays, there are some things that you see that you kind of correlate to how Steve Spagnuolo prefers. Yes, he is on the shorter arm side. He's sub 32-inch arms, which I think is one of those things. And like he's, 264 pounds, which the 260-pound threshold would be there. Steve Spagnuolo typically likes defensive ends over 6'3"-ish, right? And he's a tad under there. But man, like you look at the explosive metrics for him. The relative athletic score for Ashton Gillett, a 9.74.
Woo, is that good?
That's very good.
What's the highest score?
It's 10.
Okay.
So you're talking about an elite 10-yard split, a sub 1.6 10-yard split. You're talking about a 3-cone under 7 seconds, a short shuttle of 4.35, a vertical of 38 inches, a broad of 10 inches or 10 feet. Really good athletic testing. And then you watch the tape, and he does play the way that Steve Spagnuolo would appreciate, even though maybe the measurables don't line up exactly. You see the play style and you appreciate it. And you think like that's how Steve Spagnuolo would like a defensive end to play.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to draw the connection of how he fits for the Chiefs. Like, I don't think it's difficult to watch him. It's just seeing the body type is not typically what they go for. But yeah, so I like this pick. I think this is a very good pick for them. He can come in, he can give you snaps early on too. This is another guy. He doesn't need a developmental curve. I think he's pretty physically ready for the NFL. He's strong, super powerful player. I think he's physically matured. He's played a lot of snaps for Louisville. When he goes up against his best competition, the Notre Dames and stuff like that, he still stands out compared to those guys. So I think this is a good player. I think he will go out there. He will earn reps early on. It's just intriguing to see. Yeah, just trying to find the fit, trying to figure out where he fits in a draft like this was a little surprising. He ended up being, I think, our edge 13 in this class, and there was still some players available that were ahead of him. But I think I understand the Chiefs and how they like to play their defensive ends, buying in on his upside or how he fits with them a little bit over those guys, even if he still technically was a low fit based on the shorter arms in particular.
Yeah, and like I think if you're looking like, hey, we've got 13 edges ranked and he's sitting there at 13, right? I think if you can weed out some of those edges based on fit, and like if there's a premium on football character, the way that he plays, I think in the passion, the energy, the motor that he plays with. I think that's going to be hard to ignore when you put the tape on for Ashton Gillett. Gelate. Gelate.
Or Josh is just messing with us, which is also possible.
Brugler says gelati.
Gelati.
Okay, so here's my last two lines from the KCSN draft guide. Gelati lacks the length that the Chiefs typically look for in their defensive ends, but they have taken some exceptions with similar play styles. His overall density and power profile might be enough to make up for the lack of length, as they will value his run defense, effort, and power-based rushing attack. If I were to make the elevator pitch on why they ignored having sub 32-inch arms, that would be it.
My notes: dense physical edge, wants to run through a lineman's face and often does it. Was the first couple lines.
Yeah.
That's some of my evaluation. A violent bull rush paired with a great motor and flashes very good hand technique. Like, those are all traits that I think, yes, he doesn't fit the archetype, or as you say, archetype, in its entirety. But man, I'm excited about the pick. I'm excited about the play style and how it pairs with the rest of what they have on this defensive line. And it is interesting, right? This team just going trenches, man. This team is just, they are going all in on trenches early. They have 3 picks, 3 big boys. They're intentional here right now. They're intentional about addressing their fronts, both sides of the ball, prioritizing, just getting better in the trenches. So I really appreciate that about what they've done to this point. So, Omar, Norman Law, and Ashton Gelate, I hope, is what I got it right. But two newest members of the Kansas City Chiefs. So we're sitting here with 2 picks, pick 63, pick 66. Give me a grade on these 2 selections.
Separately or together?
Let's do separate. Let's do separate.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Pick 63, D, and pick 66, B+.
Okay, give me an explanation on Omar Norman Lott and why you would have liked him to go different direction.
I don't think he can play the run at the end. He couldn't play the run at Arizona State or Tennessee. I don't think that's going to magically allow him to play the run at the NFL level. And I think next to Chris Jones, you need somebody who can reliably play the run. Chris Jones is a wild card versus the run. It's either splash play or a little bit of a liability. So you can't really play those two together, or you might not be able to play Omar Norman Lott at all versus the run. And as a pass rusher, I said it. I tried to kind of skirt around it being too negative on the draft show here, but I found that he was fresh and had effort, whereas offensive linemen were on play 7, 8, and 9 of a drive and were tired. I think he just overwhelmed them with energy more so than technique or athleticism. So I didn't see the flashes. I think that's where I fall on him. Is he can't play the run, and he's more of a very seldomly used pass rusher that capitalized on being fresher.
Yeah, I think I'll give it from just my perspective from some of the other players on the board. I'll probably give it a C-. Like, if you are identifying a specific need for your defense and you're wanting to say, like, from a theme perspective, this is what I want. Yeah, I want someone that's gonna give me some success on rush downs and really disrupt the from the interior. I get addressing that if that's what you're wanting to try to go out and get. As far as like how I feel about, compared to some of the other players out there available on the board, I think I would have liked the Chiefs go a different direction, unless they like some of the pockets of players, that they want to try to address some of these other positions a little bit differently. I think that's where, we're going to find out. We're going to see the full picture of what this board and what this draft looks like for the Chiefs as far as like how they want, what pockets of players that they want to play in and what they feel that they'll be able to get down the line. Maybe they feel like they're going to be able to get a cornerback that they like in a different pocket, or a receiver in a pocket that they like a little bit differently. And if that's the case, then I understand, hey, let's just make sure that we're getting one of these defensive tackles that we like. They're clearly prioritizing some interior pressure to pair with Chris Jones, and I can't blame them for that if that's what they think is the best move. I give it a C- because I do like some of the other players that are available on the board. And in my opinion, I like to see players that maybe have a more complete body of work that can play more downs this early in the draft. But they placed a premium on internal rush, and that's what they got. They got a guy that can do that. Ashton Gelate. You said a B+. Explain the pick.
I think he's very good versus the run. I think his energy, his effort, and how he rushes the passer is going to translate to the NFL to be a productive player. I would have a harder time seeing him not have a role in the NFL than a lot of other guys. I could see Landon Jackson, who we all liked. We all said we'd want him to be the pick. I could see him not washing out of the NFL, but I could see him struggling to find his footing because he doesn't play with the best leverage. He can get pushed out on the run. That's not going to happen for Jalote. He is going to do a fantastic job of holding up versus the run, and he's going to give you effort, energy, and power as at minimum a pocket pusher as a pass rusher. So safer floor. I think the athleticism that we talked about, I think it shows up on tape. I've seen him run through Joe Alt and Blake Fisher, 2 starting offensive tackles in the NFL. I've seen him run right through their chest and get pressures against Notre Dame. That means you can play at the NFL level to me. So I just see higher flashes from him and a safer floor. I like that pick, even if there might have been some other defensive ends that fit a Steve Spagnuolo archetype a little bit better.
Well, and I think what you're hearing is, I mean, Steve Spagnuolo is signing off on all these picks too, right? So maybe he doesn't have the length that they prefer, but outside of the length, like I think you can get away with, outside of the length, I think he fits a Steve Spagnuolo defensive end absolutely perfectly. And that's kind of what I kind of say about that. I give it a B+ as well.
Yeah.
I think I think this is a lot of people really like JT Tuimoloau. And JT Tuimoloau has, you could take an inch off of JTT's arms and give them to Ashton Gillotte, and they'd both be about Steve Spagnuolo defensive end fit still. But if you're asking me, outside of the arm length, like I think there's some similarities in the way that both of those two guys play, with a lot of great effort, energy, density, power, running through a tackle, exceptional motors, those kind of things. Ashton Gillotte feels a little bit more like a discount JT Tuimoloau for me. So getting him at the end or getting at the beginning of round 3, I like that player. And again, like your theme is defensive line. The Chiefs are just saying, we're going to get out ahead of these defensive linemen. We're going to take care of what we're going to take these guys. We're going to make sure that we're, investing in the trenches on both sides of the ball. And they're not messing around with either of those. They pick at pick 63 and pick 66. And it's 2 defensive tackles. There are 2 defensive linemen they're adding into that room. As we sit here, how do you feel just about the entirety of the draft at this point?
Listen, Joshua Simmons, much to Tucker's chagrin, is doing a lot of the water carrying for me right now. I think that's still an A++ pick, so that's going to drag anything up for me. It would be hard to have messed this up, I think, entirely based on what we have seen after how good of a pick I think Simmons can be. And then you come back with Gillotte, I think was a good pick. So overall, B+, A-. We're right there on the range of going from B+ to A-. I'm going to come back, as I always say. To me, a C is an average draft. I don't grade like ESPN does, where everybody gets a B or an A. I give out a lot of C's when I do draft grades. A B+ is a very good grade. So I'm B+, A- right now. I think that they could have done better at the end of the second round that would have really solidified it. What about you?
You know what? We'll see how the rest of this draft goes. As I sit right now, it's like a solid B for me.
I'm higher than you. Let's go.
B+. Okay, chill out. B+. I see the vision for what they're doing here. I see what they're trying to address, and that they're just trying to continue to add bodies to that front. And they're going to need bodies. I mean, they need to continue to invest on both sides of the football. I'm always going to be supportive of that. And let's just see what the rest of the vision is for the rest of this draft. They still have picked 95 on day 2 of the draft, and they've got 5 selections on Saturday. So we'll kind of see what the full reveal of that is. But the Chiefs have added 2 more defensive linemen, taking Omar Norman-Lott out of Tennessee at pick 63 and Ashton Gillotte, the edge out of Louisville.
Woo!
Thanks, everyone, hanging out with us today. We really appreciate your support. We had over 2,000 people here for the pick, which was awesome to see. Thank you all so much. We're hanging out for the entirety of the draft. Every single pick of the 2025 NFL Draft is happening here at KC Sports Network with our reactions and our breakdowns. And it kind of seems like we're a little bit of a wet blanket on that Omar Norman-Lott pick. And we have our opinions, and we have differing opinions, I think, on this selection. But
would you like a factual statement that might help you guys out a little bit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right now, this team's 2 1-techs are Mike Pennell and Marlon Tuipulotu.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that concerning? I'm concerned.
I don't know if I'm concerned yet, because I do think there's defensive tackles that they could get into the mix.
Mm-hmm. Triple dipping in the D line. By the way, I'm like totally cool with double dipping on the D line, considering where this roster is at. I
think in theory
I'm whelmed by the specifics. I think at this point, but I'm totally cool with the double dip on the D line.
I think
it would have been nice to have somebody else next to Chris Jones.
And I think Omar Norman-Lott, I think, is a player that has a variety of ranges. So There are some people that love this pick.
Pro Football Focus has him 27th overall on their board.
Some people
Really?
Some people think he's one of the best, interior rushers, and he's like a top 30, 40 player. And then there's some people that we're probably on the lower side with him.
Well, if I go to the consensus board, he was 88th overall. And if you go to the forecasters, so like this is your DJ Jeremiah's, your Dane Bruglers, he was 102nd. So while we might be on the lower end of a lot of people, we are closer to the masses, I think, than like a PFF who puts him at the 27. That's not to say that they're wrong. It's just looking at the different ranges. That's just kind of all over the place. He seems to have a pretty big range. His variance on Arif's board is 107. Which is huge.
Which means you're seeing a spread of 107 picks between the highest and lowest on him.
4th round grade in the KCSN draft guide, 3rd to 4th round grade in Dane Brugler's beast defensive tackle, 15 there for him.
And I don't think Dane did anything outside the top 100, right? So did Omar Norman Lott make Dane?
No,
Brugler's
he did.
top
He has
100?
a whole.
Oh no, he's got a bajillion.
Yeah,
I didn't know if he. I thought.
You got to search for it, but it's
okay.
there. No, he did it more than that. He probably would have made his top DT 15. I don't know if that makes his top 100. Honestly, we'd have to figure that out at a later date.
Ashton Gelate was the 66th pick in the 2025 NFL draft. Do you know what pick he was in the KCSN draft guide, or what player he ranked he was in the KCSN draft guide? Do you know?
66th.
66th.
Nailed it. It's almost like I have access.
Here on Brugler's, by the way, on his top 100, well, it just popped away, but I believe his last top 100 defensive tackle was DT 12.
Okay.
So not a top 100
Just
player
outside
for
of
him in
Brugler's
Brugler's
top 100.
draft guide.
Okay. Yeah, and we'll see how it plays out. Some people really like him, and I think it's kind of, are you betting on the upside a little bit? Are you looking not necessarily for the floor, but are you looking where the questions might be for him? So there's just a difference there. It's a guy with a lot of wide ranges, and hey, listen, Chris Jones had a lot of wide ranges of opinions on him coming out, right? I'm not saying they're the same player, not even the same type of player, but they're guys at that position. There's a lot of transition going on through college because it's such a physically demanding position. So we will see. We're going to catch up on some picks here while
I'm not entirely caught up on picks, but
well, I'll read the tracker to start.
The Lions gave up 3/3.
Yeah. They did. So let me just run through these real quick. We
Hold
had
on.
3rd round. Darius Alexander went to the New York. Andrew Makuba went to the Eagles right after the Chiefs pick. For 64 was Andrew Makuba, safety out of Texas. Great pick. Giants took Darius Alexander, defensive tackle out of Toledo. Great pick. 66 was the Chiefs with Ashton Gelote. Then we came back to the Cleveland Browns, went Harold Fannin, tight end out of Bowling Green. Great pick. Las Vegas Raiders took Darian Porter, cornerback out of Iowa State. Surprised he went over some of the other corners that are available.
Medical?
I get the athleticism of Darian Porter, but the tape just wasn't comparable to AZ Thomas or Savon Ravel to me. But anyway, New England Patriots, Kyle Williams, wide receiver out of Washington State, great pick. Then the Detroit Lions that Josh was referencing here gave up a lot of picks to move up for Isaac Tesla, wide receiver out of Arkansas. Very interesting. And I also just seen the Saints pick. They drafted Vernon Broughton, the other defensive tackle out of Texas.
Interesting. Yeah. So this is where the boards, I think, are starting to deviate.
Oh, yeah.
You're starting to see
Chiefs kicked it off.
Yeah, kind of. All these polarization of players and stuff. I think this is where some of the boards start kind of getting all over the map, which is where this is the fun spot we were kind of hoping for here in this draft. Isaac Tesla is a real Tesla. You said Tesla. Is that how they?
He's an explosive Tesla.
Oh,
a lot of those these days.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
So explosive, they added another A.
Vernon Broughton was DT 20 in Dane Brugler's guide, by the way. In terms of people wondering where the DT slide is going right now,
things are going to start getting weird here a little bit.
Do you want to take a quick break?
Sure.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break and then kind of regroup, and
that's fine.
I feel great, Tucker. I don't know what you're worried about.
All right, let's take a break.
Okay.
Looking for tickets for your next event? Tickets for Less is your #1 source. Save big on every purchase when you use promo code KCSN at ticketsforless.com.
Success in real estate takes more than vision. It takes the right financial partner. When someone takes something rundown and turns it into something great, that's called a comeback story, like Brain Group. They take distressed properties here in KC, completely rework them, and then turn them into valuable real estate. But that kind of work needs the right bank behind it. Enter Emprise Bank. They're not about cookie-cutter loans. They saw Brain Group's vision, backed them, and now they're making big moves in Kansas City real estate. Talk about your partner in possible. Emprise doesn't do one-size-fits-all financing. They invest in potential and back growth. Visit emprisebank.com/KC to learn more. Emprise Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Are you ready to win some real cash during the basketball playoffs? Well, check out Pick 6 from DraftKings. When it comes to basketball payouts, DraftKings Pick 6 posterizes the competition, and yeah, that includes prize picks. Hit all of your picks and score higher minimum payouts on Pick 6, plus even more cash if you outscore the competition. Pick 6 is available in most states, including Missouri, California, Texas, Georgia, and more. New players get 50 in Pick 6 credits instantly on just a $5 entry. Here's what you got to do. Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app now and use code KCSN. That's code KCSN for new customers to play $5. Get $50 in Pick 6 credits. Better payouts, bigger wins, only with Pick 6 from DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 plus. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable Pick 6 credits that expire in 14 days. Limited time offers. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
Thanks, everyone, hanging out with us tonight for every single pick of the 2025 NFL Draft. Hanging out here with Maddie Lane. Josh Briscoe just chilling over there.
Just chilling.
In the corner.
I realized you guys didn't give me a chair.
Would you like my chair? I'll stand for a bit if you want the chair.
No, I'm enjoying it. It's good for my posture.
We stood yesterday.
We did the
and
whole
I
draft
actually enjoyed it. It was a lot. It was a lot of fun.
I can't believe you guys made it all the way through the first round. I made it through the second round. Hey, listen, I've been standing longer than Shedeur Sanders.
Landon Jackson goes to the Buffalo
Thank you,
Bills.
BJ. Thank you.
And
This man's in
Azariah
charge.
Thomas went to cornerback from Florida State, went to the New York Jets. Two
As
more.
Azariah Thomas.
Very good picks.
Yep. I think those are two players that I would have loved to see in Kansas City as well.
Yeah.
If they wanted to go that route. But the Chiefs are cooking. They're doing their own thing. They're doing it the way they want it. They think to play the board the best. Isaac Tesla was a very surprising selection.
Thanks, Josh.
It was, but he was building up
You're
a lot
welcome.
of hype coming out of the Senior Bowl. Everybody, like Jack Besh was the best player down there, but Tesla was like the most surprising because not a lot of people knew who he was. And he went down there and had a great time. So I think he was building up some steam. And when you're 6'4", 220 pounds, and then perform at the combine like he did, like that's going to get a lot of attention. And I'm not surprised that Dan Campbell loved that kind of player.
Well, and you look at him as like a way to like run under routes and run drags and overs and
Corner, he's a very good corner route runner.
corners. Like that's a route, like that's a tree that you can run with that style of offense and get one of those big height, weight, speed guys. So I don't know. It was just a little bit surprising to see him that go quick. But this is, I think you're seeing the branches,
Yeah.
and the polarizing players and some of these, movements kind of starting to happen here, right? You're seeing these guys kind of things starting to get a little bit wonky here in round 3. It's really starting to kind of break from the chalk, I would say. So it's been interesting.
I'm concerned that you guys aren't excited enough because Tad Schroeder over in the chat on the YouTube channel has done $100 super chat. He said, I'd give $100 for Lot. Great pass rush rate. Best people will help our pass rush, which was flagrant awful. Guys, I don't know why you're not excited. That's the juice we need right now in this evening's coverage.
I'm more excited now. This is the best thing that Omar Norman Lott's done for me. So no, thank you, Tad.
Shout out, Tad. Thank you.
Shout out. No, we do appreciate it. Like we said, there's stuff that he does very well, and a lot of people very much like him. Like we talked about, Pro Football Focus has him as I believe the best pass rush win rate out of any defensive lineman, not just interior, available in this entire draft class. Right. So we got the highlights now. Right. He was very productive. He was able to beat blockers more frequently, more efficiently than anybody else. And so there is clearly things to like about his game moving forward.
We already have Omar Norman Law highlights. That is
Highlights might be a stretch. There is a highlight.
There is a game.
There's a game. Yeah, it looks like we might have several highlights or several angles of the same highlight. But yes, we do. We do have clips. If you
Hey, that was the run. Well, that was the quarterback scrambling.
Yeah, that was a
It's a
different one. That wasn't.
positive play.
Whoa! Did you see that? Hang on, let me go back.
I'm behind you, so
Let me
Positive run.
no. Let me go back. Look at this athletic play he does when he rolls up from this.
yeah, I saw that.
He goes. Whoop!
Oh, he didn't even.
Oh, Tug, you're just put. Never mind.
This is whoop. Yeet.
I wonder if he has any knee injuries.
He did have a medical concern.
There was some medical concerns.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what it was, but
was it being allergic to rundowns?
You know,
I'm just here to amplify your guys' takes.
I also have Austin Giovanni Bernard highlights coming up here.
I cannot wait for those.
Gelate.
I
think you're
I
saying
think it's
it wrong.
gelati.
I think it's gelati. Yeah.
Like a jalopy.
Yeah, like Josh kept saying it, but then you just kept saying it the way you wanted to say it.
It's a Nick Scorton Scouted
It really is. It really is.
I'm off my game. Craig leaves, and I just decide I'm gonna just say whatever
you
I
have
want.
Morphed into welcome back, Craig Stout.
Seth, can't I do a show with Seth Kaiser and Nate Taylor? So I'm not gonna correct your name pronunciations.
Hey, I'm gonna go. Is there a bed I can lay on back here?
Yeah, Leo Chanel.
Maybe
back there.
Maybe break some news from a bed.
You can peek out from behind. Hey, maybe I should record my DraftKings read in here. How sick would that be?
Oh, that'd be sweet.
Could you lay across the bar?
I mean, I could probably do a lot of things in here, actually.
You should do that tomorrow. I'll shoot it.
Okay.
He'll shoot it?
Yeah, I'll shoot it.
Okay.
So 20 picks away from the Chiefs making another selection, gentlemen. And it could be earlier because the Chiefs have still not dipped into their picks to try to trade up. So you're sitting at pick 95.
All of Omar.
If you're
I've seen
looking,
the Broncos pick.
If you're looking, like the Chiefs are in trade up territory in the next 4 or 5 picks. Because if they use 133 to move up, they could get all the way up to 78.
You guys want to watch some
You do. I want to say this Broncos pick real quick. They drafted Pat Bryant, wide receiver out of Illinois, which is about the earliest that I've seen it. But honestly, I really like this player. So like I wouldn't even be like upset with this. This is, I think it's a good pick. He's very Cortland Sutton body type, so it's another big outside wide receiver. But he had, I think, 3 touchdowns, game-winning touchdowns, in like the final 30 seconds of games this past year for Illinois, which is just a crazy stat. So yeah, I kind of like that wide receiver. That's a pretty good pick for them.
Another big body guy. They continue to have a. You want to talk about like a theme? Like that's a theme through their receiver room too, outside of
then Marvin Mims.
And then Marvin Mims.
You guys may feel like you are at the brink of your wit's end right now. Would you like me to give you a verifiable reason as to why you have not entirely lost your mind yet?
Yes.
Here's a tweet. I'll tell you the account afterwards. Shedeur Sanders has 1 year of college eligibility left. At some point, and that point may have already arrived, he should consider trying to use it and to play for a school other than Colorado.
Well, I was going to say he can't go to Colorado now because they retired his number.
He'd have to have a different number at the school he goes back to. That's a Mike Florio take, everybody. Shedeur Sanders, not a second-round pick tonight also.
Could they have an unretirement ceremony?
I think that's a great idea. Brett Favre style, unretirement ceremony for Shedeur. Bring him back.
Hey, the Royals won. Thanks, Chris, for letting us know.
Hey!
The Magic about to win. Yay! Go Orlando Magic.
Whoa! Tucker's Orlando Magic.
Orlando Magic.
Things are looking up.
Magic. Sorry, these Ashton guillotine highlights won't play. I'm doing my best over here, guys, to get Ashton guillotine up here.
I'm craving Italian ice cream.
Listen,
I don't know about y'all.
If anybody's
but I could go for some gelato.
If you're going to be out here hassling KCSN Employee of the Year, Tucker D. Franklin, in the comments, I will log in and perma-ban you forever.
Oh, he's fine.
Now it's not working.
You're going to ban me.
Yeah, you're right. My favorite sandwich. My favorite sandwich. The Kent Swanson bond me.
Ooh.
All right, here we go. Now we got some Ashton gelato highlights going on.
Look at
chat. There we go, Chad.
All right, some Ashton Genty highlights. Here we
Tucker,
go.
Something's broken. There's highlights against 2 different teams.
That's so weird.
It's happened before.
Should I just go back and play wait, yeah, that's true because the Joshua Simmons one was just like against Mizzou.
It was just Iowa, wasn't it?
It was Mizzou.
Oh, it was the Mizzou from last year.
Yeah,
That's right.
And the
Norman
Cotton Bowl.
Lott one was not.
Hey, Kent, who won that game against probably, mighty Ohio State? They probably beat just lowly Missouri, I would assume, in that Cotton Bowl game. Since they're such a mighty powerhouse, they probably lost to the Missouri football Tigers, probably.
Oklahoma State linebacker Nick Martin is the 75th pick in the draft for the San Francisco 49ers.
Hello?
This draft is getting weird.
I like Nick Martin, but what?
Round 3 is getting weird.
Okay, hold on. Can we actually critique the 49ers when it comes to linebackers?
Yes.
Because they seem to do a really good job with them.
Yeah, and so this linebacker class is tricky because all these linebackers are weighing 220 pounds.
Yeah.
And so it's a tricky eval for me because how many players are you willing to take? Are you willing to take a 220-pound linebacker? There are very intriguing traits that Nick Martin has, and his long speed is exceptional.
Ted Schroeder, sorry. He says another $100 for Giddens or Horton. 133 for KC.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, we are at $7,500 right now. The goal for the end of tonight, $8,500.
Yeah.
Let's hit it.
Please tune in tomorrow. I brought all of my heat is tomorrow.
I don't know if you were listening at this point in time, Josh. If we get to $10,000 sometime tomorrow, Kent's running a 3-cone.
Oh, no
I
kidding!
set the over/under at 899.
Does anybody
Minutes?
have any cones?
10,899. 10,899.
899.
I think I'm gonna do it in the parking lot.
But do we have cones?
We can make it. We can put shoes
We'll
out.
figure it out. Yeah.
Bottles of bourbon.
Yes.
No, he'll break them.
Yeah,
Well, that's true.
Wow. Oh,
He'll drink
Savone
them.
Ravel goes off the board to the Dallas Cowboys at pick 76.
Bye-bye.
I would really like the Chiefs to get an offensive weapon in the 3rd round here.
Yeah.
I think that would be the route I would really like to see them go. It's getting a little thin, but that is still the route that I would very much prefer to see them.
Oh, that's a very Cowboy. It feels like a Cowboys corner to me.
Okay, I would prefer it not to be Cam Scatterbo.
You said weapon.
It's got a boo. I regret to inform you because Scatterbo would be a lot cooler, but it is got a boo.
Okay.
All right, we have Cam Scatterbo at home, Tucker.
The Carolina Panthers.
He owns a crocodile or a gator. I can't remember.
I think his name is Crocky J, but he's
That's right,
actually
he's
an
a gator.
alligator.
That's right. He's a gator named Crocky
I
J.
know I know it. That's how I remember it because I was like, the name doesn't actually work.
named Crockett J.
My favorite, this is a little behind the curtain for anybody watching right now in this dearth of picks before the Chiefs show up. My favorite bit in the world is accusing Nate Taylor of being racist because he keeps saying that he's a fullback. Carson Steele, that is.
Yes, Carson Steele. He keeps calling Carson Steele fullback.
I say, guys, Nate, I think he's a running back. I don't know what to tell you.
Is he listed as a fullback on the roster?
I can't remember. At one point he was, at one point he wasn't. And at that point I just decided he's my running back one.
I remember when he was listed at fullback, I said, okay, Andy.
Okay, Andrew.
Who do you
if
think
you
you're
say
fooling?
so.
All right, Andy.
Princely Uman is the pick for
That's
the
definitely not how you say it.
Carolina. Uman Mielin?
Yeah, Mielin.
Yeah. Uman Mielin.
All right, fine, whatever.
Yeah, Princely Uman
We're
Mielin.
not going to fight you on this right now.
Yeah, you better not.
All
Pick
right.
77.
Brugler says,
Did you see that highlight that he just did? He said, "Oh, I hurt my shoulder. No, I didn't." And then you said,
Psych.
call an ambulance.
"It's pretty sick."
But not for me.
Goodness gracious.
Brugler says, Uman me Ellen. Uman me Ellen.
My favorite thing about the Senior Bowl was the coaches for there were calling out players for one-on-ones in practice, and he asked him how to say his name. Princely answered, and the coach just said, "Yeah." Didn't even give it a shot. Just said, "Yeah."
Our glorious King LeBron James is on the TV now.
You mean Anthony Edwards is on TV right now?
It is incredible that LeBron is doing this at an age, I assume, that is slightly older than Kent Swanson.
Yeah.
Good defense, Luca.
Impressive.
I think Seth Kaiser might actually be older than LeBron.
I think he actually, well, hold on. Let me
No.
see.
I
Let me see.
I
They're
meant
the
to say
same
younger.
age.
I meant to say younger. I've never been alive
Do you want to, hey, do you guys want to, you've never been alive?
in a time where LeBron wasn't in the NBA.
Do you guys want to know something
Yikes.
insane? Seth Kaiser and LeBron James are the
Thank you.
same age.
Same day?
Well, no, just they're both 40.
Well, yeah.
Like, for all intents and purposes, they're both 40-year-old human beings, as far as I can tell.
You know what's crazy? I'm younger than LeBron James.
That's unfortunately true. Yes, Tucker. Yes.
I wish I was Bronny James.
Did your dad ever consider being LeBron James?
LeBron James.
I wish I could have been one of LeBron's kids.
Did your family know that? Is your family watching right now?
No,
I
you
love
would have
my
had to
parents.
star in the remake of Space Jam.
I do love my parents, but I wish I wish LeBron James
Was my dad.
Listen, I love my dad, but if I could trade him for being LeBron James, I'd think about it.
Luka Doncic. Ricky White.
Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. The Chiefs are about 16 picks away. This is, like I said, this is trade up territory for them.
Did Ricky White go off the board? Is that what
In the chat, it says Ricky White. Brutal Reynolds says Ricky White.
Maybe just wants them to draft
You
him.
just want Ricky White, Brutal? Let us know in the chat.
Maddie, after this draft's over, can you look at the Cardinals' actual draft and then my Cardinals draft and tell me which one you prefer? I just like to know.
I keep searching Cardinals, and I'm getting too much St. Louis Cardinals.
You're still searching for picks, Kit. It's pick 78. We'll get there.
Just let it come up on the TV
I'm
at this
built
point.
different, and I need to be surprised. I don't want to be surprised.
I'll announce it again. I'll do it if you ask me to. I'm just gonna wait unless it's the name of the
Well, okay, Briscoe, I have bad news.
Yeah.
The Cardinals selected Walter Nolan in the first round.
Yeah.
That's already better than your draft.
He was off the board for me.
I understand.
He was off the board for me.
They got Will Johnson in round 2.
I think he was off the board for me too.
And
So, who's the pick?
Well, everyone was right about Omar Norman Lott when it happened. It looks like a KC kid is off the board.
Jalen Noel?
Jalen Noel.
Yeah, their draft's better than yours, Briscoe. I'm sorry. But you're right. They were off the board when you picked.
You know what this means? The KCSN Discord members are better at drafting than NFL general managers.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I would have followed in these footsteps. I just didn't have the opportunity. Nolan went like 6 or something in the KCSN mock. Had no choice.
They traded up for him.
Yes, like 5
from 19.
What am I supposed to do?
No, I was actually about to have a conversation about Jalen Noel about how I don't think he fits what the Chiefs need because they have a lot of slot wide receivers, but a local kid that if you want to tell me the Chiefs have a wide receiver type, if it's not him, who is, he goes off the board now. But yeah, so we don't have to have that conversation. Now we can just sit here in this.
I think the KCSN Discord members might actually be better at drafting than NFL general managers now that I'm thinking about it.
They did take Shador Sanders already.
Tucker, how much are you enjoying this new camera?
I enjoy it. I also enjoy that Renee is in the chat, and she said,
Oh, really?
Renee is in the chat. Josh.
She had an art show today that was cool, but seemed bigger than me. So what she got in the chat?
She said, okay, you're all hot, but my favorite one is the drunk diabetic I just tuned in to see. And then she also said,
she said, this is the drunkest I've seen him in a very long time. Renee, this is a Topo Chico.
Listen, go back to the first hour.
If you wanted to accuse me of that, Renee, do it before the first Chiefs pick. Yeah.
Renee, maybe what if she is watching the first hour, but she's just commenting?
Well, if that's the case, Kent, I gotta go home. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Joseph Jackson says, I'll donate $100 if Kins gets a nose ring like Simmons and Norman Lott.
Wait, Omar Norman Lott has one
it's
too.
It's not a bull ring. He's got the double studs though.
Oh, hell
on his
yeah.
side. So what we really need to figure out is, does Ashton Jaloti have a nose piercing? Because if not, we might have found a trend.
Where are we right now on the Therese internship right now? What's our number?
We're at over 7,500.
Right.
The goal today is 8,500.
If we get 50,000, I'll pierce my nose.
What kind of nose piercing are you
there's
going
eclairs
with?
Whatever the chat decides.
You were so getting the bull ring.
For
bull ring would
50
be
grand?
pretty sick.
Yeah. BJ, nod at me. Do you think 50 grand's achievable? You think there's a chance I'm gonna have to pierce my nose if I say this? I'll do a septum piercing for 50 grand.
I'll do it for you.
That's true. I thought about tattoos. I'd rather do a tattoo, honestly. I'd easily do a KCSN tattoo or like an all juice tattoo. Like, I'm very open. I'd rather do that than a piercing person.
Middle ground.
Slice of lemon.
Middle ground. Tattoo of a bull ring.
No, Matt. I'm saying I owe a taser bet already, and I will happily get like some sort of, again, like an all juice team tattoo or something.
You won't.
For 50 grand. Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with all of that. I'm here for it. I'll do it.
Josh, chat wants to know if you packed insulin.
I did pack insulin. I have extra insulin in the car. Thank you, chat, for
chat
asking.
has corrected us because Kent, in order to be first, messed up the pick.
It was
the Texans traded
Texans
up
did
with
it.
the Cardinals to take Jones. So they took both Iowa State wide receivers, went to the Texans.
Oh, interesting.
Which is
Weird.
great. This is
Park
Nico
Hill.
and Jaden Higgins on the outside,
Go
Jalen Noel in the
Trojans.
slot. That's a hell of a wide receiver group.
Who's blocking for him?
Cam Robinson.
You spent all off season telling me Cam Robinson
He does.
Yeah, but not for them.
could not be the starting left tackle.
Correct.
And here we are. The Indianapolis Colts are on the clock at pick 80.
Oh, my buddy KB is so stoked right now. He's a Colts fan.
Oh, he's happy for this pick?
No, I mean, he just is stoked to throw on the clock. He loves the draft.
Xavier Watts is still out there.
Yeah, people, the NFL's not quite as high on him as we thought. Oh, they also they took Ariante Ursary. That's who's playing left tackle for the Texans.
Jalen Knoll, they love KC kids. Jalen Knoll and Ariante Ursary both
big
going to the
KC
Texans.
guys.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Jaden Higgins played college not too far away. Up at
Devin
eight.
Neal is about to be a Houston Texan.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Who did?
Hey, do
who
you
did
remember that? Remember that Shador Sanders guy?
Bop. Bang.
Wait,
No, he hasn't.
wait.
Slide.
No, you can't put. Are you saying he's a pick?
No, I'm just
Oh,
asking if you
I
remember.
was
Is
gonna
that
say-
Jonathan Taylor?
I was going to say, you can't put him in Indy with Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson and just drop Shador Sanders in that room.
Man, Jonathan Taylor could have walked in here wearing a Jonathan Taylor jersey, and I'm not sure I would have known that was him.
Justin Wally.
Justin Wally out of Minnesota. This is where the boards are getting wild. You know who Justin Wally is?
I know who he is, but that's a justifiable who. Let's not act like
That's a
justifiable
the
who.
the third round is unhinged.
That's a justifiable who.
This is
Deacon
Weirder
Hill on
than
my screen
usual?
right now.
the
Justin Wally is prospect 239 in the KCSN draft guide. That's cornerback 26 with a sixth round grade.
He is player 194 on the consensus board. He is the new lowest player on the consensus board below Nick Martin, who was 192.
Yeah.
We are getting in the weeds.
Where did Veach say last night he felt like the draft kind of like undemocratized?
62.
Fourth round. Well, we're not quite.
Nobody heard that. I get it.
I got it. So it took me a second.
Sheesh.
I don't know. He loved the middle round corners, though. I will say that.
Clearly.
did
Well,
the-
some of the
and
corners
edges,
that
he
we
said like
liked,
the
some of the
edges.
corners we liked at 63 and 66 are still there. And
Did
by
the pick
some, I
time
mean
go
maybe
down?
one.
Did the pick time decrease in the third round?
Bengals taking
No.
Shador.
Day
No, it
two's
doesn't.
all the same.
They choose all the
Oh.
same. Thank goodness.
Caleb Johnson's still on the board.
Yeah, we're now getting to the point to where I can ignore at 95. We're getting to the point where I can ignore scheme fit and my personal thoughts on Caleb Johnson. And I now think it's like now a good pick. I'd still prefer Damian Martinez. I might even prefer Dylan Sampson for the Chiefs a little bit, but we're getting to the point where Caleb Johnson comes off the board here. Like he's like, I don't think you could complain whatsoever.
Marcus Bowe's still on the board as well. That's a little bit of a surprise.
Where do you play him?
Josh Renee's released a statement. She says, if you're not drunk, well, then get drunk because I'm not spending the night home alone with the dogs for you not to be drunk.
Listen, good point, Renee. Thank you. I'm gonna go get a drink. I love you.
We are a
Dylan
distillery.
Fairchild, the guard
Let's-
out of Georgia.
We got plans for this evening to watch
true.
the draft day.
We should watch Draft Day Loaded.
Hey, Tucker, that was my plan.
That is exactly the plan. Every time I get annoyed by how inaccurate it is, Josh has to take a drink.
Oh, Batty, you're trying to kill him because it is. Spoilers, it sucks.
This is a live YouTube event that we're currently planning, by the way, so don't think you're gonna get left out of this, voyeurs.
What YouTube channel is this going on?
Yours, buddy.
Hey, thanks everyone hanging out with us tonight. 1,300 people on a Friday night watching a bunch of lunatics.
And wrestling highlights
And
instead of football highlights.
If you want to hang out with us here at Holiday Distillery and have a good time, we appreciate your support here at KC Sports Network. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We are here for every single pick of the 2025 draft and how it relates to the Kansas City Chiefs. Sort of, I guess, at this point.
Bengals took a guard, poverty franchise.
That's what we were just talking about.
let me hit my dismount, Kit. I just wanted to call them poverty franchise.
How
What did it
drunk
fit
is
in?
everybody right now?
Not.
I don't think any of us are drunk.
So
No,
hey,
no, we're not.
Tucker,
It's just
Tucker, you're in charge. No one from Holiday is currently here anymore, right?
no.
That's
Can I
correct.
just go bartend for a little bit? BJ, you want to drink?
Actually, they did set
Bearcat,
some
drink.
stuff out for
Tuck,
us.
They
Drink?
literally set everything out for us to do
Yeah,
that.
no, it's all yeah,
I'll be back.
They got any Coors Lights back there?
They do.
probably.
They have
I'll
a
let you know,
lot of
bud.
Coors Lights back there.
You know, I'd probably take one of those. I'll
You
go
should.
back to
Can
the
you?
car.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh.
I can't. Only.
If you
oh,
want any more of this too, this is
that. Yeah. Can you give me another Topo Chico
Where are those at?
right there?
through there.
I cannot tell you how amazing Holiday Distillery has been to us this weekend. They are just incredibly hospitable. They are absolutely wonderful and supportive, and we are very appreciative of everything that they do for us. They're the best. They're an incredible host, and we really appreciate them. If you haven't been out to Holiday Distillery, this is the coolest place ever.
They're unbelievable. Kent's not lying like usual. Is it a problem, Kent, if I kill BJ Kissel with a swinging two-way door?
I saw you do it. Thank you. Can you open it for me? Can you open
One
it?
of my favorite stories involves a swinging door in Kent. We were going out of a bar at the place where we did the draft show the very first year that we did the KCSN draft show, and he opened the door into himself and knocked himself back into the wall. What is happening?
Kevin Winston Jr.
To who?
to the Tennessee Titans.
Okay. It's a little bit harder to track this now. The spoiler accounts aren't spoiling as cleanly as they were before. There's just yelping across.
Yeah, Caleb Johnson at 95 would be great.
I think he might be off the board.
Like literally just now.
To the Steelers? Did somebody maybe somebody just put that as what they thought was going to be a pick? I don't know. I saw it in the chat.
Oh, thank you.
Who wants a drink?
The chat had been pretty good. So I don't know where we're at right now, if I'm being honest.
Look at the kid's computer. What he's got going on.
Yeah, what is Kent guy going on over there?
Watch a little baseball. A little baseball on.
Unbelievable.
I got a lot going on here.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yes, the Steelers are picking Caleb Johnson.
Makes sense. Yep.
I've got to talk about what Kent Swanson was watching on his computer, on his
Please
laptop.
do.
He was watching Utah versus Kansas baseball.
I just was checking the score.
Oh my.
Hey, that guy's spamming the chat.
Get him, Doc.
So the Steelers are going with Caleb Johnson.
He wasn't my favorite running back left, but it would have been a good pick. So.
Yeah, and if he fell to 95, and there's still like 13 picks to go. So it's not like it's like or 10, 11, 12 picks to go. So it's not like it was likely, but
Listen, I need the Chiefs to end us on a good high note here at the end of day 2, right? There was that little lull there when they came up. They kind of came back with it with the Ashton Jalote pick, however Kent wants to say it this next time.
Gilly.
And then so I would really like to bring it back for pick 95 here. Let's get something, just some a little bit of juice, a little bit of excitement. And I really would like an offensive player here.
Would you take Marcus Bowe at 95?
I don't know where you play him.
I'd probably play him at guard.
I don't know if he has to get, again, very nerdy with it. I don't know if he has just like the tensile strength. He doesn't strain enough. He can't create enough tension in his body, I don't think, for guard. That's not his strength. He is a tackle that just happens to have really, really short arms. When you even watch him play, he's at his best jump setting, flashing his hands, pulling them back, and using his athleticism to bait rushers into trying to get to his chest and moving. Like, his play style, I don't think translates to guard. It might be a center. I think he might be better at a center than he would be at guard. So I don't know. And I think that's the struggle the NFL's having is they don't know where exactly you want to play him.
Elika Yomanor is still available.
Yeah, that's a pretty high up there pick.
Wide receiver at Stanford. I think, and at this point, like, this is a player that we were talking about as a potential candidate at pick 66. Jalen Royals, Dylan Sampson, Wyatt Milam. Those Josh Farmer just continue to invest in the defensive tackle position.
No, you know what you're doing right now. You know what you're doing.
Yeah,
trying to upset me.
A little bit.
Torrey Horton. I've come back around on Torrey Horton a little bit, actually. I was a little lower on him for a while, I think, but I've come back around a little bit. I think at 95 is a nice, acceptable range for Torrey Horton. I think there's something there that you could get from him if I'm thinking like offensive weapons. You keep asking me about Marcus Bowe, who I really like. I just don't know where you play him. What about Charles Grant? I think that's a cleaner transition to guard than Marcus Bowe.
Yeah.
You want to get an athletic guard that you just think's too talented, or you want another possible right tackle player in the future. Like, if the Chiefs drafted Marcus Bowe, I would want him to be my future right tackle to replace Jawan Taylor. I just don't know if the Chiefs would, because they called Joshua Simmons 34 and 1/8-inch arm short. What is Marcus Bowe's 32 and 4 8-inch arms, right? So there's some offensive linemen that, like, CJ West is still available. Go and draft the better defensive tackle at pick 95, please. Kevin Winston might be one of my best players available still right now.
He's off the board. I told you
that's
that.
right. You did say that when I was getting the
hours ago.
No, not hours ago. When I was getting the pick, Caleb Johnson, I think you said that.
Yep.
When you were watching baseball.
Who on the chat wants to? Who's the chat want to see?
Oh yeah, chat. Who do you want?
I'd want to see. I want to see who the chat thinks that the Chiefs should be getting here. Tampa Bay on the clock.
I've seen some Damian Martinez love. That's a good pick.
I think that's a great pick.
A lot of people like Giddens. I wouldn't mind Giddens, but Giddens over Damian Martinez.
Do you know what would be objectively hilarious?
Samson, Devin Neal.
I think the funniest scenario would probably be Damian Martinez, because that means that would it be 3 known 30 visits just drafted by the Chiefs. Like, just the most transparent group of 30 visits ever.
Yeah.
And they just take 3 of their guys. Like, I feel like that would be kind of funny.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
We'll see.
Dead air. Ooh, wait a second. We have a tie on the KCSN draft. Zach Eisen got off to a hot start with Josh, where we predict the Chiefs draft picks. Zach Eisen got Josh Simmons for the round 1 pick. Zach Hicks got Omar Norman Lott.
And Olathe, Kansas, is on the board in the top 100. Kansas State cornerback Jacob Parrish has been selected by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He of Olathe North fame. And the Chiefs.
The Chiefs are on the
Chiefs
clock.
have traded up, folks.
Okay, locking in.
We are locked and loaded.
Okay. Good job, Spring Dog.
Good job, Springer.
I'm glad someone was paying attention.
Okay, we asked who they won.
One second.
Okay, well, this is live show stuff.
The Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock at pick 85. They have traded up into the 3rd round to make a selection. Their pick is in. Kent Swanson here with Maddie Lane hanging out here as the Kansas City Chiefs trade up with the New England Patriots. And the pick is already in, waiting to see who the Chiefs are going to select here. Looking at just like potentially what they might have given up, this seems about the range that they could have used the 5th round pick that they received from the Philadelphia Eagles.
All right, we got like 2 seconds for predictions. Who is it?
I think it's Damian Martinez, the running back out of I think it's Damian Martinez.
Alec Maynor. I would go with you and Damian Martinez would be my guess.
Well, we're about to find out.
It is being announced currently.
Joshua Briscoe to announce the pick.
I got you, fellas. With the 85th overall pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs have selected Noel Williams, cornerback, Cal.
Let's go.
This is an extremely Steve Spagnuolo cornerback selection, and this is one of the players that we've targeted as a potential fit. And in this range, 95 was a pretty popular range for Noel Williams at the cornerback spot. And the Chiefs go out and they move up a little bit. I'm assuming, based on just the draft capital that they gave up and where they were picking from and where they're at now, I would assume it's probably the pick that they got them from the Philadelphia Eagles, just to make sure that they get out ahead to secure the services of Noel Williams, the cornerback out of Cal. Maddie Lane, initial thoughts about this pick?
Yeah, I mean, I love this pick here. I think Noel Williams, I think I said it coming out of the East-West Shrine Bowl, like if there was 2 players I had to bank on of being just the most Chiefs specific, it would have been Elijah Roberts, a defensive end tackle out of SMU, and then Noel Williams, the cornerback out of Cal. He has the physicality, he has the length, and then he has the ball skills, the things that Steve Spagnuolo always harps on every time he talks about defensive back play. It's the ability to play press coverage, it's the ability to be physical, it's the ability to tackle, and it's flashing ball skills. That's exactly what Noel Williams is. So I think this pick makes a ton of sense for the Chiefs. He is a fantastic player right here. We had him pegged for a mid-round 3 guy for a while. They trade up to make sure they get their guy, and a range that Brett Veach was open about thinking it's a strong cornerback class in these middle rounds.
Yeah, and I think you looked at this range of players, and it just seemed like there was not only was there a good a good middle class of cornerbacks, but good middle class of cornerbacks that make sense for the Kansas City Chiefs. And it, just as far as a fit is concerned, Tucker Franklin, you have something here.
Yeah, I got the trade compensation.
Yeah,
the Chiefs actually only gave up a 2026 4th round pick to get up to round 3. So nothing from this draft.
Bears or their own?
That's a great question. It just says a 2026 4th round pick. I think that might probably be a specific that's ironed out at a later date. But they just trade up.
So they wanted their picks this year.
Yes.
So they wanted to keep their selections this year.
That is interesting.
That is
well, guys. This isn't a trade up for a running back, so it kind of makes sense. Maybe they'd want to keep a little bit of ammo there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so they still have they still have a 4th, 5th, and 2 7th round picks or 3 7th round picks in this draft tomorrow. So they still have plenty of picks there, but. Noah Williams, I think when we've talked about cornerback, I think we've had the debates back and forth. I've always felt like a top 100 selection at cornerback made some sense because when you're looking at the roster construction moving forward, this team has relied heavily on Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, Joshua Williams, and 2 of those players are going to be up on their contracts are going to be up. Their rookie deals are going to be up after the season. They've grabbed Christian Fulton in free agency this year to kind of help create that bridge, give themselves capable cornerbacks that are going to allow them to, have some players available to them, in 2026. But they could be without the Watsons and the Williamses of the world. And actually, I think this might even potentially usher both of those guys on the way out after this season because I think Noah Williams is a guy that can fit in.
I do want to clarify that they give up 95 too. So they give up 95
yes.
and 20. And there was some confusion in the chat. I wanted to make sure that was clear. 95 in the 2026 4th round pick.
Okay.
You guys have been on this, but the RAS score is it's all green around the size. It is red, an explosion. The speed is kind of middle of the pack. It feels very Spagsy in that way, though, right?
Oh, for sure. He's not a guy that you probably are going to sit out there and say, hey, go play man coverage in a single high scheme all the time because he's not the most athletic. He doesn't have the best long speed or anything like that, but he's very physical. He will reroute guys at the line of scrimmage. And if you provide some help over the top, or if you allow him to play in more zone coverage where he gets to keep his eyes on the ball, use the physicality, and then use his eyes and vision and feel for the game, that's where he's at his best. I feel like I'm describing another version of a Joshua Williams, of a Jalen Watson yet again, only I think he's a better prospect than those guys probably coming out. He's more productive. He's more NFL ready right now. So to Kent's point, yeah, I think this is a move. He might not play a ton this year, but looking at next year, when you start to have Williams and Watson maybe coming up on their contract, and this is the kind of guy where I think that this makes more sense than going cornerback in rounds 1 or 2 to me, taking somebody in these middle rounds because you're not trying to get them to play early. You're just trying to essentially get Jalen Watson level play, not necessarily an improvement on that because I don't know how likely or much that moves the needle. So this is a great pick. I think this is the right range of the draft to look for it too.
So Noah Williams, 6 foot, just a hair under 200 pounds, 199 pounds. We put a 3rd round grade on him in the KCSN draft guide. He was the number 93 rated player for us in this class. 7 interceptions last season. So tremendous ball production. One of the most productive ball getters in the entirety of this entire class. 14 interceptions over the course of his career too. This is a guy that turns the ball over and has made plays on the football consistently over the course of his career. So you're talking about just an uber productive at taking the ball away. So that's something that I think you like.
Also, it's a fringe 2nd, 3rd round grade in Dane Brugler's draft guide and the Beast there. Both the Beast and the KCSN draft guide have him above Jacob Parrish, who just went a couple of picks ago.
Yeah, and I think if you're talking about from a fit perspective too, I think Noah Williams is a guy that you're happy is available instead of Parrish because I think Parrish fits fine. I think Noah Williams is one of the ideal targets. I think if you're looking at a day 2 player for the Chiefs, this is a player that I've long thought would make a ton of sense. Actually, this is the exact range that we looked at. Now the Chiefs move up a little bit to make sure to secure him, but 95 was exactly kind of where we were targeting a guy like Noah Williams here.
14 career interceptions in college, 3 more forced fumbles. He creates turnovers, right? He's a playmaker on the back end. He transferred from UNLV to Cal for his final 2 years, where he was one of the big parts of the Cal defense being relatively productive these past couple seasons. So yeah, I like the pick. I don't think we can't have anything to complain about from this pick whatsoever. I think there's a guy that we were all happy with. There's some offensive players, like offensive playmakers on the board, and they're still available now. So we'll see how that plays out going forward. So I would have liked to see them approach the offensive side after watching the Chiefs offense last year with some of these day 2 picks, but I still like this player that they got here. So we'll have to see how it plays out going forward.
You have something else, Tucker?
I do have something. I want to give a quick shout out to one of our watchers, one of our viewers, as we were rolling here on the live show and reacting to it. Robert Stucker, $200 donation to the Therese Paler All Juice raffle that we are doing there. Thank you so much. Again, you have until Saturday, tomorrow, to get those donations in. We are nearing our goal of $10,000. Thank you guys so much for that, in benefit of Therese Paler. But go ahead. Wanted to shout out Robert for that.
Well, and this is a great chance for us to just remind everybody that we are doing a raffle here to help honor the legacy of Therese Paler, trying to raise as much money to help give young journalists an opportunity to go and connect at some of these big events that happen in the NFL calendar, help them network, help them get to shadow some of the some big names in media that have been so gracious in volunteering their time to help support what we're doing here in honor of our friend Therese. So it's the All Juice Draft Workshop is what we are creating this year, and part of that is because the Power Mizzou and Howard University funds are both fully funded.
Which is unbelievable.
Which is incredible.
And such an incredibly cool thing.
Which it speaks to what's going on with how much people loved and respected Therese. So anyways, we're doing a raffle here, and 1 ticket for $10, 10 tickets for $50. And you have an opportunity to win a variety of memorabilia, that you signed memorabilia from Chiefs players as part of your donations. And we really appreciate it. We've already achieved 7,500 as of Friday night, as of pick 85 in the 2025 NFL draft. There's still 2/3 of the picks to go, and we are trying to raise as much money as we possibly can. Our goal is $10,000 by the weekend, and the way that you all have been so gracious in stepping up and helping support this thing, we might just get there by the end of the night. And if we do, Saturday will be extremely weird.
We'll make it worth your while on Saturday. If I can hit 3 things real quick.
We'd love
One
you to.
is just that how unbelievably amazing it is that Power Mizzou and the Howard scholarships are at that level right now, where we here can look to other ways to help young journalists. It makes me incredibly emotional to think about that legacy that Therese has left behind. The second ridiculous thing is that tomorrow, if we are already over that goal, we are here to make sure that we get to cartoonish places on Saturday in honor of Therese and in honor of the weirdness here. Honestly, man, it is moving to think about how much people have supported those causes over these last several years in honor of Therese. And then I want to ask you guys, just back to, if this is the final pick of the Chiefs' second day of the NFL draft here, is this a day 2 that you're leaving content with? Is this a day 2 that's leaving you questions? Are we just waiting on running backs tomorrow? What's the feel right now?
I will answer that really quick, but I do want to make sure everyone knows the link is in the description of this show if you do want to support the Therese raffle. So you can click on those links as well. But Maddie, the floor is yours. You answer first here, my friend.
I like this pick of Noel Williams. I think it makes a lot of sense here. It's very spagsy. It fits the team, and I see how it has an impact long term. So, like, just in a vacuum, the pick by itself, we're again in that B plusish range for this particular pick. Putting all of day 2 together without including Joshua Simmons on day 1, I really would have liked to see some offensive firepower. The Chiefs' offense is what's slipping right now. I understand the defense needs to be revamped. They obviously needed help. The Chiefs' offense has been the thing that has been letting them down more often than the defense as of late, and they've added no help on day 2. That part irks me a little bit. Now, there's still maybe they trade back into the very end of this round, like the round 3. We don't know yet. Maybe something good happens in round 4, but I am a little disappointed in the offensive help that this team has provided so far this offseason to the playmakers position across the board.
I get the desire to add an offensive playmaker here. I do really like that I think in a vacuum, I like the theme of what they did with the first 3 picks, as far as, like, we're going to invest in the trenches. We're going to prioritize the trenches. I think that you can never go wrong with that. In a draft like this, just making sure you're adding bodies up front. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then adding another cornerback in Noel Williams, when I think short and long term, you're going to need those guys. You're going to need a Noel Williams sooner rather than later. And maybe that gives you some flexibility moving on from both Watson and Williams in 2026. It is interesting to me that all three of these day 3 selections are on the defensive side of the ball. Yeah, I think as far as Maddie, like all these picks, there's opportunities for the rest of this draft to shake out, and that some picks to kind of become available that can help this team still, right? Pick 133 can still make a difference as soon as 2025, especially like if it's a running back. Like this could be an approach that this team is taking to try to the running back room, the running back list is still pretty strong at this point too, right? So like you could potentially get one there, and so maybe they're just playing the board a little bit and playing in pockets. They played in that middle tier cornerbacks. They invested on the trenches early because they anticipated them going quicker. So like they're navigating the board a certain way. What you got, Joshua?
Matt Derrick says it is the Joe Tooney pick that the Chiefs gave up. So it's the Bears 2026 4th rounder. The Chiefs just traded Joe Tooney to move up 10 picks from 95 to 85.
That seems like that's a pretty hefty trade up.
Rich.
That's a pretty strong to move up 10 spots.
It's more than the Chiefs got to move back from 31 to 32, right? I mean, are effectively the same, I guess, if you want to kind of age the pick by a year, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So,
I'm not saying it's too. Yeah, I'm definitely not saying it's too much. It's just that's a little bit more expensive than I would have probably preferred. I would have probably preferred to let that ride out and just if it was like their Chiefs' own 4th round pick, because I feel a little bit more confident that's even going to be later rather than the Bears pick, which could be anywhere. We just don't know. Yeah.
Do we? Okay, so just
a little rich.
Trying to play things out a little bit. Do you think the Chiefs were more interested at cornerback at the turn, the 2-3 turn? And they just said, we're going to let things ride a little bit, and then we'll get aggressive when we feel we need to. I'm just trying to figure out how they were navigating the pockets, and maybe they wanted to play at the end of this cornerback pocket. Caleb Ransaw just came off the court. So another defensive back just came off the board here just shortly ago. I don't know. I'm just trying to.
If they drafted those picks at the round 2-3 turn and then had to panic trade up for a cornerback because they didn't not panic, but they had to trade up because they didn't take one of the cornerbacks available. I think that would be very disappointing.
I'm just thinking out loud.
No, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's just I'm not even necessarily disagreeing with it. Just if you wanted one of these cornerbacks, you probably should have just taken those guys at that turn and seen what fell to you a little bit later. I mean, we'll never know. I just think it was a little rich to trade up. And like I said, my overall thoughts on day 2 are going to essentially, unless the Chiefs come back in, they're going to come away with when we get to tomorrow. I don't know if any of the wide receivers or running backs available by pick 133 are going to be difference makers. You're hoping for guys that just become lower level rotational players at that point in time. And I don't know if that has any impact on a struggling a struggling offense. So yeah, that's where I just kind of land on that going on. So yeah, we'll just kind of see how the rest of this, plays out, but they went with a lot of defensive help here on day 2. I can't argue against some of the picks. I think they made a lot of sense. It's just, overall, my thoughts were just, they could have spread out their picks on day 2 a little bit better, helped out the more struggling side of the offense, and that's a rich trade up.
Let me ask you a question here. What if the draft work with me? How would you feel if the picks were Ashton Gelate at 63, Noel Williams at 66, and then Omar Norman-Lott at 90 or at 85 in the trade up? Would you feel any differently? Does the order change anything for you?
I would only feel differently because I think there would have been better corners available over Noel Williams. So it would now take it from me liking the Noel Williams pick a good bit to me think a lot more mediocre on it to pass on the other corners they did to take him. And then you still have the same issue with Omar Norman-Lott.
Okay.
I would also still ask where Joe Tooney disappeared for.
Contract.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we've got about this. The Chiefs might have gotten worse on the offensive side of the ball this offseason, losing Joe Tooney, and all they've added is potentially an offensive lineman for the following year. They're giving their offense almost no help this offseason. That's not going to sit right with me. And now we're prepped to go to day 3 without giving the offense any direct help right now.
There's a chance, that the team that they roll on week 1 has not received any offensive help to this point. That's a good thought. That's a good way of framing it. But that 2022 draft, the Bills coming due, and so there is definitely it does seem like they're just trying to reload the defensive side of the ball a little bit, even though it's a little bit different names and different positions than what not outside of corner, but edge and defensive tackle wasn't really something that they're worried about the bill coming due on quite yet. on that 2022 class. But just, they know that they're going to experience a lot of turnover, on that defensive side of the ball with the 2022 class pretty soon. So, there's, just making sure that they're getting some bodies there. And if you're watching, we've got some Noel Williams highlights that are going to be available on KC Sports Network. And if you are watching the live show right now, you're getting to view some of that ball production, some of that tremendous ball production, length, size. The profile fits beautifully, and the ability to track the football.
Can I gas this up a little bit? Can I try to gas this up at the end of the Noel Williams conversation? You guys familiar with a man named Eric Galko?
Yes.
Does that mean anything to you?
A little bit.
You heard those names before?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Chiefs fans. You got maybe the best zone cornerback in 2025 NFL draft class. Noel Williams finished with 7 interceptions in 2024, including 1 pick-6 and another return touchdown. He showed his NFL readiness on and off the field at the Shrine Bowl and is a plug-and-play starter. Outstanding instincts, timing, and ball skills, and finishes in the run game, too. That's per Eric Galko, talking about new Chiefs cornerback Noel Williams.
Another Shrine Bowler goes to the Kansas City.
How about that?
Woo! All right, before we get out of here, Maddie, let's grade the pick. What grade do you give the Chiefs trading up to 85 using the Joe Thuney selection?
So here's the thing. I think I said in the vacuum earlier, we're giving it like a B to B plus. Knowing it's the Joe Thuney thing, I think we're going to settle it to a solid B. Just in the vacuum by itself. When I put it in connection with everything else, it might be a little bit lower because, like I've said, I think they need at some point in time to address the offensive side of the football a little bit. Not doing that now is a little sad, but like by itself, B. Solid B, trading up 10 spots using that Joe Thuney future pick.
Oh, I'm going B+. I think if you're targeting addressing the cornerback position, this felt like a great range to fit into. As the late day 3. I thought somewhere in round 3 it would make some sense at the cornerback spot, and the Chiefs go and do that. They go and grab, I think, an ideal fit for Steve Spagnuolo's defense, and a guy with a tremendous ball production as well. 7 interceptions his final season. So I give it a solid B+. The trade up, I think it gives me a little bit of pause there, just with giving up a 4th round pick in 2026. But outside of that, I absolutely love the selection. I think I've mocked Noel Williams recently to the Chiefs as well. So in one of my mock drafts over the course of the offseason. So Noel Williams, Cal cornerback, is the newest member of the Kansas City Chiefs secondary.
East-West Shrine Bowl participant.
And an East-West Shrine Bowl participant. Appreciate everyone hanging out with us today.
I got a list of names to read, by the way.
We got some people we got to shout out.
But do we have some names?
Did we wind up getting Noel Williams?
I don't think we did.
I don't think we got it. I don't know if we wanted. I think we asked for him. I just don't know if we were able to get Noel Williams.
He was one of the guys we had to make a cut for.
Yeah, done with the podcast.
Okay, BJ wants the mic.
Well, I have an update for everybody now that the podcast part of it is over. I'm okay. I don't need...
Get him nice and close. Get him. Oh no, Josh.
I know we've been talking about the East-West Shrine Bowl and we've been talking about Eric Galko. I have surprising news. What's going on? No.
We turned on the auto tracking.
Stand by.
Oh, this is great.
We turned on the auto tracking, so it's only.
I don't care.
It's only tracking Josh.
Let it happen. Go away. I know, but go see what happens. I'm more curious.
Yeah, how far can you go?
You go pretty decently far, actually.
I do need a monitor over here.
Yeah, we need to get a monitor.
Well, it's back on you. It's on you now, BJ.
All right. That's unfortunate. What's not unfortunate is that Eric Galko is going to be on the show tomorrow.
Woo!
He's going to be joining us, Mr. East-West Shrine Bowl. Talk about Noel Williams. I was actually sending that tweet that you read, Josh, to everyone. I was sending it to Ken and to Tucker at the what?
Wrong button. I thought that was the applause button. It was the wrong button.
Just work your way through it.
No, wrong button.
No, that's not it.
Wrong button. Hang on.
Keep that button for pick 63.
Wrong button. Hang on. Nope. Wrong button. Hang on.
What would that be useful?
There we go.
Woohoo!
Galko, yeah.
I apologize. Thank God it's not going out as audio.
Clip that for Galko.
I want to know what Adobe Enhance would do to that.
It would destroy it.
But anyway, Eric Galko is coming on, and not only is he going to come on and give us some really good information about Noel Williams, he also has some information he's going to provide in regards to the Trez Paler stuff that we're doing. So please continue to give.
Go.
And Tucker's got an update, pretty big one. Thank you, Mr. Michael Stevens, and everyone else that's donating. Shout out.
Michael Stevens, 500 big ones from old Big Mike. Thank you, Michael Stevens, for that donation. Scott Sheen, Sheev, sorry, I can't read my handwriting. Ryan Russell. Damon DeHardy, $100. Thank you for that
Thank you.
donation.
Appreciate
Glenn
you.
Richard Hardstein, thank you for your donation as well. Justin Evans as well. And we give another shout out to Robert Strucker as $200 earlier. Hey, folks, we are at $8,200. Woo! That means we are $300 away from today's goal. That means we are under $2,000 away from our at-large goal of $10,000.
We need to fix our camera.
We are going
Oh,
to
no.
do some things
Hang
tomorrow that are going to make Kent Swanson blush.
Oh,
Let's
no.
go.
Hang on. I got it. Sorry.
Sorry. Yeah.
We are going to make a difference
What the frick?
in a way that makes Kent's life harder for a little bit of time.
What does that mean?
We're gonna make you hate us.
Ooh, this is good. I'm liking this.
We are bringing an important energy tomorrow.
We're gonna do one of these, and then we're gonna do one of these, and then we're gonna do one of these, and then kid's gonna get one of these.
my son's baseball tournament, hoping I can't look at my phone and someone texts me like, "Do you have any idea?"
You're not going to be here tomorrow? Is there a nudity YouTube SEO problem?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there is.
Jalen Milroe is off the board before Shador
Whoa,
Sanders.
Jalen Milroe to the Seahawks. I gotta like that. That's kind of fun.
Boy,
I
this
kind of
thing-
thought Milroe might go over Shador, but I didn't think it'd be in the third round.
This thing has gone off the rails. It's not even Saturday yet.
Can I go make a drink?
Somebody
Yes.
pour me a drink.
All right, reading off some picks that have come off the board since the Chiefs took Noel Williams at pick 85. Jamari Caldwell, defensive tackle of Oregon, to the Los Angeles Chargers. Savion Williams, offensive player, to the Green Bay Packers. Caleb Ransaw, cornerback out of Tulane, to the Jags. Wyatt Millum, guard, to the Jags. Josiah Stewart, undersized edge rusher, to the Los Angeles Rams. Makes a lot of sense. Baltimore Ravens, Emory Jones, the once very promising offensive tackle guard out of LSU. Another very Ravensy pick.
Yep.
And Jalen Milroe, quarterback from Alabama, to the Seattle
Look,
Seahawks.
the Ravens just crowdsource everybody and then just take the best player.
Them and the Eagles, that's all they do. They just sit
But
there and they say, who falls? Let's take that guy. Everybody praises them. And while it fails sometimes, it works more often than not.
The Ravens don't have any rings to show for it
It's
recently.
almost like just drafting the consensus is better than trying to trust a smaller group of people.
Yeah. And like the consensus doesn't always take into consideration some of the fit stuff, right? And there has
No.
to be some thresholds, and you have to have some set of rules that you
Generally
apply.
speaking.
As an
Just
NFL
generally
organization,
speaking.
you know.
Just generally speaking. How's Xavier Watts still there? I thought he was a pretty clean prospect.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's no injury concerns that I've heard from all reports. He's, was a leader for Notre Dame. His athletic testing wasn't great, but it wasn't, super red flag. It's just, is it another version of Jaden Hicks last year?
Maybe.
You just don't have like any one thing that you really want to hang their hat on. So the teams are just kind of like, we don't know. It's like not a man coverage corner, so you don't like it. I don't know. It's just that he's an interesting one that's still available.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, I thought he would go by now. Like you wonder, is there a medical issue?
Yeah, maybe.
there
I
something
didn't hear anything
there?
about it though.
Some people don't like how he tackles, and so like in the modern NFL, too high. You need those active participants from your secondary in the fits.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the case. I don't know. That's interesting. I trying to look who else might be best available. Some other ones. Shador Sanders. Outside of that, like Marcus Bowe, like we've talked a little bit about him.
Yeah.
I get he's gonna be a Packer here in a few picks, maybe.
Might as well.
Jack Sawyer, I'm not super surprised is off the board. Is still on the board.
No.
Braden Swanson, the edge rusher out of LSU. I know.
Yeah, he was
some,
picking up.
He had
a lot
some
of
late
things.
steam. He had some late steam here. Elika Yomanor still on the board. So there, there's and the running back. Here's the thing. I think the run on running back starts in round 4, and maybe you start seeing a little
yeah,
mini run
maybe.
in the back end of round 3. Just
Yeah, there's still some running backs with talent that are left. I'm afraid by the time you get to 133 that you're going to lose the next like 2 or 3 guys. I think there's about 3 guys left that I think like come in day one and kind of enter as like these are starting running back levels. They're not rotational running backs. And I'm afraid that the Chiefs are going to be stuck in a spot where they're looking at rotational running backs, which is what they already have. Different flavors, maybe better rotational running backs, but still not guys that, as Josh Briscoe asked earlier, move the needle, quote unquote, for the Chiefs. I think that's Caleb Johnson, that's Dylan Sampson and Damian Martinez. Maybe you do get one still. Maybe they do get one of those guys in round 4, right? Maybe one of those guys do fall to them in that spot and they're able to get them. But if not, you're kind of down to 3 guys, I think, that fit that mold. Everybody else is a rotational player, and I don't know if that changes anything.
133 and 164 can get you all the way up to the middle of round 4. So you could get into that 115 range if you wanted to package both of those picks together. Yep. So that's a move I could see. Jonas Sanker, the safety out of Virginia, off the board to the New Orleans Saints.
Above Xavier Watts again, but he has something he can hang his hat on, right? He's a very good box player. He's a very good tackler. He comes downhill and deliver hits. So I guess the thing with safeties is just make sure you have one thing that stands out above the rest, and teams are more likely to take you.
Yep. But yeah, I think the Chiefs could be in play at running back. Like I think this is the tier that they start paying closer attention to running back. That kind of feels like where they're heading. And yeah, I think I'd bet on running back being the first pick of this draft for them.
Boy, I'd love a wide receiver still too, though. Looking at Torrey Horton, Alec Manor. I don't love Jalen Royals, but we're now getting to the point where this is the range where I think he should go. Yeah. Ty Felton out of Maryland's a little bit of a sleeper. Like, there's still some guys I think that you could draft at wide receiver that would come out and help this team. So there's still some offensive weapons. I just think it's getting a lot thinner, and you had a chance to definitely knock one of those guys out already. So we'll see how that plays out. Right now, we're just kind of
I have the Browns pick.
Sure.
This is wild.
Can't be more wild than Justin Wally.
I'm making sure this is real. It's real. Connor Hughes has it. The Browns are taking at pick 94 quarterback Dylan Gabriel.
Okay.
Nothing from you? I think. Look, I was higher on him than some other people. But
it's too early.
A 6th-round pick for me.
It's too early, but I don't know. I'm past the shock point now. We started to see some pretty big reaches.
3rd round
coming off
unhinged.
Yeah, 3rd round's gone a little off the rails here. And I also think just be a little burnt out being live for these past 2 days now, processing through all these Chiefs picks as we do it. So it would take something crazy to shock me, and that wasn't crazy enough to shock me. It's not going to work. But it's not going to shock me.
Well, I think it's like Shedeur Sanders might make it to day 3.
He, at this point, is he just going to tell people he doesn't want to be drafted, right? He has the power. His family has the power to say, don't draft us. We're not going to play for you at this point.
But then what does he do?
Signs an undrafted free agency contract at a place of his choice. Or like a team he agrees with. No, I'm saying he might not want to just be picked by a team this late. Like he's going to sit there and say, I'm just, like what the LSU tackle a long time ago that went to the Cowboys, Lyle Collins did because they had the legal issues. Like this happens every now and then. You call these guys and they say, hey, we'd prefer you not to draft us at this point.
Man, that would just be a wild.
He just has the family power to do it, though. I got to scroll and find some corners here to rip off here because they took some people down here. He's off the board.
This is wild.
Yeah, this draft got fun. We knew it was going to be fun in this range, right? We knew it was going to start to pick up and be a little bit fun here. It's as long as these picks keep coming in quick. What do we got? 6 more picks today? 5 more?
We have 7 picks left.
7. Oh, okay. They went to 102 this year. Oh.
Yeah. Well, it always just depends on the compensatory picks. So that is always just a wide range of them. So the Patriots are on the clock at pick 95, which is where the Kansas City Chiefs were selecting.
Yeah. Hey, all the players that we talked about probably would have preferred, or not preferred, but like guys that we were talking about wanting to have them trade up for are still available. I don't think a single person that we mentioned them trading up for went off the board.
Tucker, Dylan Gabriel went to the Browns at pick 94.
Yeah.
Before Shedeur. The Browns. Dylan Gabriel was the pick at
2 picks after Jalen Milroe.
So just insane. That is wild.
Yeah.
Did Shedeur kill a guy? What happened?
I don't know, but Dylan Gabriel just went to the Browns. I don't even know if he made the KCSN top 300.
I'm on it.
Let's go.
I think he might have because I liked him a little bit more than others, I think. But
QB 10, 6th round grade.
Okay. Yeah, he might have even got a write-up, actually.
He did get a write-up.
That's cool.
Player comp Chase Daniel.
Yeah.
He was the last quarterback who got a write-up.
Let's go.
Yeah. He was on the fringe there.
There was a conversation I remember we had one time about quarterbacks and write-ups.
Thank you to the 1,000 people
Woo.
that are still hanging out with us right now. We really appreciate it. We are here for every single pick of the 2025 NFL Draft. We are looking at it from a Chiefs perspective, and the Chiefs have 5 selections in next year's or in tomorrow's draft, which is great. You know, we thought there was going to be a giant gap between 133 and 226, and it's shrunk down a little bit because now the Chiefs have pick 164 for now in the 5th round to be able to take another player too. I can't believe this. The Dylan Gabriel one is just absurd. That is wild. Taking him in the top 100 is something. Now the New England Patriots are on the clock with the Chiefs' original pick at 95.
So can I just ask you guys the Shedeur question then of like what's happening there? Because I kind of I understand that his like actual comp is Brock Purdy. Like I'm not in a place where I expect him to be like a top 10 NFL quarterback.
He's
Dylan Gabriel though.
His tape's better, I think, than Dylan Gabriel's.
Well, yeah, it's not even close.
So
what's happening there?
I think the league is telling you exactly what they think about the whole Deion Sanders thing.
Yeah,
is exactly what's happening. There is,
there was some rumors. Some of the meetings with teams didn't go great. Like I think it started out early in the draft process that the meetings were going good, but I think that might have been some fluff because it was late. That maybe some teams were a little bit out on him.
Well, okay. I don't want to speak too broadly either. Like theoretically, like
not super fast, not a super strong arm, nothing physically.
He's the most accurate quarterback in the class. He's tough. Like there's too many traits right now to be not drafted before Dylan Gabriel, though. And like that's the problem for me is he's a better player than Dylan Gabriel. I think whatever the distraction. Yep. And I think you could.
He's in kind of backup territory now, right? Where it's like, well, if you're the backup, maybe we don't want like the circus that comes with it. And we're talking about Dylan Gabriel now. Yeah.
There was a point where Deion Sanders basically said, "I'll dictate where he goes," and he's going in the top 4. Shedeur Sanders wore Giants cleats to a game, like his last game. If he tanked all these meetings and narrowed his own selections down to a couple teams, and those couple teams don't take him, then that would explain why he is why he is where he's at. If the Sanders family lived in this manifestation bubble where they believed that they were going to dictate how the NFL did business, and then it didn't happen, here you are.
And I kind of get it all the way until Dylan Gabriel, and then I'm out, and then I'm like,
well,
come on,
no,
guys.
but this is the most important position in the sport. And if you tanked all of your meetings except for the 2 that you really cared about,
sure,
and you can't dictate it to those 2 teams, then what happens?
Brugler has Will Howard over Dylan Gabriel in the Beast.
Yeah, that's crazy.
you guys are the other way around in the draft guide, but like, man.
I want to say that
the Browns too. They need the Browns is trying to get like a little bit of free resurgence would make sense, but you don't want the circus, I guess. What were you gonna say, Tucker? Sorry, I'm rambling because this is bizarre to me.
It sounds like Shedeur Sanders also got pranked by a prank caller about pretending to be a GM.
No.
Yeah. Sports Illustrated wrote an article about it.
Well, that could mean anything.
What GM was it?
Sports Illustrated who, Tucker?
Sports Illustrated proper.
National?
Yeah.
Probably real.
Yeah.
Jared Wilson, the center for Georgia, is the pick for the New England Patriots. Also not Shedeur. All right, so you got Atlanta.
Oh, he was streaming on Twitch when it happened.
The Raiders have 2 picks here in the back end of the first round. So you've got 2 picks for the Raiders. If he's here's your teams: Atlanta, Houston, Vegas, San Francisco, Philly, Minnesota. Who's taking him? Oh, we got a trade.
Yeah, obviously the Falcons are taking him.
The pick is in for the Atlanta Falcons, who are on the clock.
Shedeur, you think finally?
What do the Falcons have left to trade?
Next year's.
They traded up last year. They were already low on picks from last year.
They just don't care.
Oh man, the Bears tweeted out Luther Burden highlights with "Okay, cool" as the caption. God, that goes hard.
Are you anti Bears in like a big way, Tucker? Or are you just like,
I could be swayed.
I think you should be. I think at this point, Ben Johnson,
Yeah.
you got Burden.
I think Tuck might not
like
be all the
Caleb.
way in on Ben Johnson. Are you in on Ben Johnson?
Oh, I do think he's a fraud.
Yeah, so that's the problem. I think you started that sales pitch wrong. Tuck's with I.
Yeah, no, that is true. I think that his play calling is fugazi.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He 100% does the NFL version of the air raid.
Yeah. I think
It's just
his,
a fake
I
offense.
think his offense is fugazi, and I think he got a lot of credit for running halfback passes.
Ben Angel is kind of like what I like to call him.
Fantastic.
I forgot that I thought he was a fraud. Thank you for reminding me.
Thank
of
you,
that.
man. Reminding Tucker
I
he's a
needed
fraud.
him to remind you.
I got you.
Xavier Watts is the pick to the Atlanta Falcons at pick 96. Could have had him at 95 if they wanted him, but I don't know if the Chiefs wanted him.
How many safeties is that now?
4 or 5?
We had a handful off all the ones we kind of would expect off the board by now, I think.
I think so.
Just maybe not the order we thought, but we were talking about it while you guys were around. Xavier Watts is really good, but he doesn't have like a calling card. So he kind of feels like the Jaden Hicks of this year as he's just sliding because he's good at everything without you being able to really put your finger on where he is elite. And so good pick by the Falcons. I just don't know what draft capital they have left. They trade up for every pick.
Texans are on the clock.
Well, what Iowa State or Kansas City native player are they taking? Jalen Travis, play offensive tackle for him.
Devin Neal
to back up Joe Mixon. Pick is in.
Do you guys have a favorite running back now, knowing you're waiting until probably late, like a little bit into tomorrow?
Damian Martinez.
It's always
still, yeah, sure. You've been saying his name all day, but yeah.
I said it. Caleb Johnson, Dylan Sampson, Damian Martinez are a separate tier than everybody else. Those three, if you put them on the Chiefs, they are immediately, I think, your running back one, which gives you a chance to impact the defense. Anyone after that maybe is a good rotational back, but I don't think they have any impact on what defenses do. So I think there's a big gap after those three.
Caleb Johnson went to Pittsburgh, right?
Oh, yeah, he is off the board.
Okay.
So never mind. It's just Dylan Sampson and Damian Martinez.
Okay.
If they are at all able to get one of those guys somehow,
Man, he feels like a Steeler.
Tomorrow,
I don't know if it's the uniforms or what, but man, he feels like a Steeler.
the totality of the board would make a ton of sense. If they're
That's
able to-
a pick.
Jalen Smith from USC.
Okay, hold on.
in
This
the top
might be
100.
a new consensus board low. Hold up.
Yeah.
216 on the consensus board. I think this is a new low right now.
Corner 22 in the KCSN draft guide. Got it right up.
Hold on. Is Dylan Gabriel lower than this?
Player comp Mike Hughes. Chiefs legend.
Nope. Gabriel was higher. Yeah, that might be the lowest one that we've got on the consensus board now.
Man, great nugget in the KCSN draft guide. Smith is a Palmdale, California native who grew up in the Southern California football culture, even appearing on an episode of Coach Snoop with Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
You guys do a really good job with this. I don't know if anybody ever tells you that, but
the background sections are my favorite. We've talked about it. I love the background sections because you can tell pretty quickly once you know us who wrote the background sections. When it has absolutely nothing but their recruiting and their stats, I did it because I don't care about the other stuff at all. Give me more words to talk about football.
He wants more words to describe the player's gait.
When you start getting random stuff about their favorite food and random facts, that's Jake every single time. And Ross will pull one cool fact on guys he doesn't like. That's how it goes.
Team fit low.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's like 186 pounder. 187?
187, 5'10", 187. Yep.
Let's go!
You're sick, man. You have an illness.
Well, as the guy that puts the book together every year, I see all of these things 3 times. Man. So maybe more. So I see every number a lot. I don't we could do a guess the draft guide. We should do that tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Guess the measurables in the KCS draft guide. Or you just pull a random bio of one of the players in the draft guide, and then we'll try to guess who it is.
Okay, Kit, I'm just going to gamify it one more degree.
Oh, no.
We do that, and then whoever gets it wrong takes a drink. If I pitch you one and you're within 10 pounds and 1 inch of the player's measurables, I take a drink. You take a drink.
I don't know about that.
Starting live tomorrow whenever we start going live.
Starting live tomorrow whenever we start going live. Raiders pick. Come on, let's get these picks in.
Shador,
back to back for Vegas, by the way. They get 2 here.
Kent is certain the Raiders are taking Shador.
Not anymore.
Oh.
It would make a lot of sense, right?
Bearcat and I were talking about behind the bar. It won't be funny when Brady Cook goes before Shador.
Oh, brother.
Thank you, sir.
Are we I think they're going to go in the exact same draft slot.
They literally
Right.
no one wants the chaos.
And you got to say his name. His name is LeBron James.
Oh yeah, how's that game going?
Lakers are up at half.
Believe in Joe Henry.
Hendry.
Is basketball still
What is that?
happening?
Yeah.
I'm a Phoenix Suns fan, so neither the playoffs nor the draft have started yet.
Well,
Me.
you're not in either.
I know.
All 1,000 of you hanging out with us are sickos. I love you.
There's 1,000 people here right now.
Still.
Can I take my shirt off again?
Yeah, we need to. Yes.
This draft is weird. He blames Josh. Yep,
Geno
that's
Smith.
true.
Yeah, the first draft that Briscoe comes and hangs out, the third round just goes unhinged.
That is true.
Yeah, I have no power over that.
Well,
You do.
Shout out to Wes in the chat, fellow Suns fan. Let's go. Let's get some Suns. Let's get some sad Suns fans in the chat.
Yeah, shout out Trevor Ewert. Appreciate you, man. I hope I
Jared
got
Kelly
your name
says he's a
pronounced
sick
right.
puppy. Hell yeah, Jared.
Renee
Sick
says,
puppy.
hell yeah, in answer to my question of if I should take my shirt off. I wish he would ever have that enthusiasm when I was at home.
Jesse,
It's better through the camera.
I know. It removes 10 pounds.
Only weird rounds.
Just-
So okay, here's a fun little nugget.
only weird drafts.
From Chiefs Senior Director Mike Bradway, there was some high-end running backs that went. We like the depth of that position and think there's going to be good depth there tomorrow. Same with wide receiver.
Okay.
When's their first pick tomorrow?
133,
133.
probably after all the good ones at those two positions go.
I may do a tattoo tour tomorrow. I'm seeing that in the chat here. If I want tattoo explanation, maybe Tucker and I do a little. Maddie, are you a tattooed man? I feel like you. Yeah, you have got the one there peeking out. You have multiples, or is that the only one?
That's the only one. It's the only guy.
It's the only one.
I have a birthmark.
That's not the same thing, Kit. A shockingly low number of money for me to get a
For him
tattoo.
to get a tattoo is
I'll tell you
low.
what. I would get a tattoo with whoever is here tomorrow for probably free if everyone else bought in. Like I would, but that's where you guys want to know. Here's a true. Let's see the Raiders selection here. I'm going to give you a true fact about me.
Steve Wisniewski?
Is this the
Chiefs legend?
Is this the pick? Is the Raiders? Are the
Let's
Raiders?
see, that's what I thought too.
2001. Yeah, probably
I
not.
was like, yeah, well. Who was the Wisniewski they had on their team?
Stefan.
Is it really?
Stefan Wisniewski.
Yeah, that's
Is
to
he
be
gonna
fair,
announce both picks at the same time?
That would be good.
to be
Oh, he
fair,
should.
Not a very common last name.
Oh,
Wisniewski
even less with Steven.
with the 98th pick, the AFC West, Las Vegas Raiders.
Chop shop.
Caleb
Gar-
Rogers,
Who?
Texas Tech. Didn't you
Oh,
take him
that's
in
a
the
great pick by them. Briscoe got him at a
I sure
crazy
did.
value with the KCS. That was my favorite pick when I graded it.
Thanks, Matt. You know, I really had a vision for one of the Arizona Cardinals offensive line to look like on the interior, and I didn't think I'd have an opportunity to get Shadur Sanders in the third, so I went ahead and just took this guy.
Where does Shadur go in the KCSN? God,
I'm on it.
free.
It went pretty early.
Dude,
I have this bookmarked. Hold on.
I can't wait for
Thank goodness I took
Jalen
right now.
Conyers to be a Chief tomorrow.
Pick 133.
He went 2 to Cleveland
Oh,
Yeah, he did.
in our draft.
some might call him Shadur.
Anyway, BJ, to answer your question from earlier, later in early May, I'm going to get a tattoo with a friend's mom who I've known for a very long time.
What?
We're getting not matching tattoos, but we're going to get tattoos together. We've been like we've all known each other for like 15 years at this point, and
Yin
so
and a yang.
so yeah. So if any of you guys want to go get tattoos at any point, I know where I'm going. I know who to
I'm not.
recommend.
I ain't gonna be here.
I'm in. It is. I'll say Crimson Tattoo in Kansas City. Incredible work. Couple of great tattoo artists there.
They bring out somebody else?
Yeah, big fan. All right, here's Stefan Wisniewski again.
She said to go collect a new note card.
I was 18 when I first got my tattoo.
Man, that's crazy. I think I was 25 almost.
And
Something
I got it
around
at
there.
Exile 2, Juan Moya. Shout out Juan Moya.
What would it take to get you in the chair, tattoo wise?
$1 million.
Why is that? Is that a pain thing, a needle thing,
Charles
a permanence
Grant.
thing?
I think it's yeah.
What about to get a piercing?
No,
William and Mary.
I don't want the
More or
piercing.
less for a piercing than a tattoo?
Can't play with him on NCAA 26.
Pierce what?
An ear, an eyebrow.
I can't-
Take your pick.
I can't,
Prince
A
Albert.
nipple.
I can't pull any of those
Nipple,
off.
nipple, easy.
I don't really.
Belly
I,
button.
I think I'd probably be fine with the pain too. I don't know. Don't worry.
I've
That's
always
fine.
wanted my ears pierced, but Tara said that she will divorce me before we get married. Yeah.
Honestly, that's
Well,
fair.
have you asked about a nose piercing though?
No, I haven't.
Tucker, I do think if I would have met you with your ears pierced, I never would have doubted it for a second.
Yeah.
Like, I think you could
I
pull
could
that
pull it
off.
There's no doubt. I
Yeah.
can pull it off.
Now, what would you have?
think
Are
you
you a
could.
hoop guy? Are you a stud? What
Oh,
you
it'd
got?
be big old stud.
Yeah, he's got to put a booger in his earlobe, man.
Big old stud.
He's gonna have.
Are you going with the hole, like the gauge? Like, what are we doing here? Just asking him what he wants, Spring Dog.
He's got Bailey's
And wants to say his name.
Well, we're at pick 100. We're nearing the end of day 2. We are hanging on by a thread here, as you guys
we
can tell.
really are. I can promise you that.
Pretty soon.
Oh,
Tucker going with the hanging cross.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, damn,
that's not
dude.
bad.
Tucker,
Oh.
you could absolutely have one dangler.
Josh-
Absolutely.
Yeah, the dangling
little
cross. would
careless
actually be
whisper
so sick.
vibe.
Yes.
Josh, your mom's in the chat and says,
Cool.
"How about a belly button piercing?"
Deal.
I don't know if it's to you or if it's to Kent, but Michelle wants belly button piercings.
Oh, man.
The 49ers should draft Shadur Sanders. I 100% believe that, BJ. That's a take I'm here for to put on the mic.
It's 4:10 in the UK. Shout out UK.
Yo,
Hell
who
yeah.
said that?
Sugary Special K.
Sugary Special K. 4:10 a.m. in the UK. Yeah, that is sicko.
Awesome.
And you're watching us, dude? Hell yeah.
Just want to watch Draft Day, the movie, before you got to go to work, too?
What a dog. Built different.
That is built different.
That is the most built different thing.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man, I just got. What's this called, Kent? What is this drink that I poured earlier? It's the tequila rose.
Tequila rose.
Is it tequila rose?
Delightful.
God, it's delicious. It tastes like
That's a real sick puppy. Hell yeah.
it
Jared.
tastes like a slightly boozy strawberry milk in the best way.
Jesse
That's what he said
Bates.
earlier. Yeah, maybe I'm European because
It's
this is
incredible.
unbelievable.
It is incredible. Remember that one golf tournament when I was so sloshed out of my mind I couldn't walk? It was because of that is why. And I went and picked BJ up on a golf cart.
Kip, don't bring that up. Don't bring that part up.
It's
Sorry.
really good.
Oh, he threw it. Never mind.
Don't bring it up here. Let me tell you more.
I threw up when no one was around, I think.
No, we were around.
I'm gonna go get some more. I'll be right back.
Everyone was. They paused the award ceremony, and everyone went outside to look and see you draped over the ledge.
I should have. I couldn't say no to people.
I
It really went downhill when I started shotgunning the IPAs. That's when I knew it was.
There's no way they went to commercial at pick 100.
y'all are ride or dies. The 900 people still hang out
Trevor
with
says,
us.
"Are we
ride or
sure
dies.
Tuck is the employee of the year?" Very fair. I think that's a very fair thing to bring up.
Honestly, you're a gangster for being there when that happened. That happened before we announced a single pick today, and you're still hanging out with us. So we
That
appreciate
is
you
true.
today.
No. No.
Oh yeah. You,
No, I think
you
it's
announced your
25.
employee of the year 5 months.
No,
into
I
the
think-
performance.
I think that's the right way.
Well, the 900 of you still here are the KCSN watchers of the year. So thank
BJ,
for
have you
supporting us.
have you had an employee of the year in years past?
No.
I think we just need to.
First
That's what I
annual.
thought. So I
This is
think
the
I
first
think
time there's been a
you just need to start doing like the SpongeBob bit, where it's like employee of the month, January, February, March, April, May, just all Tucker, just Tucker. Well, I'm gonna show you what you need to do.
The Niners are on the clock.
I want this on the wall at the office, BJ.
Aaron, I ain't producing very much of this. I appreciate you thinking I am. Though.
Are we doing a best available for day 3?
I want this with just Tucker's face in every single square, and then maybe like one Kent, like a Squidward kind of thing.
Same.
Yeah, that's good.
Upton
That's good.
Stout, the slot cornerback from Western Kentucky, is
Great
the last pick of the top 100.
Well, we got 2 more picks. You never know.
Little guy.
I don't know who this guy is.
He played at Western Kentucky.
His name's Cam Scatterboot.
Hang on, Nick.
Holy shit! Uptown Stout! Upton Craig Stout has gone pick 100 of the San Francisco 49ers.
So happy.
This player is officially a foot shorter than Craig.
So here's what I
Stout
can say.
is great. Stout is great.
Here's what I can say about Mr. Stout.
Go
I'm
ahead.
College Ball 25 Dynasty with Western Kentucky.
Hell yes.
He's really good in that. So that's my analysis.
That's Nick Springer, everybody.
Did you have him play both ways? Did you turn him into Travis Hunter and have him play offense too?
I did not.
Oh, okay.
Because I hate to say this, but he's kind of slow in the game.
Oh.
So, I think his speed was like 86 in the game, so I did not want to do that. So I
They
would never
were-
put him in press coverage because he's slow.
The Niners went all
That's my
defense.
Some would say he's a dog.
Niners-
The Eagles have traded up to pick 101 with the
They're-
Denver Broncos.
Taking
so
Shador.
Maddie, I as the Arizona Cardinals selected Upton Stout at 225 overall. I mean,
That's
the
a good
Niners
pick.
just took him at 100. I mean,
That's a solid pick.
you think that's probably gonna bring my whole class to like a B- at least, right?
Unfortunately, I heard he was slow, so I don't know what to do with that now, Josh. The sales pitch started high, and then it ended with he was too slow.
This is like when we were watching tape and I asked to watch Kyle Monongai and you guys were like, no, he sucks. I was like, well, he's really good for me in NCAA 25. So I really liked him.
The Jets would have a lot of fun with that. Wait, it says the Broncos selection, but it says the Eagles.
Not bad at all.
Wait,
I'm
I got
confused.
Wait, I got drafted?
Tucker Franklin?
I don't know what's happening.
Oh man, Tucker's going to war.
NFL.com has the Eagles
Savion
up.
Jones, the edge rusher.
The Broncos just drafted me. I don't want to play in the NFL.
The Broncos. Is there a player named Tucker Franklin?
It's Savion Jones, the
Oh.
LSU edge, who goes before Braden Swanson.
Yeah, Braden Swanson got a lot of hype leading up to this lately, and then not. Okay, so I guess the Eagles did not trade up. This NFL.com thing is incorrect.
Tucker, I don't mean to be offensive, but I don't think you look anything like Savion Jones.
I think
You guys have polar opposite dimensions.
I think
There's
it's a
a
typo.
6 in his height.
I think it's a typo.
Their arms are roughly 8 inches in difference in length. Because Tucker famously has like 22-inch arms. Is that what he told us?
7. I said
21.
21. I
It's like
said
24
21.
inches.
8 inches isn't that big of a deal.
I try to tell my girlfriend that all the time.
Your fiance.
My fiance, sorry, I'm not used to that. She's not watching right now. It's okay. She doesn't watch anything.
Oh, we got one pick left.
Get us out of here.
We got one pick left.
One pig left. I gotta watch draft day in like 20 minutes.
Oh my god.
Minnesota Vikings.
Don't go anywhere, anybody. We're watching draft day later. I don't know when.
We'll just flip it on the TV right now. It's on
Dude,
Netflix. Just
the
keep the
Chiefs-
stream rolling.
The Chiefs have the chance to do the funniest thing ever, and just us having to. They trade with the Vikings right now,
And it's have to be serious.
and us have to do like turn it back on.
If it was a good pick, it would be fun.
Yeah, you guys had so much fun last night with Josh Simmons. I was kind of hoping I'd see you guys react to a good pick today, but you know.
I've been
Well,
fine. I've been fine.
You're not allowed to drink out of a bottle like that ever again.
How are you drinking your Topo Chico right now?
Yeah, you don't want to know.
Matt, can you use another bottle of Topo Chico to mime how Kent was drinking from it?
Someone
I
in the
missed it.
chat asked why, or like, how is Matt the most chill?
That's a great question.
It's kind of like how once you like fire a defensive coach, you hire an offensive coach next. Matty is sober, like he's like straight edge this year.
He's the offensive coach, just defensive coach last year.
I haven't
Yeah.
had a sip of anything in 5 hours, except for Topo.
Oh, there
Chico.
goes Ty Felton. There's a good wide receiver.
Okay.
Well,
He's great on my NCAA Dynasty talk. So
Ty Felton, the wide receiver out of Maryland, is the final pick of day 2.
I should have brought my Xbox so I could play Minecraft.
I would have. Okay.
you could have been playing Minecraft on screen while I was watching draft day in the corner.
Kill Kansas baseball. He has no
baseball.
That's worse than playing Minecraft.
I saw Kansas versus I think like Illinois or something on your screen earlier. And
Utah.
Utah?
That's-
Yeah,
Utah.
that's offensive.
Just check the score.
It looked like an ESPN Plus login to me, like checking in to watch a couple of innings of KU baseball.
I wanted to check the score and see how things.
I don't
were
even
going.
think
How are
ESPN
things
Plus
going?
would carry
They
that.
won.
Good for them. Rock Chalk, baby. MIZ.
It goes on like Tubi.
I've been informed that
Oh,
support
there's
college
another
baseball.
pick.
What?
The
No,
Titans have
are
a
on the
pick
clock.
too.
All right, the
Oh,
Titans
that's
are
round
taking.
4. Never mind. We're good.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
chill out. Don't do that to me. Tuck, what have you been informed of?
Man, Shadur getting shut out
I
2 days in a
forgot.
row is brutal, huh?
I forgot what I was
Can we end the stream?
Tucker's LeBron good?
Hell yeah, LeBron's good. That's my glorious king.
My-
Could we end the stream?
Did we have a green room moment last night other than the Settlers of Catan in the corner? I don't remember what one lineman had Settlers of Catan in the corner. That was cool
Catan?
for me. Well,
It was Zabel.
That's Gray Zabel.
Zabel.
Potatoes, potatoes.
Yeah, I say Catan. I
You
feel
probably
like
call it Zabel.
I call him Griggs.
I call him overrated.
Whoa, damn, Tuck. I can't be here anymore. I gotta go.
Sorry, Gray. I love you, buddy.
Hey,
I don't
Tuck,
know you.
can
You
I
guys are doing this. We're doing this tomorrow.
can I end the stream?
BJ's doing a total.
BJ's over there. I'm gonna come over with you guys. I've been so far
It's
away from you all
following you.
night. I can
It-
take the camera with me.
The camera is following you.
This is amazing.
Oh man,
Oh,
I'm
you're
in the
really
monitor
doing it?
How
twice.
meta is
Oh, thank you,
this?
Nick.
You could have a
great.
conversation with your Audi.
Okay.
Everyone should watch Severance
the you are.
and should become the you that you are. And it's cool the Chiefs didn't take a running back today. That would have been kind of frustrating potentially, but also I was prepared to be really excited. And neither of these two strapping young men in front of me are particularly excited. So, I'm going to give today a B-.
Oh,
I'm giving Josh Simmons an A-. And tomorrow I'm going to give an A+ because we're going to be back here doing some silly things.
content.
Some hashtag content.
Uh,
Are you embarrassed about how drunk you are right now?
I'm stone cold sober. I'm just exhausted. I will say, if
Stone cold,
I
is that
saw
his
the
name?
comment. I saw the comment up there. If you think today was the best stream in KCSN history,
Oh, brother.
have I got something for you, pal?
My car is full of things that Kent can only imagine.
He's
We'll
debating.
talk to you tomorrow.
He's debating how awkwardly he can drink out of this bottle again.
8260 is what we're at. For
8260 is our number.
Well, you guys failed your goal today.
Just end it now. That's
Great.
We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Oh, wait. Hold on. We got a $10 donation from Danny.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, Danny. We'll pick it up at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you, Danny boy.
Thank you, Danny.
Shout out Danny. Oh, blame pick 63. He said,
Bye,
"You
guys.
guys failed."